Yeah, yeah. Phoebe, hello. 1212 should be good. Feel free to message or send Luke running in. It's just stuck under my chair. How's that happened? That walkie-talkie is annoying. Right. Anyone there? Is it working?
Cardi's with me for commentary on the Derbyshire feed today. All eyes are going to be on Ben Stokes.
Yeah, I think Shoaib Bashir might come into that as well, in terms of Ben Stokes was the man who was his biggest advocate. You saw that video of him bowling to Alistair Kirk. He sent that to, I think it was Rob Key, and he sort of propelled Bashir's career. So that's quite an interesting matchup. It would be the first time Bashir would bowl to Ben Stokes in a competitive match. But yeah, the media are here, the press box is busy, the photographers are here. And I think it's good for this competition as well. I think, Ben Stokes has spoken about how much he's enjoyed going back and playing for Durham. And we've seen Jimmy Anderson the last couple of years, coming back and really loving county cricket. And I think it's just what this competition needs. He's playing at a few small outgrounds for Durham as well. And we know what he can do. I think if you're Derbyshire, your analytics team, you almost don't need to, Ben Stokes, you know where not to bowl, you know what he can do. And I think it's definitely going to put some bums on seats.
And they've got plenty of other players as well. Alex Lees, notably at the top of the order, a big hitter, who is a very dangerous player. But of course, Derbyshire, not too long ago, we said farewell to Wayne Madsen in T20 cricket. And we'll see him in one-day cup action, which has been a rarity in recent seasons. He's come back from the 100 and played in the odd game, but it's rare. It has been rare to see Wayne Madsen play. That's an exciting prospect for the Derbyshire supporters.
Yeah, and I think good to have him around. If you're Harry Kane, stepping in, well, as the new captain this year, Brooke guessed it last year, Kane stepped in for Madsen for those 2 championship games. I think now to have Madsen in the side, someone to lean on for a bit of captaincy experience, is useful for him, and just someone in quite a young side, quite a young batting order, which would be interesting to see what the batting order looks like as well in terms of who opens, because there's no Lewis Rees, there's no Caleb Jewell, so I think it's important to have Madsen in the side.
And a good start is going to be important, isn't it? The home game to begin with, followed by a couple of away matches. Important that Derbyshire play to their potential in this match, because you look at that side and it's a pretty good side.
Yeah,
they have to play to the potential.
I think there's been a little bit of talk of, people often judge the favourites for this competition as who's not lost many players to the 100. Derbyshire have lost 2. Nye Donald, which, of course, he should be there. Matt Montgomery would have been handy to have. He scored a lot of runs in this competition last year. He was called up as a late replacement. So, only losing 2 players. I know that, Caleb Jewell, as I said, is not there. They've got a few injury issues. This looks like a good side, but as you say, good Durham side too. I think Emilio Gay is injured. I think he would have been a really good player for this format as well, and may still return. They're resting a couple. But this looks like a really good game between two good squads. I watched Ryan Campbell's interview, and he was reading out their top 8, and there was a big smile on his face. This looks like a good game of cricket.
Well, as we walk out towards the middle, we see the pitch, which it was used, I believe, for the last T20 match. So a pitch on which Derbyshire's bowlers have bowled and batters have batted. How it will play 9 days or so on, well, it might take a bit of spin. It might be a pitch for the man marking his run-up out, Shoaib Bashir, for Jack Morley, those kind of players. Derbyshire will be certainly hoping that it is their day today. Will it be? Well, we'll have full coverage on the Derbyshire website. Just click on the links. You cannot fail to find us. Myself and Freddie Cardi will bring you all the action, and we get underway soon. remarkable, really. And James Minto's going to get underway. We've got 277s playing in the same game again. He wears 77, as does Wayne Madsen, of course, who's making a relatively rare appearance in this form of the game for Derbyshire. No longer required elsewhere.
Pitch is in a perfect position for our
Don't tell
eyes,
tell anybody that. When you told them, they'll expect us to get everything right.
That is, well, you're switching from radio to the stream, aren't you? So that's
Yes,
always.
I'm glad you reminded me. I was just about to say that I was going to do the full radio bit. It's going to be James Minto. And we are underway here at the OurCoop County Ground. I was going to highlight that because I keep forgetting it.
Yeah, switching from saying everything to actually not having to say as much does take some getting used to.
I find it almost impossible. I just feel like as soon as there's a moment's silence, and nobody who's watching the stream will agree with me that you have to say something. Harry came in decent nick towards the end of the T20 blast, only out once, had an average of about 120 or something along those lines by the end of the competition. I should have got the accurate number, really, but I haven't. The flag to the left of the pavilion at half-mast, that is to commemorate the life of Edwin Smith, whose death was announced yesterday. The age of 92. 2 slips and a wide and a run. So Derbyshire are up and running. Yeah, Edwin, 7 bowlers have taken 1,000 wickets or more for Derbyshire, first class that is. Edwin was the last of the 7 to leave us, sadly. And not only did he play for Derbyshire in a 20-year career, but he was also the coach and the president in 2018. Regular attender, but sadly missed. Some nice swing there for Minto.
He was part of the under-19 England side in that World Cup over the winter. The likes of Thomas Rue, Ben Mays, and the pair from Middlesex, Falconer and Lumsden of Hampshire. I did watch a bit, I think. I think Surrey Avanchi then battered them in the final.
You're bang on form again. Love it.
Just doing enough to get invited back.
There's a sharp single taken here, and a shy at the stumps. It hits. It was a good throw from Graham Clark. Stump out of the ground. Harry Kane makes his ground there. Just a bit more on Edwin Smith. I was looking his numbers up yesterday, and he had a testimonial in, I think they were called benefits, but this is testimonial on Cricket Archive. In 1966, £2,810, which in today's money, the equivalent would be £68,000. Bought himself a nice house somewhere, I'm sure. There we go. That's a beautiful shot from Harry Kane. It's not going to quite get to the boundary. It isn't, but it's taken a few yards out of Ben Stokes' legs as he races towards the boundary to keep it in. Come back for 3. Television asking if we're still here. It's always a concern. I thought Jane was waving at me then, but she's just explaining something next door. But she talks a lot with her arms, Jane.
Yes. Well, just back from Lord's, isn't she?
Oh, is she?
No,
on the
well done
radio.
to Jane.
I heard her on the radio the other night. Final ball of the over, bit wide. Sorry, there I am again commentating on something that you can all see. Martin Anderson picks up a single, so 7 without loss at the end of the first over. 3 to Kane and 2 to Anderson.
Yeah, I think I was watching the first day of that women's test at Lord's, and suddenly the camera was on Jane in the score box and the commentator's reading out her name, so...
Nobody needs that, Nobody needs that.
Here we go then, the Wayne Madsen masks. These were a feature last year. And, well, first when a stag do came in Wayne Madsen masks and sang for an entire session about him.
Yes.
And then, what was the occasion for because the club gave them out, was it a T20 match? So there's a whole school, it looked like.
They were around a week last Sunday for his final game in domestic T20 cricket.
Luke Robinson then from the City end, 2 slips. A little too straight and clipped away for a single. Now I have to switch myself from radio mode.
It's not
and you
easy.
do a lot more radio than I do.
Well, that's all I seem to do. Seen Jack Morley and Nick Potts go for a net down below us. Hopefully they won't be needed to bat out in the middle, but you never know. If Jack comes in, he'll be closing his eyes and swinging. We'll just show him to follow after him. Good to see Shoaib Bashir playing some one-day cup cricket for Derbyshire.
Yeah, good to see Bashir and Morley as well. I think losing Matt Montgomery to the 100, some of those overs of spin that he would have bowled, he barely bowled last year. I think maybe just checking his action was okay, which has obviously sorted that out this year because he was very effective throughout the past. That is the pain of a mystery spinner. You have to make sure everything's in working order.
Well, the mystery is why he hides the ball to me.
Yes.
We're quite sure. I'm fairly sure he's an off spinner.
Wide from Luke Robinson, who I don't think is any relation to Ollie, who has the gloves behind the stumps. Durham have lost 6 players to the 100. Nathan Salter, Callum Parkinson, Ben McKinney, Bryden Cass, Matthew Potts and Ben Rain. I think probably Derbyshire, looking at the team sheet, not seeing Ben Rain. That's probably the one they were most happy about. He is such a good player.
Pleased. He's an absolute pest. Absolutely brilliant, Ben Rain. Has been for years.
Yeah.
But there's some good cricketers on that list.
Excellent blast. Came just tucked up again. Good length from Robinson.
Is Derbyshire only losing the 2, and one of them is now he's barely. If he's played any list A cricket for Derbyshire at all,
I think
and Aaron Donnelly he must have played some because he wasn't on Griff's list of potential debutants. And of course, Matthew Montgomery got 2 centuries last season. And replacing his runs will be tricky.
I want to say last year or 2 years ago he sort of came. He was released for one game. I can't remember where. Kane plays this late for a single. The outfield has been parched, but it's looking in good order actually compared to some other grounds. It still looks green enough. So we're up at Durham where they've been feeling the effects of the heat wave. Their T20 against Lancashire, it's more of a yellow colour, the outfield. I've had hose pipe bans down where I've travelled up from.
Really?
Yeah.
We're all right up here. It rained apparently yesterday in these parts.
Excellent first over, just 2 off it. 9 for no loss after 2. Not been too much rain around, but the ground staff, I'm sure, have been grateful for that.
See if I can find out an Aaron Donald's record for Derbyshire in List A. Yes, 2024 according to this. So he clearly has played some List A cricket for Derbyshire. Played for Minor Counties Wales.
Interesting Durham side this, Fletch, because the batting is so strong, so experienced. The bowling is, you don't want to say the weakness, but that's where the inexperience is and where Derbyshire will look to target.
Still 2 slips in place, but that's 2 straight from Minto. Clipped away nicely by Harry Kane out to the mid-wicket boundary. So 2024, yeah, you're right. He played 1, scored 23 runs, didn't take a catch. 2023, that would have been before he came, wouldn't it? He played 10 List A games, 350 runs at 43, 2 centuries.
I mean, it is no surprise whatsoever being picked up in the 100 this year, and he's also off to Canada with
I believe so.
Mickey Arthur at the end of September.
Got to be careful with the team name, though. This one's has Come back enough now, says umpire Paul Pollard. Yes, the Vancouver Anchors. Good luck, everybody. That's one competition I don't want to commentate on, if I'm brutally honest with you. Just have a look at the replay of that one. Pitched outside leg. Might even have missed leg.
And mind a trip to Vancouver.
No.
Don't know what the pitch is. Small grounds, I would imagine. Having seen the odd clip of Major League Cricket and those baseball grounds.
Well, they were playing at the Oakland Coliseum, weren't they? Final, I think.
Small boundaries, which Nye will be looking forward to.
Well, they talk in baseball terms. You know, if you hit the ball 300 feet, you can clear the, and that's one end to the other. So when the pitch is in the middle, you're talking 150 feet. You're talking 50 yards straight. It is still a baseball stadium. I think the Oakland Coliseum, for the time being, it isn't going to be for much longer. The A's have already moved out. They're playing in Sacramento now, before they move to Las Vegas. Full delivery pushed into the offside by Kem. They've looked relatively untroubled. I shouldn't have said that, shouldn't I? They have looked relatively untroubled, these two.
I did wonder about the opening pair because Wagstaff misses out. They could have gone left-hander, right-hander. There's no Lewis Reese due to his uncompassionate leave. Caleb Jewell is not playing in this competition. But Anderson, the white ball opener in the T20 Blast, and should be good foil for Harry Kame. Of course, Caleb Jewell was Derbyshire's top run scorer in this competition last year.
A lot of runs have disappeared from the side. It's still a strong enough team, you would have thought. Ross Whiteley's the only left-hander in that entire top bit, isn't he?
When you lose Jewell, you get Wayne Madsen as well, so
Yeah.
you bring some runs in there. And Yusuf bin Naeem giving a go at free as well.
Towards the end of the T20, he got 20 off 10 in his debut, and then unfortunately was asked to go in after that and basically swing for the hills, and didn't quite get the scores he would have wanted. Terrific fielder, though, Yusuf. Really good fielder. Took a couple of really stunning catches. And he took 3 catches at Old Trafford. Singled Harry Kame down to the third man boundary to complete the third over. 3 gone, then 14 without loss. The Falcons with Harry Kame on 9, Martin Anderson on 3. There is Shoaib Bashir going for a net, showing a bit of willing.
Being followed by
Camera,
2 photographers.
Unbelievable, isn't it? It's almost like they've suddenly realised that there's an England test spinner going for a net, and we better go and get some photographs in case we don't see him back later on. Heaven only knows what it'll be like when the ball is eventually tossed to Ben Stokes.
Oh, Robinson beating the edge of Kame. He's got a yard of pace, Luke Robinson.
It's a nice delivery, that, wasn't it? Just moved away a touch from Harry Kame. Played quite an aggressive-looking check drive towards the ball. Fortunately for him, he missed. Now I'm talking to fill up the airtime again, Fred. I'm doing it again. You've got to stop me. By the end of the competition, I'll have sorted this TV lark out.
A little shorter. Kame just punches off the back foot. Durham some energy in the fields. They're blue and pink kits, which again you can see. But I watched the interview with Ryan Campbell. He does speak well, and he said, well, you look forward to the One Day Cup. And he said, well, looking forward to it immensely. He said, number one, our kit is really cool. That was his first reason. But that might be up for debate. It's colourful. It's eye-catching. Something a goalkeeper might wear.
Derbyshire's kit's already growing on me. It's quite retro. I would say, it sort of hark back to the early days of international one-day cricket, when the teams had, well, they still do, don't they? But they always had a big block across the chest where they could put the team name, just in case you couldn't work out which team was which. More for advertising purposes in this competition, of course, but...
Yes, these two have got the same sponsor, actually. Same front of shirt sponsor. Good stuff from Robinson for just 2 runs. His first 10 deliveries. Just 1 boundary in the first 3.4 overs. Both bowling at good pace. Into a bit swing back in. Robinson's nipped a couple away. Still on these pitches last year, though, Fletch, they were good to bat on, weren't they? Derbyshire, I mean, the bowling was a struggle last year, but even if Derbyshire were chasing upwards of 350, they were giving it a good go on each occasion. Struck on the pad, that was full and the fingers up. Robinson gets his reward for a really probing first couple of overs, and Harry Kame, in his first game as List A captain for Derbyshire, has to trudge off for 9. Derbyshire 14 for 1.
Yeah, misses a full toss. He was looking for the Yorker, I think Minto. Robinson, rather, misses the full toss. Harry came and comes a cropper. No decision to make as to see it particularly clear. The camera could do with being another yard or so higher. It looks out. it looks incredibly out.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for poor old Harry, 9 off 18.
Yeah, it was just a really good over there from Robinson, and went for the fuller delivery. As you say, maybe not quite where he wanted it, but full toss can be the hardest ball to put away. It can cause problems, and it full enough. Well, Guest is coming in before Bin Naeem. He does like to bat higher up the order, so the Derbyshire team we've given, and you did suspect a few changes.
That's what I was told was going to happen, and then Matson will come in at 4, and then Bin Naeem. If you look back, certainly in red ball cricket 2 or 3 years ago, when he had an absolute purple patch, Brooke Guest, he was batting at 3 as well as keeping wicket, which a lot of people think is tricky, but he loves it. He wants to bat higher up the order, from what I've been told. So he gets his opportunity here. Of course, he hasn't played any first team cricket apart from the 2 championship matches in the middle of the T20 blast in recent weeks and months, because he isn't in Derbyshire's T20 team with an Aaron Donald keeping wicket. Hello to Derek Allen, who's with us all day, he says. Good to have you along. Didn't get in touch with the usual ways. I can't read any of them out, of course, because that would be silly.
Down the leg side, what's this come off? I think it is pad, indeed. The umpire signalling leg byes. So Derbyshire moving along to 18 for 1 after 4.
I like the fact that you're keeping track of every single over here, Fred. That's good.
I know. I thought about moving away from that system, but
good from you. No.
I'm clinging on.
I don't do it, so we'll be referring to your at the same stage.
Yes.
In the second innings. I just thought it was too long. 50 overs is too long to do it. I'm bound to miss at least one over, if not more.
The red ball games would be ridiculous. So that's only the major events.
People may realise that I take very few notes in the red ball game. James Minto to continue from the racecourse end in front of a very decent crowd. The seat unique stand at the far end of the ground is, I would say, 50% full. That will keep a bit low. Like it might have done. We're down to 1 slip now. Not many in the small new stand, which I'm sure has a name, but
There's a topless man.
There is, yeah, rather unfortunate. But yeah, it's that kind of day, isn't it? The sun is out intermittently. There is plenty of cloud around, but it's beautiful and warm out there. I haven't put the aircon on yet. I think we're all right without it, aren't we, for the time being?
Just wonder when Stokes will come on, if it'll be first change. Aldridge is the captain.
These are all 5 each, weren't they? I would imagine.
Yeah.
5 each for these two. Introduction of Ben Stokes, Bosch.
Their big threat last year, their top wicket taker, Will Rhodes, was their top run scorer and top wicket taker, 14 wickets for Durham last year. Some excellent previews on the ECB website where all of the Reporters Network had given their perspectives. Shoaib Bashir, a key man for Derbyshire, according to Nigel.
See who the rising star was?
Yes, not in the side.
Not in the team, no.
But understandably, that's no shade on Nigel's writing.
Well,
because
I'm not sure. I think it might.
I think we'll be seeing some of Rory Hayden.
I'd be surprised if we didn't. Yeah, I'd be disappointed if we didn't. Made his mark, really, didn't he? Came to prominence in this competition last season. Got a 3-year deal on the back of it. Thought he deserved. Rory Hayden has been exceptional in red ball cricket this season. Not a T20 specialist, so he's been out for a while. Stoker Bass.
Yes.
That was a joke, he told me down at Canterbury when I interviewed him after one of the 2 innings in which he took 5 wickets. They've been joking about it all winter. Because I suggested to him that it might put a bit of extra pressure on him, being compared to Mohamed Abbas when you're at the start of your career.
We sort of Matt Montgomery as well. Mickey Arthur saying he's very much our long-term Wayne Madsen replacement, and then we all thought, well, that's a bit of pressure. Then when you watch them both bat, you could see exactly why.
They're identical, aren't they? Almost in their entire setup, the way they run everything. Of course, back in the day, Wayne used to bowl a few overs of very useful off-spin.
That was a David Griffin stat, actually, about the last time Ben Stokes played in a list A game at Derby. Wayne Madsen took 3 for 27. Durham bowled that for 110.
Good heavens. So once they get past 110, that might be enough.
That pitch would have been spinning.
Look at the Griff's head, would have been spinning.
Yeah, Derbyshire made 217 for 8, and then bowled Durham out for 110. Tom Knight, another spinner, got Ben Stokes out for 9. And as Griff says, Madsen and Stokes will be the sole players to have featured in that game 13 years ago.
Unsurprisingly, really.
Yes.
The 2 players are still at the same respective clubs 13 years on. 20 for 1 after 5, and they said 4, looked at the wrong number.
Really, the Falcon is sat in the crowd.
Oh, was he? I saw a little bit of mascot race, and Charles Daniel falling over was especially pleasing. Yeah, very pleasing for Daggers. And Freddie didn't really feature near the front.
Well, I know Luke was Freddie, and we should probably
On
not
Saturday?
give these secrets away. Not on Saturday, but he did it. I think the last T20 game he did it there.
Yeah.
So and by all accounts, he did quite well.
He won.
So why was he won?
He won.
So why wasn't he sent to Edgbaston? You know, surely he earned his stripes there. So maybe that's a decision Derbyshire, and I don't want to take. I think someone in the office below us does it, and they'll probably be watching and cursing. But you know.
Pretty much what I do. He didn't have the big feet on last Sunday. He just had his trainers on, which helped him enormously.
Yeah,
And it was
Luke doesn't have the biggest feet.
It was quite a small field on the final
Yeah,
day of the blast.
Northants winning the double in the actual thing and the mascot races. Was pleased with that. That's a really good side. It's a tight-knit side, and a good final. Saw Andrew Radd's excellent commentary at the end, calling them home.
Yes, with his 420 acres of whatever it was, what on Rudders. He won't be watching. I can safely give him some
He will be
praise.
He'll be at Wantage Road. Imagine 2 slips still for Robinson. He's only conceded 2 runs and conceded a third. But Guest needs to get moving. He does. Oh, and that might have been gone. I think Guest needed to get moving. It was Martin Anderson at the other end, because I think he would have been out there. And that was a whisker away from what was leg stump for Brooke Guest when he set off. And it always looked a risky single. Both of them are quick. Durham, that could have been 2 down.
I've seen a replay, but he just felt like he was leaning on his bat a bit at the non-strikers end. Martin Anderson and Brooke Guest, very keen to get off the mark. Just basically pushed it down the pitch and said, "Yeah, we'll have one there." Woke Martin up.
Anderson, a couple of steps down, very characteristic of his batting.
Random females found us. Excellent news. Nice to have you along. Stream on all day as the backdrop to our work.
I think this game will be a popular one for people flicking between streams today. I'd imagine the numbers peak when a certain former England captain...
Yeah, well, we won't tell anybody.
No.
They want to see if they can work it out for themselves.
Phoebe will get excited when the YouTube numbers go up.
As she should.
Excellent first 3 overs from Luke Robinson. Wicket from Harry Kane, gone for just 3 runs. He's 22 years of age. From Sunderland. His list A debut was actually against Derbyshire.
Geordie then,
3 years ago. Played for Philadelphia Cricket Club in Sunderland.
Yes.
So I thought, wow, that's
You got
interesting.
excited?
Yes, I did.
A few of the towns and villages up in the northeast have had American counterparts named after them. Ben Stokes has just practiced with his cap on at the start of his run up there with the ball in his hand. It fooled me momentarily. Still got the...
Start seeing photographers running round.
The ones who've gone out to get their eye in by taking pictures of Shoaib Bashir in the nets. For whatever reason, they decided to do that. There's Minto. See, the full delivery. Taking the pitch out of the equation, that one went past the edge of broadcasts, but as you saw on the stream, sun coming out.
One thing I would like to see all of these games, and I know a few clubs, for whatever reason, have managed to get it into their streams and the analytics. I would like speed guns. You know, I think when we got these
preaching to the converted,
these youngsters coming in, and I'm not a good judge of pace.
No idea.
Because if this was coming at me, I'd be running away.
I have no doubt.
But that, I feel like we've got umpire cameras, all of that. Let's get speed guns at all of these games.
Every game of cricket.
Yeah.
The technology can't be that tricky. You can read more about an Aaron Donald signing for the Vancouver Anchors. I'm not going to say it again. On the Derbyshire website. It's called the Canada Super 60. The competition, it doesn't actually start until the 29th of September. Ooh. Was that close to being above waist-high full toss? Must have been very close.
Certainly surprised Anderson.
He's already been the victim to one of those this season down at Canterbury. That's my regular repetition of the story. This one was chest-high down at Canterbury, though. He was caught on the boundary and given out.
Yeah, that was a
disgrace. That's what it was.
I've searched Vancouver anchors and it's telling me about television anchors in Canada. So I don't think they've made much of a breakthrough yet.
Not quite taken off then. Guess who else is going with him? Whipped away by guest Ristoli.
Found a squad. There you go. Mustafiza Rahman is in the squad.
No surprise.
Moeen Ali, Chris Jordan, Dipendra Singh Airi, the Nepal captain. Elsewhere in the tournament, I mean, it's all the names you could probably guess.
And the Vancouver Anchors head coach?
Yes,
Mickey Arthur.
Sat next to each other on the plane, I'm sure.
Yeah, fly out to Canada. After the final county championship match, which of course is at New Road.
Well, it's a very interesting squad. Come back to it after this ball.
Quite got his length right at the moment. Minto bowled a high full toss, and that one was sort of shin high to Martin Anderson, who makes the most of it with the boundary out to point. Yes, I'm sure on social media you can find it, but there is Mickey Arthur saying hello to everybody in Vancouver somewhere out there, so go and seek that out if you're on social media. Who isn't on social? Well, I'm not, but it's out there somewhere.
Tom Moore's also in the squad, and Ben Sanderson, who's continuing to age like fine wine.
It's quite average age is quite high with Ben Sanderson and Moeen Ali.
Yeah. And then presumably a load of Canadian players.
I'd say a load. 28 for 1 after 7 overs. 7 pretty good overs, bowled by a combination of Luke Robinson and James Minto. Robinson 1 for 3, Minto 4 overs for 21. I like the sound of that. Who's coming back? It's Jack Morley.
He's wondering where the photographers are.
Yeah,
following him.
Why are they tailing me?
He's got to look back. No,
yeah.
no one, anyone.
Have a look back. Little shrug of the shoulders now. Nobody there.
Selfies.
Just keep walking. Keep going, Jack. Top man. Recently signed a new contract.
No run there for Guest. He's one of your favourites, dare I say.
I love him. I absolutely love Jack. From Rochdale.
Yeah, Morley and Bashir, the Derbyshire spinners. Ben Aitchison.
We're going twins. We're going to spin twins later on.
Yeah, let's have spin twins. Yeah, Joe Hawkins misses out. 3 spinners would have been something. And then you'll have overs from Martin Anderson, Anuj Dal, possibly Ross Whiteley. But,
I think of the 3 spinners in the squad, I think Joe's the better batter. From what I've seen of him.
Guest works this one through mid-wicket. Easy single. Yeah, he was another of the trio. Hayden, Basra and Hawkins in last year's competition. Basra misses out due to a broken thumb.
I wonder when he did that. I don't remember seeing him do that. I meant to ask this morning, but he's done it in training or he did it in the final T20 that he played. He missed the last 3 matches. He was replaced by one-day skipper Harry Kane in the last 3 games.
A couple of steps down the pitch and all Guest has to be sent back. I wonder what that came off. Could even have been arm. Now, here we go. Henry is listening in. Well, he is a couple doors down. It's good to know they are listening. Broke his thumb playing club cricket. So there we go. That's the head coach's nightmare. That sort of injury.
Well done, Henry. He's across everything.
Yes.
Doesn't miss a trick.
Still 2 slips for the impressive Luke Robinson.
Surprised he hasn't nodded off, actually.
A little bit of a mullet on its way for Robinson. Anderson just...
I thought you meant Henry for a minute.
No.
No.
I think Henry's gone. Never gone a little longer. So a watchful power play so far. 30 for 1. Just 2 boundaries have been scored in the first 8 overs.
You haven't got power play records in there, have you?
No.
And it's an interesting one. Griff doesn't even have power play records for the T20. I think that's something he's going to rectify over the course of the winter.
I wonder if it's something he just wasn't fussed about, but he is interested in most stats. So yeah, I'd imagine. The one thing we were checking this morning was had Ben Stokes and Shoaib Bashir played against each other in professional cricket, because as Stephen pointed out, they played against each other at Lilac Hill in the warm-up for the Ashes down under over the winter, which was very good.
That is good from Stephen.
I'd imagine he was watching it, eagerly-eyed.
It's the game in which Shoaib Bashir bowled himself out of the England side.
Yeah, on a pitch that was nothing like the one they played on.
No.
So, yeah, he faced Stokes in that one, but this is the first professional game where potentially we'll see Shoaib Bashir bowling to Ben Stokes.
It won't happen, you know.
Yes.
It won't happen.
Well, another excellent over from Luke Robinson. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 4. The wicket of Harry Kane, LBW. In the 4th over, Derbyshire are 30 for 1. 2 overs left of the power play.
A cap has been removed from the top of the former England skipper's head. His glasses have gone into the cap, which has been passed to Paul Pollard. And we're going to see Ben Stokes from the racecourse end. Gets a nice round of applause from the supporters inside, many of whom will have been, they were undecided, I'm sure. That we're going to have a look. Ben Stokes is playing.
It's definitely sold some tickets, I'm sure. And the interesting thing is, he was never going to play in the 100, and according to what I've read, he was going to play this competition anyway.
Yeah.
But of course, I think the BBC did the first story saying that he will be in this game, and that got everyone excited.
Stefan Schemmel got a few hits. Here he comes then. Martin Anderson on strike. Chops him in half. Lovely. Good start from Stokes.
yeah, just that natural angle back in towards Martin Anderson. As I said to you before we went on air, I think Stokes' bowling is still at a really, really good level. There's maybe been a couple of question marks over his batting form, but he's still bowling in the high 80s and likes to bowl those long spells. Of course, when the retirement news was craftily published, he took a wicket with his next ball. His bowling is still really good
today. First runs off Ben Stokes. I say runs, there is just the one of them.
Not sure I'm a fan of the dressing room retirement being filmed and then going out. I think Joe Denley was the latest one. We had the two in the England Women's Test. Well, Tammy Beaumont did it before the game, and then Heather Knight, a couple of days in, spoke to one of the journalists there, and she was just going, I'm exhausted. This constant story. And then on the third day there, they had the Brendan McCullum news, and apparently the Lord's press box was a frenzy. I mean, it's been constant news the last few weeks.
It's good to have something to talk about, though.
Yes.
Oh, it's good. That was into the ground. It was a tumbling effort, a backward point to try to stop the ball there from George Drizzell. He couldn't, so Brooke Guest picks up a couple.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the retirement videos. I think they've become a little bit too common all of a sudden. And but the Stokes one was great purely because of Jacob Bethel sitting there looking stunned in the corner.
And talk about Ben Stokes' number, and not the fact that he's wearing 38, just the number on his back. It is a remarkable thing. I've only really seen from the back the sevens and the ones and close up. If you look at the 38, the way that the number has been constructed, physical way it's been constructed and ironed onto the back of Ben Stokes' shirt, it's a thing of beauty.
They're almost military numbers, sort of thing you'd see on the side of a tank.
Yeah, absolutely. They're very strange. It's a beautiful run in an action, though, isn't it? Really smooth. I'd guess groping at that one, looking for the big drive.
Well, he spoke about those 2 days he came back and played for Durham, the county championship game, how much he enjoyed it. He's thrown himself back in, playing in this competition, and then trying to get Durham back up to Division 1, of course. They're top of Division 2 and looking very good. They were the favourites for promotion.
I think they'll get back to Division 1 quite comfortably. Oh, now then, another quick single, shy at the stumps, actually hits Brooke Guest. A rolling shy at the stumps from Alex Lee's long way down for Alex. Gets back to his feet, and the first Ben Stokes over goes for 4, 34 for 1 after 9. Well, in between the first and third tests, when obviously Ben Stokes wasn't playing for England, myself and David Griffin were at Chester Street reasonably early on the Sunday, as you can imagine. And we were just talking nonsense, basically. And I said to Griff, get your camera out, Griff. Why? I said, that looks very much like the England Test skipper down there, and he went through fairly rigorous bowl and that kind of thing out in the middle, in front of an empty ground. And Griff was there with his long lens taking some pictures, one of which you may have seen on the front page of a national newspaper, Sports Pullout.
Why, a couple of things. Good to be there early.
Yes.
It's good to have journalists and photographers on the ground covering these games, isn't it?
It helps.
Yes.
We had a 2-hour net when we went up again a few Fridays ago for the Blast match up there. He walked past us.
You've had a good time. Couple of trips to Chester Street. Always good.
Beautiful.
Really bending his back here, Robinson. I can see Griff. He's next to the shirtless man. A couple other spectators. Luckily, Griff is fully clothed. And one of the Durham players has just sat there on the blotter with his feet up, or coach. A few of them. One of them sat on the roller in front of the ground.
Are you allowed to sit in the blotter?
As far as I know. I'm surprised the groundsmen haven't come out of that shed.
Chase them away?
Yeah. Didn't start the engine.
That'd be funny, wouldn't it?
Drive on.
The blotter starts chugging across the outfield.
One slip for Robinson. Guest drives nicely And it's a really good one-handed pick-up and then throw. Really low down by Ben Stokes. Of course it was. Really good piece of fielding. And Guest, these two are running hard because boundaries have been hard to come by. Final over of the power play. Robinson has been absolutely outstanding. He's barely got a foot wrong.
Yeah, just 2 fours so far. It's not enough, probably.
Yes, where someone like Caleb Jewell is missed in the power play. Because I think it'd be that quiet if he was batting. 2 wide. That will be put away. It's been a really good spell from Robinson. Maybe just tiring a bit in his 5th over, and Anderson doesn't miss out.
Graham Onions, beyond the boundaries edge. Former Durham and England. And indeed Lancashire. Opening bowler. Played with James Anderson here a few years ago. Dank opening day. It had been raining. It was a bit misty.
Anderson pulls this time. And there's a man back.
And in that game, they took the Derbyshire batters apart. They were sort of reluctant to play, it always seemed to me, but I think they warmed to it as the day went on. Incidentally, not only can you get the Vancouver Anchors news on the Derbyshire website, you can also see a very fine tribute from David Griffin to Edwin Smith.
Final ball of the power play is another quick single. Batters making their ground, and Derbyshire end the first 10 overs 41 for 1. Harry Kame, the wicket to fall. LBW Robinson in the 4th over.
This is where we're supposed to give some insight into whether it's enough or not. Derbyshire, well, they'll be happy that they only lost 1 wicket. They'd have probably lacked another 20 runs, I would have thought. But it has, as you quite correctly say, Fred, been some very high quality opening bowling, especially from Luke Robinson. Terrific stuff from him. It would have looked a little bit better had he not been clouted for 4 in his final over. He would have had 5 overs, 1 for 7.
Yeah, it's the opportunity this competition gives. You look at some of the Durham bowlers, Bryden Cast, Matthew Potts, we mentioned Ben Rain earlier at the 100.
It's good.
It's a very strong squad.
It's good for that, in that sense, isn't it? But I still think it's been a little sidelined for whatever reason. Well, those of you getting your cricket fix will want to stay here rather than switching to anything else today, with Ben Stokes playing for Durham, I'm sure. Why wouldn't you? It will become commonplace over the course of the next year or so, I'm fairly certain.
Guess just indicated maybe that one kept a little low. Stokes just looks relaxed as well. There was a lot of talk about the first test at Lord's, so he was maybe a little bit tense in his pre-match press conference and some of the dealings around the game. Just looks a little relieved, a little relaxed going through things here. First listing game for Durham. Since the 2014 One Day Cup final win against Warwickshire. His last 50-over game was in that unsuccessful 2023 World Cup, where England struggled.
Outside the line. Hence the stifled appeals there. A long way across. Brooke Guest trying to flick that one into the leg side, but thudded into his pads. Because none of the... Not from Wayne Madsen. Ross Whiteley, possibly. But we won't have come across Ben Stokes too often in their careers, if at all. Fairly sure it's the first time I've seen him live.
I think the last time I saw him live would have been that Ashes test at Edgbaston. I was there on the 3rd or the 4th day. It was when Root went out reverse scooping sort of the first ball of the day to Scott Boland. Stokes would have been playing in that game. It's the one where they declared early on the first day. But I can't think of another occasion I'd have watched him. Of course, we've had a fair bit of Jimmy Anderson.
Too much, really. Some might say. They seem to master Anderson at Chesterfield. The Derbyshire batters. He didn't have the day out there that we thought he might in the county championship. Bowled pretty well in the T20, but still not good enough to get Lancashire to finals though. Only the top 2 in the North group qualified for the last 8, as many were predicting. He's found the inside half of Brooke Guest's bat this time as Ben Stokes. Excuse me, unfortunately, also concedes 2 runs as the ball goes out towards square leg. 43 for 1 at the end of Stokes' second over. 11 gone now, 16 to Anderson, 11 to Guest. That Manhattan has got 3 reasonably good overs for Derbyshire, but the rest of them have been nicely bowled by the Durham trio that we've seen so far. Luke Robinson, you said he looked tired.
It was a tired delivery time. I mean, he's properly bending his back. He's bowling quick.
Crawling into the... he's going to carry on.
Casey Aldridge, the former Somerset all-rounder, is the Durham captain, mainly thinking there to give Alex Lees a little bit of a rest and give Aldridge a go. Being in their leadership group. Anderson struck on the pad, looked outside the line.
It was an inside edge as well, I'm fairly sure. The noises.
Leadership group is a little bit of one of those newfangled terms, isn't it?
And the word group involved in any sport is slightly irritating. Oh, it's a huge inside edge. Quite sure why Aldridge carried on the appeal as long as he did. Yeah, talking about squads being groups.
Captaincy. I'm sure Arsenal had 4 captains at one point, which is just never a good idea. Yeah, captain and a vice-captain. Anderson turns this one away behind square for a single. Derbyshire's net has come to an end.
I'm going to ask why he's got the Fox written all over. Is that the make or something of his thigh pads?
Fox, yeah.
I've never heard anybody refer him to as the Fox. Harry Harkless is in the ground.
Short, pulled in front of square. It's a lovely shot. Good crack off the bat from Guest, and there's a misfield on the deep mid-wicket boundary as well. So Guest has fought, relieves a little bit of pressure. So good shot. The outfield looks a touch slow. Been a couple that have held up, and this one we'll just see. It was this fielder error.
Graham Clark.
Oh, it took a nasty bounce, actually.
Yeah.
Just when you wouldn't want it to.
It has on occasions, especially out towards the players. I remember Brown filling out there a few times and scowling at the outfield as the ball hit him in the chest or the face.
2 wide from Robinson, and that'll be back-to-back boundaries and the Derbyshire 50.
Looks tired to me. I don't know what you think, Fred. Perhaps on for 1 over too many. This is his 6th.
Bowling with Ben Stokes, probably hard to say. A little bit tired now. I think some of those ridiculous long spells Stokes has bowled. But yeah, it's just he's built up some really good pressure, but the bad balls have been short and wide. Still young. It's been very impressive. That one's full and swinging away, but within the wide lines.
It's been close to the blue guidelines for umpire Mohammed Wazim. Had to reach a long way for it, didn't he? Guessed. There's a whole gaggle of school children away to our left in yellow school uniform on the grandstand in front of the players' pavilion. Good to see them here. Show him having a chat with somebody on his way up the steps.
Thinks about 2. It's not there. Yeah, that's the thing. as a cricketer at a ground like this, I mean, cricketers, they get stopped and they're polite enough to chat. Not saying footballers aren't polite, but it's not the same in football. Footballers sort of, they get on with it, don't they? But cricketers, they just have that time and
Well, he's just,
they do chat.
sure, he was just stopped to sign one youngster's autograph and is now surrounded
Yes.
by youngsters. So he might be there for a while, and he will sign every one of them. Down at Lord's, he was fielding on the boundary just to our left from the commentary position. There was a whole group of school children there, and he spent the entire morning signing autographs whenever he could get off and beyond the boundary rope. It was brilliant to see. They all clearly either knew who he was or had been told who he was. Stokes to continue. From the race course end.
That was carnage at Queen's Park during the innings break in the T20 when sort of they were told to keep off the outfield and no one really listened.
No.
And Wayne Madsen was herding children around to make sure they weren't going to get hit by a ball in some of the fielding drills before the second innings.
There's the youngsters will remember today. Now they'll go back and whatever bit of paper or a 6 or a 4 card.
Yeah,
Show their mums and dads.
that's it.
Say, who? Let's show Derbyshire, England. More runs here for, I guess in fact just the one.
Yeah,
54 for one.
it's where cricket in any format, it's, I think, I say it quite a lot, cricket overcomplicates itself sometimes when it's looking at marketing to these younger audiences, and it forgets actually it's a popular sport for many reasons. It doesn't have to do too much to reinvent itself. I'm not hinting at anything else there, but...
Nicely done. No, you're right. It's just a good day out.
Yeah, you've got Ben Stokes bowling. You know, I've told my mum who's Ben Stokes playing today. She told all her mates. She wouldn't know anything about
Are they all
cricket.
coming?
You know, not quite.
No.
But I mean, he is one where he's that celebrity, isn't he? Where
Transcends the sport.
that's exactly it. And
Your mum would probably would have wanted a free ticket.
she would have used those words. Yeah,
Any chance of a ticket?
it's rare to see my family in a cricket ground. But
Well, rare to see you in a cricket ground these days, Fred.
I'm at Chelmsford on Sunday. That's not too far from Hertfordshire for me. So I'm going to go there, tick off Chelmsford, watch Essex against Derbyshire,
Good luck.
and taking a friend to his first cricket match.
Sunday afternoon or Sunday morning into afternoon is not too bad at Chelmsford. Derbyshire were there in the T20 on a Sunday. I'm told that Friday can get lively. They put seats in front of the pavilion on the grass, make the boundary a little bit smaller to pack even more people in. It's a remarkable place. Anderson coping relatively well so far with Ben Stokes. The partnership is now worth 40.
It's an aggressive offside field, isn't it? There's 4 in the ring on the offside, mid-wicket's in fairly close, Aldridge. Mid-on, mid-off. Still a really attacking field for Stokes.
Plenty of encouragement for Ben Stokes as well from his teammates. He wasn't happy with that delivery, I don't think, looking by the body language. Martin Anderson was relatively happy. He picks up another single. He's on 18, Guest has 21. Derbyshire after 13 overs of 55 for 1, having lost to Harry Kane for just 9 at 14 for 1. So these two doing a good rebuilding job. Yusuf Bin Naim, Wayne Madsen, Anuj Dal, Ross Whiteley, Nick Potts, who we know can bat. Every time he goes out to bat, I say he can bat. It's the same with Ben Aitchison. I wouldn't necessarily say that. Thank you, Jane. I wouldn't necessarily say that you want Nick Potts or Ben Aitchison coming in after 20 overs of a 50-over contest, but
Been good for Potts though, because when you look at the selection decisions, if it's say a Potts versus Hayden today, just the extra work he has put in his batting, I think it will help him in that regard. Aldridge starts with a full delivery and leg stump. The Durham List Day captain His first game. I'm always tempted to say with the armband as I would in football, but of course that is correctly not the case.
No, we don't need any of that nonsense around here.
So plenty of other games as the One Day Cup gets underway. Middlesex against Essex, who Derbyshire play on Sunday. It's a busy week for Derbyshire. Worcester on Friday to play Worcestershire. And I imagine they'll stay on the road, go across the country to Chelmsford. Next week a little quieter, but then the two in 3 days. Repton against Glamorgan, and then back here at Derby to play Sussex, who we should add start the group on -2 points because of those special measures agreed with the ECB for their financial situation. Anderson defends into the offside, and a quick single. Guess just making his ground. I mean, they are quick, and they've been brave. Heart and mouth stuff for the Derbyshire fans.
Guess called Anderson through there. Anderson was a little bit sluggish getting underway, and then ran straight down the middle of the pitch, which is excellent effort from him. If the umpires spot it, I'm sure they'll have something to say, but I'm just looking at a replay of... No, we're not. That's live. Carry on.
I guess turns this one away behind square.
I thought they had shown a replay, but instead of a slow motion replay, we had a replay at twice the normal speed, which is, I suppose, just to try and fit it in.
Just looking at the Surrey side, 17 players
I know.
at the 100. Surrey team: Burnt, Sibley, Patel, Thomas, Garantler, Blake, Elam, Van Vuren, Majid, Taylor and Floss. There's a few new names in there. Against a very strong-looking Lancashire side, actually, particularly the batting.
But Sedborough.
They've had no luck with weather, have they, the last few
Of course,
years?
is in Cumbria.
And Will Smith is the match referee, so nice of him to make the journey. Lancs are 34 for 1. That's in Group A. The other two in Group B. Middlesex 48 for 1 at Radlett against Essex. And Hampshire 54 for 2 at Scarborough against Yorkshire, where Derbyshire travel next month.
Yeah, it's good luck to anybody going up there.
Northants against Warwickshire 83 for 2, and then Somerset 53 for 1 against Notts at, well, the ground that's in about 10 different places, depending on which website you go to.
Fretwell
Yes.
is one of them, isn't it?
Welbeck
Colliery.
Suckholme.
The somebody sports complex.
It is, yeah, it's just between a load of towns and villages. Isn't
Built
it?
with European Union money. So it's a nice little spot, actually, but it is in the middle of nowhere. Stokes continuing. Short ball down the leg side. Not signalled or wide. So I got slightly distracted because, as I say, I'm not on social media. I do have an account that I haven't told anybody about. Just for information reasons. And Tranmere suggesting they're going to sign an American by the look of that tweet. American Stars and Stripes. And sorry for the delay, we now have a new arrival. Then a passport.
Following Balogun.
That would be good, wouldn't it? I don't think that's likely.
Go there, service suspension eventually, and then go back.
Yes, yes. Well, they haven't signed Tom Ince, as far as I'm aware.
Sure he was trialling.
But, well, he played and was named on so it's pointless not naming Tom Ince because everybody knows what he looks like. But Burton had 3 trialists on show on Saturday in the second half of their game against Leicester City.
I saw one of them. I think the fans had worked out who it was.
I can tell you who all... Well, I can't now, but I can tell you who all 3 are. Yeah. One of them's got a Premier League winner's medal, remarkably. He's the one who everybody spotted straight away, isn't he?
2 mid-wickets here for Stokes. Intriguing field.
We got to that point now. So he bypasses them. Martin Anderson, who's been overtaken by Brooke Guest, who's relishing the opportunity to be out there in front of a big crowd, having not appeared in the T20.
Yeah, and Irene Donald developing his wicket-keeping as seeing Guest out of the team. I think he
When's he-
understands the situation.
When's he doing that then? Just occasionally, the part-time nature reared its ugly head. Oh, almost chops on Brooke Guest. He's unfortunate there, Ben Stokes. It was a long way outside the off stump. Slammed the bat down on it. Almost crashed into his stumps.
See, even now, the YouTube stream seems to have tripled in viewers just because Stokes is bowling. So people are
3 watching now.
Yeah.
Excellent. It's good to have everybody along. Pulled away by Brooke Guest, but only for a single. 64 for 150 partnership between these two. Comes up Anderson with 18, Guest with 27. 66 deliveries in 3/4 of an hour. The 50 stand comes up in. Nice ripple of applause from the knowledgeable, as we have to call all crowd.
You never hear not very knowledgeable.
No, you don't.
Well,
The
maybe
the ignorant crowd.
they're all here at their first ever match.
Oh, now that's hit him outside the line, I fancy. He took a couple of steps towards Ben Stokes in the very traditional Martin Anderson manner. People who see him for the first time wonder what he's doing, but he does that in all forms of cricket, Martin Anderson. A couple of steps towards the ball, not all the time. Just trying to put the bowler off his length. 64 for 1 then after 15. Can't be far from a hydration break, surely. I wouldn't have thought.
Get the adverts, Phoebe.
They will have 3 breaks, I would have thought, today. It's warm.
Oh, inside edge onto pad. If they had a short leg, you'd have been in the game, but they don't. Did we decide on Drizzell doing the fielding? Where did we get to?
Drizzell.
Drizzell.
Yeah. That's come directly from the Durham media team. They should know, shouldn't they?
Yeah. Well, I trust them.
I'm not sure I'd go that far, but they should know.
I felt for a few commentators when I did Burton at the back end of last season, of course, not done very much of Burton, and we'd have the opposition commentators asking me for pronunciation of players I've never covered before, and I'm thinking, well, better not. And one of them said, don't guess. If you know, you know. If you don't tell me. And I thought, okay.
Oh, really?
Forthright.
The worst one for me was Dokes, bless him. You know,
Yes.
Godwin Malife, who I'd been calling Godwin Malife all season.
A little accent on the E.
Yeah, well, yes.
Punched down the ground by Guest, but doesn't beat Stokes.
Well, I sort of got a bit flustered when I interviewed him live after a game, and I said, how do you pronounce your surname? And he said, Godwin Malife. I said, all right, well, I'll change it then. Top man now at Reading. One of the 700 Burton players who've left the club this season to be replaced by 4. Could be an interesting campaign. They're going to lose more as well.
Yeah, just not quite timed by Guest. Well, you have a manager who gave cricket commentary a go, Fletch, and Gary Bowyer up at Old
I
Trafford.
think it's very, very generous to describe what he was doing as commentary, but he was with us.
I really like any sort of crossover
Yes.
between sports. I always find really interesting, and it was a good listen.
Yeah, he was great, and I think he thoroughly enjoyed it.
Free entry.
I think the thing that impressed him most is they take another sharp single. The running's been good between these two. I say good. It's only been good because they haven't been run out yet, but it has been good. I managed to get him this wasn't tricky. Blimey, it makes it sound like I've had to move heaven and earth. A wristband to get him on the pitch. So I went and met him in his car in the car park, Gary, and took him straight out to the middle while he was almost beside himself with the access that he got. Did question quite correctly why footballers cricketers warm up playing football. I know they have had the odd impromptu game of cricket, but at Burton Albion on training day, 66 for 1, incidentally, after 16.
You could carve out a cricket pitch at St George's Park. Plenty of space.
A bit of indoor cricket going on. George Evans is a big cricket fan, the midfielder. He and the now sadly departed Andy Cannon were at the T20 at Old Trafford a couple of weeks ago.
It's one of the friends of Phil Salt, did you say?
George Evans, yeah. Phil Salt has been at Burton watching George Evans play. So George thought it was only right that he should reciprocate. Yes. And slightly different atmosphere, I would have thought, at Old Trafford than at Pirelli Stadium. But
there was a picture of the England football squad playing cricket as well for the World Cup, and Morgan Rogers, what looked like playing a beautiful cover drive, and then the ball was pictured to be flying towards square leg. But everything was spot on, and then you just saw where the ball was, and you thought, it's not quite where we all hoped. And I think Ian Bell tweeted saying, happy to do a bit of coaching, but Harry Kane very keen.
Well,
Declan Rice.
Hero of the 1966 World Cup winning side was a cricketer played for Essex, Geoff Hurst. Not sure how much first-class cricket he played, but certainly involved down there. And mistimed.
Still getting that shape in towards these two right-handers, which is why those two mid-wickets are there. They're really aggressive. They walk in a good 10 yards, these Durham fielders in the ring. Long leg.
It's not quite as exciting a signing as I'd hoped for.
No, who is it? Have you heard of them?
Zayn Okoro, who's come on a season-long loan from Championship side, Lincoln City. Next question, is he American? That's why I'll have to look it up.
Yeah, I did one Tranmere game last season, Fletch, at Notts County. Didn't go particularly well for your side. And I think Matthew Dennis might have scored, actually, in that one, the new Burton man.
Thanks for bringing it up, though. He is American. And that's why they put the stars and stripes on, presumably, on the post, born in Norwalk, in Connecticut.
I do like the thought that people have tuned into the live stream to watch Ben Stokes, and we're talking about Tranmere Rovers.
As it should be.
Yes.
As it should be. He's been on loan at Coleraine in Northern Ireland last season. His first two clubs were the Beachside Soccer Club and Brookhouse College, so excellent, 19 years of age. Second name, Cola. So presumably universally known as Pepsi. Here's Stokes, this is what we're here for. That one's turned into the leg side by Anderson. Of course, I'm not doing your actual ball by ball means that you've got to sort of think of some other things to talk about, and what better thing to talk about than Tranmere Rovers, I always think. That would be my rationale. There's a member of the Durham backroom staff who's been down on his haunches just inside the boundary in front of the new scoreboard there. I don't think I could stay like that for as long as he has.
My knees both make a fair bit of noise if I had to go down to that position.
I'd never get back up again, that is for sure. 68 for 1 after 17. Is it time for it? No, we're not going to have a hydration break, so I might only be having the 2.
It's funny if the whole crowd boos, as they became accustomed to.
But we're sort of a third of the way through the innings, aren't we? You'd have thought that would be the perfect time.
So 68 for 1 after 17. Guesters 28. Anderson 24. Harry Kane the wicket to fall. LBW to the very impressive Luke Robinson for 9. Casey Aldridge, the captain, bowling his third over. It was a good pick-up, Aldridge. Talented player down at Somerset. He's lost a few. Of course, Sonny Baker was on their books and absolutely flying at the moment.
Yeah, that last over that he bowled in there was incredible, wasn't it? He still couldn't get them over the line.
Guest drives for a single. Yeah, I thought it was a good finals day, actually. So, competitive games on the whole. That's not a great throw over the head of Ollie Robinson. It was a bit of a shame that the quarterfinals all being on at the same time and the same day as
And
the England-Argentina game.
4:30 starts absolutely destroyed the crowds. The fact that they couldn't sell tickets until after the Sunday as well, and that kind of thing, and publicised the games was tricky.
Anderson takes a step down. That's a lovely shot. Over mid-on for 4. First sign of any real aggression. This thing has gone aerial from either of these two batters, but it's a sort of shot actually Yusuf bin Naeem really likes to play, a couple of steps down and then lofting the ball over mid-on for 4.
Yep, beautiful shot from Martin Ellis. We know he's got it in him. We've seen him play some terrific innings. Both red and white ball cricket in the last couple of years since he arrived from Middlesex. I wish I thought they were getting a bowling all-rounder. They've got a very high quality batter who bowls very nicely indeed, as the 6 wickets at Leicester in the T20 proved.
A good fielder, as most of this Derbyshire side are.
He does average 40 in this form of the game. But he's only ever passed 50 once. And on that occasion he went on to make 100.
Yeah, batting with Brooke Guest, who was the captain last year. It was a fair bit to juggle, captaining and keeping wicket. So Harry Kane, given that opportunity, this is half stopped by Ackerman at backward point. Hands flying up to protect his face. Sunglasses on, but clouds are above. 74 for 1.
Starting to get hungry, Fred.
That is the thing with 50 over cricket. Is the thing. It's a late cut-off, 2:30. That's not lunchtime.
Well, I've got 2 pies in the bag just behind us. Can I eat the meat and potato pie and commentate at the same time? I'm sure it could be done.
I think easier now rather than being on radio.
Well, yes. Although I have done it on radio as well. You won't be surprised to hear. Shafiqullah Ghaffari. Absolutely. Thank you, Jane. Coming on from the race course, and the 5th bowler used by Durham. Minto, 4 overs for 21. Robinson, 6 overs, 1 for 21. Ben Stokes has bowled 5 overs for 13. And Casey Aldridge, 3 overs for 14. Ben Stokes coming out down to long off. Just to our left. He'll get a little ripple of applause, I'm sure. No, he won't. Why would he? He's the England captain, for goodness sake. They still haven't appointed a new one.
Any thoughts on that, Fletch, who it might be? I mean, for me, it seems ludicrous that they had a vice-captain and then didn't seem fit to play him in the game where the captain didn't play. So I think that maybe muddies the waters in terms of Brooke.
Well, they're all talking about Pope, aren't they? But they've got to find a place in the side for him first.
Yeah, or Curran.
You see, I wouldn't object to Sam Curran becoming the England captain. I think he's brilliant to watch.
I do think, though, he could become a top white ball player in terms of, I think that white ball side is, particularly that slower ball that he bowls really well at Lords. And I just wonder if having the test role and that white ball skills, I don't know if that's a little bit too much.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying.
And also, when is he going to get the time to play that red ball cricket? I mean, I know that doesn't matter as much these days, but not played a lot for Surrey.
Ideal, then. Get him in.
Yeah, and I think Root's had enough.
Yes, well, his form has picked up since he had it in the captaincy. When you can concentrate on yourself, and I'm sure he chips in with bits of advice as and when required. It gets almost chops on. Been very watchful at the start of this Ghaffari first over. Got the roaming camera in operation to our left. It's not doing much roaming at the moment, but that's the first run off Ghaffari, just spoiling what would have been potentially a maiden first up. We've had one maiden so far in the Derbyshire innings. That was bowled by Luke Robinson. Every time I look to my left, I'm not giving away any secrets here. Might pick up a boundary here. It's a chase on, and the ball wins the race. James Minto was running round the boundary, and that was a nice shot from Martin Anderson, who moves to 34. He's retaken the lead. Brooke Guest has 30, 80 for one. The partnership up to 66 off 91. Once I can see is Ed Seaborn smiling. He's a very smiley person, Ed. You'll know him better as the Gloucestershire commentator. I'll be down in Bristol in September. Looking forward to that already.
That's one of my days I'm either there or somewhere else, depending on Burton.
Yes.
As the seasons overlap. Guest driving nicely in front of the cover sweeper, Alex Lees, who feels a little casually, and they'll come back for two.
Way down for Alex.
Yeah, I had Ed with me for my County Championship commentary debut, where I had all those news updates to do, and he was excellent.
All those, but three of them.
Yeah, and then more through the afternoon. I think Derby QPR might have got in the way of a couple.
All those updates. Have a word.
Stressful, Fletch, stressful.
No, good practice.
20 seconds, yeah, it was good fun.
Practice.
The best bit was we are usually on after the amusing story, and there was one about the names of bin lorries that school children come up with. Some very creative ones. I remember that day when we were at Chesterfield, you had the snail racing. There's always the amusing one.
Snail racing one was at the end of every single bulletin that day, I think.
Well, Edders, BBC Bristol, they must have the cheese rolling. Guess doesn't time this one. I think that's Gloucestershire.
Perhaps grill him at lunchtime.
Sent to commentate on that.
He's had a haircut, which is good news. Nice to see. Smartened himself up a bit.
And Kevin Howells as well.
Not smart
here
at all. Kevin Howells, not smart at all.
They're probably criticising us as well. We've got no idea what each other's saying. Aldridge does get some bounce.
Good to see the old boy. Who was himself, I think, was originally intended to go to Sedbergh to see that Lancashire-Surrey game.
Yeah, I had a week in Sedbergh last year, but out of the cricket season.
Well, that's no good, is it?
Yeah, I was a bit disappointed. I'm going too early. There was that one game there. I think they've had no luck with weather the last few years, taking the one-day games, a couple of them there. Guess driving nicely this time through point. Of course, Lancashire have that new facility as well. Farrington. Is it Farrington or Farringdon? Farringdon,
I believe.
which is also in London.
Or it could be Farrington then.
Maybe Farrington.
Yeah, you could be right. Yeah, they're playing there, aren't they? At least one game.
Of course, we're at Repton next Friday.
Looking forward
Talking
to
about
it.
grounds.
Yeah.
Really nice to be back there. It was a good day last year. Anderson
Don't know if I mentioned it.
takes
but
a single.
Stung by a wasp at Repton. Did I mention that?
I think we might be asking Phoebe to dig out the replay for the start of our coverage next
Excellent.
Friday. I think the viewers would appreciate that for anyone who missed it.
Notes everywhere. Twice I was stung last summer. Anyway.
And then a wicket the next ball as well. Rory
Well,
Hayden.
you kept you focused, didn't you?
Yeah, which was hard with notes falling everywhere and the media box laughing. And
Yeah.
yes, luckily. But
Oh, they were well looked after. Looking forward to going back.
apparently I've heard good things about the lunch options as well. Apparently
really?
there's a big spread is being prepared. So
Well, there was plenty of food last year, wasn't there?
yes, no, really looking forward to that. It was a good day and a big crowd last year as well.
Ghaffari continuing and almost is blocked off by Brooke Guest there.
Guest took an age to get going. He was very polite.
Just waited. The games in Group B going on today. See, Middlesex 66 for 2 against Essex. That game being played at Radlett. There's Ghaffari. His next delivery, well, he tries to cut it away there, Brooke Guest, but doesn't really make the contact he was looking for. And Hampshire 71 for 3 against Yorkshire at Scarborough. That game being played at Sedbergh. It's got Lancashire at 53 for 1 against Surrey. Warwickshire going great guns. Good to see them called Warwickshire. They're 118 for 2 in the 20th over against Northamptonshire. That's at Wantage Road. They may well have been celebrating. They may not. Somerset 81 for 1 against Nottinghamshire at a ground that this website calls Nettleworth. So there's another one.
That's what I mean. There's so many different names, and
we know what they mean. All about Colliery, where you get an option at lunchtime. Well, we did when we went there with Derbyshire. Another single for Brooke gets down the ground, 86 for 1 of going to the stone baked pizza truck thing. Beautiful it was. Ice cream it had with an ice cream. I can't remember the game, and Derbyshire got absolutely hammered, but food was good. Martin Ellison looks like he wants to get on with it a bit here, but he was a bit cramped there by Ghaffari, whose second over comes to an end. 2 overs for 8. 29 overs to go. Blimey. 86 for 1. Derbyshire, the cut-off time remains 2:30, which is a guide. I mean, obviously they have to start there. Final over by 2:30. And then, from what I was reading, a 45-minute break.
so that's a little longer than before,
It
isn't it?
used to be half an hour,
Yeah.
didn't it? I'm sure on the Derbyshire website it said 45 minutes,
Henry will be messaging.
if he's still awake.
Someone will. Aldridge continuing from the city end. Behind the bowler's arm, a good crowd. In remind me that Stan Fletch, I'm putting you on the spot.
Which one?
The name of the one Aldridge is bowling from that end.
Well, that's the Seat Unique stand.
Seat Unique stand,
Yeah, from the
thank
city end. Yeah. Sorry, I was slightly distracted by the first quote from Zayn Okoro's first interview for Trump.
Our viewers were waiting on that.
See if you can guess what he said. He's just joined a new side on loan for the season.
I'll have a guess.
Yeah.
Guess.
Point for each bit that he says that you would expect him to say in a club interview.
Delighted to be there. Looking forward to get going. Can't wait to meet the boys.
Well, you've got one. He says he's really excited to get going. So can't wait. That'll give you that. Hoping to start as many games as possible.
Yeah.
Provide goals and assists, which is pretty much what he's getting paid to do. And win as many football matches as possible. Again, I think that's a given.
Guest beats the man at point. Fielding to do for Lees on the boundary, who does well, diving, just staying inside the rope. Did he say remembers watching Tranmere on the TV in the States?
As a kid, he didn't used to get up, but he was always up at the crack of dawn. No, I don't think that's where? Where is this Tranmere?
I've just seen my local side, Hitchin. We're back in the third tier of non-league. Guest punches for a single, and they've done a post of the biggest stadiums in the league. Biggest one, 12,000 capacity, because they're playing Worcester City, who are playing at six ways. So that's
6 ways is Northampton, of course.
That is a trip I'm going to look to make. Very exciting. 12,000 capacity.
Is it still an artificial pitch there? I think it used to be when the Worcester Warriors, or whatever they were called, were playing there, as they indeed are again now.
Anderson again coming down the track and hits that one straight. Beautiful shot for 4. Rolling up and rolling back down.
I thought it looked like a 6. I thought it looked like a 6. The crowd,
Another cheer.
The crowd let Mohamed Wazeem know that he'd got it wrong. It just looked like it had cleared the rope for 6 to me. I have to say, I've just missed the replay. Sorry, Phoebe. A bit too quick on the replays this time. It's not like Phoebe to be too quick on the replays, is it? But she's
I can
managed
pull it
to
up
do
on
that.
here. Let's have a look. This will be the angle. Yeah.
Cleared the rope by a couple of feet.
Oh.
Look, that's 6 from him.
Unless you were me who called it 4. Anderson cuts beautifully. That is 4. That's easy. And Derbyshire move on to 99 for 1.
There's no criticism. I wasn't trying to be clever or anything there. I seldom tried to be clever.
Superb shots. And just bringing the run rate up to 4.5 and over. Partnership is 85 between Guest and Anderson.
Be looking it up territory once it gets into 3 figures. Ghaffari to continue. That was an expensive over, wasn't it? 13 off it.
Yeah, not quite been the start Aldridge would have hoped for, I'd imagine.
Have to turn to Will Rhodes. New over from Ghaffari. Single taken off the first ball. I assume he is available to bowlers. Derbyshire's 100 comes up. The first 50 came up off 11 overs and 4 balls. So this one's been a little quicker as it comes up in the 23rd over. First ball of the 23rd over. Just a touch quicker. It seemed a lot quicker. But it is only fractionally quicker. The crowd are settling into this nicely, aren't they? They're enjoying themselves here. Warm day, plenty of shirt sleeves, shorts. A gentleman should have shirt sleeves on, but he hasn't. And they're enjoying watching what they're seeing here from Derbyshire so far. 102 for 1. It appears, I'm just having a glance around the rest of the crowd, I can't see too many other, there might be one in the grandstand. I've got the binoculars out. I don't think so. George Drizzell is just windmilling his arms down to our left.
Yeah, you've got bowling options. Ackerman could bowl some spin as well, can't he?
Yeah, certainly can.
Best ever blast figures. Off the top of my head.
No, you're right. 7.
And yeah, Drizzell bowls his off spin. Not really any sign of turn here for Ghaffari so far.
Let's get the binoculars out. I can't because I don't think I brought them. I wonder if I've got my binocular. In fact, I know I have. Oh, I can't remember which of the many. Oh, there it is. No, it isn't. There it is. There we go. The binoculars out. I can't actually see that much through it, but it might help.
Is it below the pies in the bag?
No, the pies are
the
behind us.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, the pies aren't in this bag. This is a bag full of all sorts of stuff,
Brave leaving them there.
but not pies.
We are going to see Aldridge replaced at the City end.
There we go.
Drizzell coming on. Jane gets it spot on, we hope, as we are going with that pronunciation too. A couple of the Durham players below us carrying drinks. Fortunately, Sam Connors is out injured. Could have been his return to Derby.
Well, yes, and one of the players left out of the Durham squad was Dwan Olifia, which was disappointing because it would have been. It's always good to see Dwan. I didn't bump into him out in the middle, but saw him up in the county championship match. Didn't have the best of games, but he hasn't played much cricket. The exceptionally tall South African top bloke is Dwan. Oh no, this isn't bad actually.
Long on for Drizzell. Deep cover, and then 2 out on the leg side as well.
I do look a bit like a pirate.
Phoebe, can we have commentary cam soon? Anderson sweeps aerially over the head of the square leg umpire, who ducked very calmly. Look at this. Little delivery.
Very kind. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Jimmy. These look ice cold as well.
Oh,
It's a little treat. Here we go. Right, can we show the people?
I've got the binocular. Just do that, and off you go. You can see everything very clearly. Look like a pirate.
Guest reverse sweeps, and he's got 4 here. Really nice shot. He's a good player of spin, Brett Guest. He's into the 40s, the partnership 94.
We can win tickets to the FIFA World Cup with these tins of coke. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? I'll have one to the 3rd and 4th place playoff,
Yes.
please. Which is the most astonishing game of football I've seen for a long time.
I was really not looking forward to that
No,
game
neither
for
was
obvious
I.
reasons.
Well,
And then after the fun of finals day, I thought, am I really going to go into what this could be?
You were pleased you watched it, though,
I was pleased, yeah.
4-0 at half time, and then all of a sudden looked like France were going to
I thought England were going to lose.
Yeah, so did I. Go on.
This takes a single.
Open your camera, you have done.
Very loud.
Well done.
We had, what do we have last year? Non-alcoholic beer on the craft brewery day, the tap
I'm
takeover.
not sure it was non-alcoholic, the ones that we had, wasn't it? It was nice though, yeah. The brew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably should have been non-alcoholic.
Well.
Anderson flashes, and it's taken behind the stumps. Giselle was interested for a moment. Yeah, this is ice cold. Thank you, Jimmy, for bringing these up.
We're in his debt now, though, aren't we? We don't like being in people's debt like that.
Anderson ends Giselle's first over of a single, goes for 7. And Martin Anderson moves to his second List A 50. As Dave Fletcher said, the one before, he scored exactly 100. Anderson meets Brooke Guest in the middle. 96 is the partnership. He's played some aggressive shots, particularly when he skipped down the ground, hit a couple over mid-on. That 6 straight down the ground that cleared the boundary as well. It's been a really entertaining innings.
5 4s and a 6, going in the right direction. That worm as well. You just saw on the stream, going upwards. It was always going to go upwards, but it seems to be accelerating. That's the word I was looking for. It's Ghaffari. Bowls one into the pads. Martin Anderson, outside leg stump. Of course, in addition to the stream, you can get highlights and that kind of thing on X. I'm sure it's on Instagram as well, but...
You're not on Instagram?
Well, I've got an account, but I very rarely look at it.
I don't think you're missing out too much.
There's a Facebook as well, isn't there? I think.
Yeah, and most things on Instagram then go on to Facebook.
Right,
so,
okay.
Yeah, duplicated.
Right here with all the latest technological developments. Anderson scrambles through for another single.
I think I'm not great, actually. There's people who know far more. One of my friends after graduation had put all sorts of content out within about half an hour, and I was just sat in the pub.
I think that's probably for the best, isn't it?
Yeah, the graduation, then England, Argentina was an interesting day.
Oh, is that what it was? Yeah, I saw the graduation photographs. In fact, my timeline on Facebook filled up remarkably with people at Hyde Park wearing silly hats.
Oh, don't get me started on the hats. That was.
And you won a prize as well, didn't you?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Go on, tell everybody.
No, well, graduating was the main thing, didn't it?
Well, Freddie won a prize for being the nicest student on the course or something. I can't really read too much into it, but prestigious.
Hello.
Well, he's managed to throw that one behind him. How on earth has that come out there? It's a leg spinner, which means that there we go, replay, the odd delivery can go wrong, so he comes in the bowl, but just disappears behind him. That's remarkable.
I think we can forgive the ball tracking camera for not staying on the ball there.
Yeah.
Would not have been expected to end up there. Great start.
Oh, what a piece of fielding from Colin Ackerman. Having away to his left. Now we are going to have a drinks break at 25 overs, halfway then. Hydration break time. Brooke Guest has 45, Martin Anderson has 51. The partnership currently worth 98 with Derbyshire Falcons on 112 for 1. The only man out, Harry Kane, led before wicket to a full toss. Bowled by Luke Robinson, who bowled really nicely early on for Durham. He made 9 off 18. And what's Dan going out for? He's making his way out there. Look, Dan Wheeldon, the Derbyshire cricket manager. He's
Striding.
He is. He's looking very purposeful with those stick legs of his. Very fine cricketer in the Derbyshire Premier League, of course, and with one first-class match to his name up at Chesterfield a few years ago. He's gone out with a ball. No, too early.
Yeah, 34 overs.
Too early.
Yeah.
No, I suddenly had a light bulb moment and then realised that it was completely wrong. But thanks for pointing that out, Fred.
Well, it's something I'd never really understood how, they chew, because that was a little change to the rules and ball from each end, and then why is it 34 overs? They picked one for the remainder of the innings.
have an hour left or something like that? 16 hours? I don't know. That's a good question.
But,
Perhaps we should ask.
they pick
artificial
one ball.
intelligence.
Oh, let's not do that. So, well, I just say with the hats for graduation. So my head is, well, it's a strange shape,
You're
I
not
would
kidding.
say. So I was glad to see when we applied, obviously you rent the clothes and you have to put in all of your measurements, including for your head. And I did that very specifically, made sure to measure it. And when I turned up there's a woman with a pile of hats and she said, we'll try a few on and see what fits. So measuring the head specifically was no use whatsoever. Now the physios are coming out here to interrupt the story. But basically, it was all a bit of a mess, and I don't know. When the wind picked up and I was walking from Pride Park to the arena, it nearly came off. Luke had to have hair clips to keep his in place.
Did he?
Which was
Excellent.
quite amusing.
Yeah.
I probably needed those. But it wasn't very well run, the hats. But an enjoyable day. And the best bit was that the keynote speaker was called Gordon Bennett. So that drew an excellent reaction.
Yes.
Unfortunately, didn't make any sort of joke about that, but
You've probably never heard it before.
that did cap the day off quite nicely when Gordon Bennett did a speech. And a good speech as well, but we were all
I
laughing.
couldn't tell you who did the speech when I graduated. Churchill? Could have been. It's a while ago. Yeah, I think there's been a little tablet there for, I think for Martin Anderson, but I wouldn't swear to it, as they had 2 substitute fielders came out with drinks and towels, and then Mitch Wagstaff raced out
Yeah,
without the bib, and everybody was out there now, but we're going to continue, which is good news. Probably.
Yeah,
Welcome back after the break.
Martin Anderson was at Leeds University while his early days for Middlesex were ongoing. Played for Leeds Bradford.
Lewis Rees, Leeds Bradford boy.
Should say well done to Luke and Jake and our media team for graduating as well. Of course, the unis link up with Derbyshire County Cricket Club. Anderson missing the sweep. Yeah, I think last year Darren Moore did a speech. I think he was an honorary graduate.
Yes.
They had Millie Bright as well. So
From Chesterfield.
that'll be the 100 partnership, 130 deliveries between Brooke Guest and Martin Anderson, and a ripple of applause to bring up the milestone.
It's been a good one. 46 to Guest and 52 to Anderson.
Guest goes for a very hard reverse sweep and struck on the pad outside the line. Not many cricketers who go for the black batting gloves.
No.
Brooke Guest does.
I'm not sure it's a good idea, if I'm honest.
Down the pitch, works it through mid-wicket. Make him easily identifiable.
Well, the only reason I've got no objection to them, the only reason I say it is that with a white ball, if you've got white batting gloves, it's a little bit trickier to spot whether it's come off the glove or not. But if you've got a pair of black gloves on, as Brooke Guest has, you'd think it'd be easier. Says the man who only ever wore those gloves with a sort of green rubber pimples on them.
If he had a white arm guard as well, and you see those decisions sometimes, where is it arm guard, is it glove, that would also not help him out.
There was one in a game I was watching the other week.
Was that the New Zealand test?
I think
There was
so.
a nightmare of a decision.
It was a horrible decision, wasn't it? It was never a catch.
I did Derbyshire Women, I think the day after, and I was chatting to the 2 umpires, and they both said they watched that just in dread, thinking, if I get a decision like that today, what on earth do I give? And even with the TV replays, it wasn't particularly clear.
It didn't look out to me. But I'm not an umpire. Dulcet tones of Jamie walking behind us. Ghaffari continuing his 5th over. Oh dear, he's been pulled out towards Cow Corner. 1 bounce 4 by Martin Anderson. Not the best start to an over for Shafiqullah Ghaffari. Probably want that delivery back if he can possibly get it.
Yeah, he was picked up towards the end of last season by Durham when they had a load of bowling injuries from Afghanistan, but was playing club cricket and qualifies as a local player because of an asylum claim. Former Afghan under-19 player. Here we go, played club cricket for Richmondshire, the North Yorkshire and Premier League, nearly 300 wickets in 3 seasons. You can see why they picked him up. Very impressive stats.
Very much like Derbyshire's own Hamidullah Kadri, who came across from Afghanistan with his family when he was 10 or 11, I think it was, and helped Derbyshire win their first game for 18 months in 2017 down at Glamorgan. That was another flat delivery, really, from Ghaffari.
Yeah, they've struggled for any control. The bowlers who've come on, apart from Robinson and Stokes, they need to find something to break this partnership. Maybe can you give Stokes a couple of overs? He is the man you would go to. He's bowled 5.
They used to say double the score at 30 overs, didn't they? I think that's dropped down a bit. Or it's gone up a bit because it's 32 overs. I think now you double the score at. It's a rough guide. And Derbyshire got.
That's a great shout of catch it there.
Yeah, the ball hit the toe of the bat and never left the ground at any stage. Marvellous. That's the epidemic of catch it.
That's a Wayne Madsen shout.
Yes, yes, but very optimistic. So 27 overs gone, still plenty of time for Derbyshire and plenty of wickets in hand as well, so they are well set now. Poor old Wayne Madsen will have a bit of pad rash. If he is indeed next in, might be Yusuf bin Naeem.
Yeah, and then Ross Whiteley will be the man to finish it. The finisher.
Yeah, absolutely. I got mercilessly taken apart for calling him a finisher in the T20 blast.
Oh, easy 2 there. That's a nasty slip.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Dry, this outfield.
Luke Robinson slipping, fortunately getting his body in the way to prevent the ball from trickling further towards the boundary. Two good men to have out there. Was mentioned Martin Anderson averaging 40, Brooke Guest averaging over 35 in this form of the game. In what is his 39th game? We keep getting those little rumbles on there.
Yeah.
No idea where it.
I can tell you.
Is it the radio?
It is. Yeah, myself and Ned worked that out during that day. And we took some investigating. We were checking all the equipment, and then we just kept looking. And whenever the walkie-talkies were picked up, you get that little rumble in our ears.
It used to be mobile phones that would, but they tend not to now. The old 5G, I think, or the new 5G, or whatever it is. Oh. Zain Okoro's telling us what kind of player he is now.
Guest comes down and he's caught. Excellent work of his own bowling from George Trezell. It's a frustrating way for Guest to go. He tried to hit a couple straight down the ground. The first one was fielded well by the bowler. The second one was just down low by his shins, but a catching height. Reacted quickly because it was hit hard by Guest. And he's denied a 50 in the opening game of the One Day Cup. He goes for 48.
Only hit 3 fours, Brooke Guest, so I'd be a little bit disappointed in that. But really good partnership of 112 for the second wicket with Martin Anderson. In the end, he faced 75 balls.
76.
Close enough.
Here comes Wayne Madsen then, whose last game on this ground was his final for Derbyshire in T20 cricket, but he intends to play on in the One Day Cup and in the County Championship, and he returns to List A cricket after a couple of years where he's been picked up in the 100. Derbyshire will be delighted to have him. And comes in at a decent time. Guest and Anderson have laid a good platform here. And I think Guest will be frustrated, though. 48, 2 runs short of a 50. Felt like a shot he didn't really need to play. He's trying to work Dressel down the ground and maybe just got caught in two minds. It was a sharp catch, but Guest, I think he'll be kicking himself a little bit. Maybe he's left some runs out there.
Yeah, no, I think so. He's got himself into a position to accelerate, really, which he'd been trying to do. Shouldn't be forgotten, this is his first game of white ball cricket of the entire summer. Whereas these two, Guest, Anderson and Madsen, have played plenty over the course of the last few weeks in the Blast. Yusuf bin Naeem played a bit. Anaj Dal, of course, didn't play any T20 cricket either. They'll be looking for him to bowl a few overs, I'm sure.
Yeah, good to see him back after that injury. Madsen is off the mark. And a wicket taking over comes to an end. Derbyshire after 28, 127 for 2.
I'm not going to tell you what Zayn said, which I'd started to say before, just in case it brings another wicket. But,
a good occasion, Madsen's last T20. I was at Lord's that day.
Yeah.
It looked like a...
Very good.
Yeah, an emotional one for him with his family there.
Walked down to the boundary's edge, his wife and his children. It was a shame that he only made a couple of runs, but he took 2 catches at the start of the match.
Someone mentioned about Stokes maybe being brought back on a little while back.
Here he is, to bowl to Wayne Madsen. It's the contest that everybody's here to see.
How much these two will have faced of each other.
Well, they're the only 2 surviving players from the last time these sides played here. 2013? Something like that. Here he comes. No, he's going to be... Oh, he isn't going to be run out. It was a yes, no from Wayne. Martin Anderson chose to ignore it. He's having a bit of a chuckle there with Ben Stokes now, Wayne Madsen. And Martin Anderson ended up at the same end as Wayne Madsen, who'd basically given himself up. And the throw came in and missed the stumps, fortunately. But that would have been a slightly comical run out.
I think Martin Anderson turned to him and almost said, "What on earth was that?" He had that sort of look on his face, just going, "What are you doing?"
Yes, no. But the nose didn't seem to register. Much more friendly single taken there. 129 for 2 in the 29th over. They go and punch gloves because they're contractually obliged to. This is a very healthy crowd, isn't it? It's really good to see. Really good to see this competition, as popular as it has been for a number of years. There's a proper Wayne Madsen shot. Very smooth, out towards the long off boundary. He won't go all the way to the rope. And Wayne Madsen then shouts, no, on his knees because he slipped. He picks up a couple. It's a beautiful shot.
There's been some interesting moments. We had Madsen falling over there. We had a fielder in the deep fall over. We had the near run out. And then we had Ghaffari bowling one to mid-wicket. It's all happening.
That's why it's so popular.
Yeah.
When I first started 11 years ago, covering Derbyshire, they used to play almost as a season opener of the One Day Cup. Drops just short of the field, and Madsen's heart would have been in his mouth there. James Minto, 77 to 77. Almost looked like it stopped on him a little bit. But it wasn't the shot that Wayne Madsen was looking to play. Minto right back on the edge of the 30-yard circle and drops in front of him. He's on 4 off 5, Madsen. I'm not sure how. No alarm. alarms this time, as neither batsman looked remotely interested in moving from their creases. Wisely.
See, Yuzvendra Chahal is back, playing for Northamptonshire. The Indian leg spinner. And that's another sort of name that will draw the crowds.
He played a bit of championship cricket against Derbyshire last year, I think it was last year?
Yes, yeah.
I think it was, wasn't it?
I think he's still the IPL's top wicket taker of all time.
Martin taking a couple of steps towards Stokes on this occasion. He did this. Any time I've really seen him do it, that's the end of the over, incidentally, at 131 for 2. He did it down at Lord's. In that game where he scored a century and Ben Aitchison got one as well as the night watchman. But his innings was a remarkable innings. I was talking to him about it afterwards, and I, erroneously as it turned out, described it as skittish. Because he said the plan was always to take a couple of steps towards the bowlers, Toby Rowland Jones especially. But it did alarm a few people at the time. Notably me. Not that that makes there's any indication of usefulness to anybody, but
Interesting few overs here. Derbyshire looking to lay that platform. Anderson sweeping. Just feel like they need to look to up the ante a little bit. The run rate just shy of 4.5 and over.
well, in old money, if you double it, I mean, it's a used pitch, so we should take that into consideration as well. But if you do double it at 30, they're only looking to get 260, 270, which
Doesn't you look at that Durham side? As Madsen reverse sweeps. That is his trademark shot. That's 4. That's what Wayne Madsen's been waiting for. But yeah, you look at that Durham side. Clark, Lees, Rhodes, Stokes. I mean, in any run chase, you're going to worry about Ben Stokes, Ackerman, Robinson, Aldridge. That is
strong.
Yeah, that is strong. So Derbyshire have wickets in the bag. Bin Naeem and Whiteley will look at towards the death. Anish Dal can very capably score a quick 30 or 40 and run well. Potts and Aitchison can bat. Got wickets in hand.
Century at Taunton, didn't they? A couple of years ago. Annansdale. I'm sure he did. I was there. I don't really remember much about it.
I think so.
But he and Harry Moore, sadly, so it wasn't last year because he didn't play last year, Harry. He isn't playing this year either. Due to his back issues, helped them over the line. And of course, we couldn't speak to Harry Moore at the time because he was only 12. And Annansdale brought him down from the changing room after the match. Said, we'll interview together. I said, Harry, I'm not allowed to speak to you legally. We're not allowed to talk to you. That is 30 overs gone on 38 for 2. It'll be all right, he says. That's very kind of me to think so, but we do need permission, which we subsequently got.
I thought that about Suryavanshi. He doesn't have to do a press conference for years. He's laughing. Gets to change on his own, which I think in any sport is nice. You know, get your own changing room. Don't have to put up with everyone. You don't have to do media.
Is he staying in a different hotel or the same hotel? I know he'll have to have a chaperone, clearly. But
I think his parents came over for this tour, the rather unsuccessful tour of Ireland and England for India.
he looked good for about 4 balls every innings, didn't he? And then got himself out. Stokes to continue his 7th over. Anderson treats him with the respect that he deserves. It is remarkable, isn't it? Hamidullah Kadri was the same down at Glamorgan in that game at Sophia Gardens in 2017. We did get to speak to him, but he had to have a chaperone. And the youngest man to take 5 wickets on debut since W.G. Grace.
Wow.
It was a day-night pink ball game that only a few of us actually saw because the crowd was poor. Straight to the fielder from Martin Anderson. The screen van isn't where it normally is. Usually across to the just by the white wall. It was getting peppered in the final T20 of the season.
Is that coffee stall over there with the ice cream van? It looks a little too small for food.
It looks too small for pizzas, which is the only other thing I was thinking it could be. I think you're right.
Going over there in an hour's time.
Absolutely ravenous. Took it on there, Martin Anderson. Made no connection at all to the short ball from Ben Stokes, but he took it on. Burgers and fries not even open today. I think they've missed a trick there. There's the Boundary Bar. I'm not sure how much food you can get in the Boundary Bar. That used to be a cafe when I first started. Great burger and chips from there. I mean, great. We used to get a little ticket at lunchtime.
Oh.
Round we'd go. Burger and chips. Thanks for coming. Happy days.
It is sad when food changes. I remember the first time I went to Leicester, I did Leicester women against Arsenal. It's incredible food. And then the next year you come back and it was sandwiches. And you just feel, and you get your hopes up. You go in, you think, food was this good last time. And
it is tricky to complain about free food.
No, and but no one cares when we talk about it as well.
Of course they don't.
Of course.
But the best food I've ever had at a football ground was at Chelsea in the FA Cup against Bradford City. My word.
The thing is with Chelsea, though, having been the last few seasons to Stamford Bridge, is it's all, fair enough, trying to be sustainable, but everything is now wooden. And if you have anything like a sausage or chicken and you've got a wooden knife and fork, you're going to get through a few of them.
Yeah.
But it is good, yeah.
I didn't want to go out and do the commentary after I'd eaten. I could barely move.
Was that when Bradford beat Chelsea?
It might have been. I don't like to talk about it.
I was there.
2-0 down in next to no time. Looked at my summariser, Wayne Jacobs. I thought, what on earth are we going to talk about for the next hour and 10 minutes? Remarkable game. It's a nice shot from Martin. He sort of sat up that delivery as he pushed it out square on the offside. Final ball of Ben Stokes' 7th over, 7 overs for 20. Falcons 141 for 2 after 31 overs, so they will still be targeting 300, but they could perhaps do with 320, 330. I would suggest, as we're going to see James Minto by the look of it.
Just looking at the scores here last year, the one win Derbyshire had, they made 341 and bowled Notts out for 214, and then the final 2 games, Surrey made 388, Derbyshire all out for 345, and then the final game here, Essex made 366, Derbyshire all out for 322. So those were some very good batting pitches, and a lot of them we looked at them and went, this is going to do a bit, because they looked green or they were used pitches and they were batting paradises, really. This looks a little bit, you can tell this is a used pitch, or there's not been loads of turn. Minto's coming around the wicket to Anderson. Short and wide, and they'll take a single.
They never play green here at Derby, though, do they? No matter how many times people come here who've not been for a while and say, look at that pitch. No, don't worry about it. They don't play green.
Boundaries almost identical in terms of the symmetry. There's not really one shorter. Woodson smashed this towards the cover point boundary where it's fielded and misfielded, so they'll come back for 2. Ghaffari out there.
Tricky when you're out on the boundary. Just to see where Harry Kane goes. He'll go at mid-on or mid-off, I imagine, captaining the side, but he's usually one of the boundary riders, so...
He doesn't field in the slips, does he?
No.
So Wayne, maybe there'll be Madsen in the slips, or Aitchison, but obviously if Aitchison's bowling, we'll need someone else in.
Only to start with, though, that's the thing, isn't it? You can't really...
I think he'll want Madsen there as someone to share ideas with, all of his experience, but I thought Kane did a good job. First couple of games of the season, didn't get the results, obviously, that they'd have wanted, but is he 27 now? So sort of, you still look at him and think he's almost younger than you think, but good that he's been entrusted with that captaincy experience.
More to do with his height than anything, I think that possible. The diminutive opener. He's had a terrific season so far this season. He's been good for 2 or 3 seasons now, and this really is his form of the game. So I've been massively disappointed to have been out for single figures early-ish. The score was on 14.
Wide. Anderson flashes that away. It hits one of the markers that indicates the 30-yard circle.
A little bare patch as well down there, a little square bare patch in the outfield. Make the most of the outfield because it's disappearing at the end of the season to return in a new, flatter form.
Yeah, that would be, I'm sure the social media team don't need to suggest, but that's got good time-lapse potential, hasn't it?
Absolutely.
That's good content.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure about that, but it's got a good time lapse.
The man in full whites walking in front of the burger van. Madsen cuts in the air. It's going to fall short and go to the boundary past the fielder at wide third man.
It's the spin, wasn't it? The spin on the ball as it hit the outfield. Nothing to do with the unevenness, I don't think. I mean, it might have been George Drizzell completely foxed by it down there. And the 150 comes up for Derbyshire.
I wonder if we're going to see a bit of short stuff, because Anderson and Madsen both use their feet. They both use the crease well. Anderson in particular, I wonder if they'll try and negate that movement by banging a couple in short. They've got square leg on the boundary, long leg going out as well. You know, Stokes likes to do that when he gets into those spells.
Slowest 50. Stokes, 8th over. Whipped into the leg side by Martin Anderson just for a single. I missed the chap in whites. Whereabouts was it over that way?
Yes, I've lost him now as well.
Yes, I saw him come in. He had number 7 on his back, I think.
Just seeing with a lot of these boundaries, you have to generate the power yourself. The ball doesn't seem to be coming onto the middle of the bat all too often. But yeah, in any 50-over game, 300 seems to be, that is the target, that is the minimum now.
Yeah, I think you're right. Waited on that one by Madsen. A slower ball, bowled outside the off stump by Ben Stokes.
The interesting thing will be, Robinson, does he have that experience to react if Whiteley goes after him at the death? The same for someone like Minto. Aldridge had a difficult start. Stokes may keep a couple overs in the locker, but that is an area Derbyshire will have to look to really attack at the end of their innings if the likes of Whiteley, Dahl, Bin Naeem are out there.
What a shot that is. Straight drive from Martin Anderson to move into the 70s. Beautiful shot. Didn't miss the stumps at the non-striker's end by much. He moves to 73 now. 156 for 2. That was glorious.
Yeah, they don't come much better than that. We talked about how it's been hard to find the middle of the bat and you have to generate the power. Anderson has just timed that beautifully. Straight down the ground, so strong.
Straight to delivery from Ben Stokes. Because one of the big questions from a Derbyshire perspective was how they were going to replace Caleb Jewell and Matthew Montgomery's runs. Matthew Montgomery got a couple of centuries last season in the One Day Cup, now away with Birmingham Phoenix, and Jewell not playing in the competition. There's a lot of runs to replace. Martin Anderson doing a pretty good job here. It's 87th delivery he's faced now from Ben Stokes. And he's driven it down the ground again. This one misses the stumps by even less than the previous one. But the result is absolutely the same. Straight back down the ground. You could not get a straighter drive than that from Martin Anderson. And he moves to 77, 160 for 2.
Yeah, you're going to have to put a fielder there at this rate. His wagon wheel It's going to look, in fact, I can pull it up now.
Mid on and mid off are both on the edge of the circle, of course. The third man, long leg, backward square leg, mid cover. Now, it's whipped by Anderson. He's not going to get 4 for it this time now. He'll only get a couple, but he has taken 10 runs off Ben Stokes in the final 3 balls.
Surprised Stokes went full again.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to be punished.
It was 3 of the final 4 balls, wasn't it? The final 3. 162 for 2. 33 overs gone. Can they double it from here? That will certainly be the target. Get up towards 320, 330 as a minimum. Anderson is getting into his stride. I'm going to see if my binoculars are in my bag. I'm not going for a pie.
Yeah, I was just about to ask. Minto continuing around the wicket. His 6th over. It's an Anderson who's always busy at the crease. Just taking his gloves off. Adjusted his laces a couple of times. Going to come over. No, he goes back around the wicket. Full. Madsen missed out there. Been a few full tosses to where Derbyshire haven't put them away.
One got a wicket.
Yes.
The binoculars are not there.
So just the nocular.
Just the monocular.
Monocular.
Mon. As in one.
Mono, yes.
Yeah, there. Come on, Fred. Just graduated.
There are different courses. We
didn't
learned
do-
some things.
Didn't do one on monoculars?
No.
Okay.
But it is something I've never taken to games, a pair of binoculars. I might have to look at doing that.
Some reasonably priced ones out there.
Full. And again, Madsen not timing it. Felt like the right decision for him to retire from T20 cricket. Wasn't probably his best campaign. Just there were a few innings where he almost struggling to get past sort of a run of ball 20s and 30s, and there are players knocking on the door as well to come through and replace him. You look at people like Basra and then Bin Naeem getting a go in the side, and just to focus on red ball and one-day cricket. Short, guided, in front of the fielder, who there was nearly a repeat of a couple overs ago, George Dressel again, but he did well that time.
Don't look a happy man, does he, George Dressel down there?
Can I field in the ring, please?
Yes. Yeah, well, he said, I spoke to Wayne before the game for the club, and he said that he was comfortable with the decision. He felt it was the right time. It also gives him a chance to extend his red ball career, which I know he wants to do, and of course still play for Italy.
Yes, he will still play T20 cricket for Italy. It's unsurprising after how sad the World Cup was for him personally, for that injury in the opening game. You feel he'll feel he wants another crack at representing his country and captaining. Of course, could have been batting with Emilio Gay, but England came his way. West Indies as well. He's out of this game with a wrist injury. He's another one. I mean, if he was in this batting lineup, then the task gets even harder. David Beddingham is not contracted, or he's contracted to be back in South Africa, but he may play towards the end of the tournament, was the line from Ryan Campbell, who said he's going to try and give the likes of Alex Lees, some of those regulars in the side, one game off when he can, and he's already given Aldridge the captaincy just to take that time away from Lees.
Today would have been a good day. Give Alex Lees a day off, I think.
He was smashing it everywhere in the T20 here a while back.
He's a very fine cricketer. Halifax born. New gloves, drinks, that kind of thing. That's Mitch Wagstaff racing on, and Joe Hawkins very wisely wearing a cap in this weather. Both with the day-glow orange tabards on. Those are the two batters. One to share a towel, that's a bit harsh, isn't it? And Wayne Madsen has just tried to catch it with his left foot. The towel, he failed. Single-legged man to do that.
Couple of eye-catching blue shirts there. One that looks like a retro football shirt, but doesn't seem to have a badge on it. And then one further back that likewise could be a fashion item, or that looks like the start of a sponsor, but his arm's in the way. Trying to work it out.
I'm not really qualified to talk about fashion items.
No.
So,
Few Derby shirts, as you'd expect. Football season nearing closer.
we're in Austria at the moment. Derby County squad playing Freiburg.
Worst places to go pre-season. I was listening in to the Derby fans travelling there from Munich, and that is I've done that train journey from Munich through Salzburg across to Vienna, and that is a lovely journey. Really, really nice. So it's a good pre-season trip.
Luke Robinson is back. 6 overs, 1 for 21. Begins bang on the money. It'll be warm in Austria at this time of year, won't it?
Yes, yeah.
Never been once.
You've had some proper heat waves.
It was warmer when I was there a few years ago in Vienna. Nice little village.
Yes.
Plenty to see. That is beautiful from Martin Anderson. At the same time, very brutal as he swivels on the ball and pulls it out to deep backward square leg. That is a glorious shot.
Beautiful and brutal, I like that.
It was both, though, wasn't
Yes.
it? It was a really nice shot. It was a sort of short jab in the end, but my word, he hit it hard. Robinson, note to self, don't drop it in short down the leg side.
Yeah, I think if you're this pair now, as well as Robinson's bowl, this is who you're looking to target. One of the more inexperienced members of this Durham side.
He's dropped it in short again. I'm afraid he's gone for 4 more. That one out towards a fairly straight mid-wicket on this occasion. So back-to-back boundaries on the replay there. Well, wanted to beat the fielder just inside the 30-yard circle. That was it. Change of shirts for Ben Stokes.
I didn't realise how many tattoos he had in his back.
There are quite a few there, aren't there? I thought he had a shirt on.
This is as well the challenge of 50 over cricket as well, particularly as a bowler, the different phases of it's not quite in the death overs. It's almost that strange period before they start to come around. But Robinson getting into his second spell after bowling so well at the top of the innings. And that's a good decision. Just took the pace off to Martin Anderson, who takes a single. This is where you're tested as a bowler and you develop some of those skills.
The cricketers have also been out there now, and between now and the end of the innings will be out there longer than they are generally in a session. First class cricket, 32 over sessions, and we're now into the 35th over, and there's still 15 to go. It's a long old day in the field. Oh, now then, Madsen's picked up a potential boundary here. No, he hasn't. George Drizzell must have just got something on that. They're going to come back for 3, though. It beat Alex Lees in at close-ish in at mid-wicket, and then beat Drizzell. I don't think he's going to remember his morning and afternoon in Derby with any fondness at all, George Drizzell.
50 partnership already. Feels like they've not been together for too long. Off 43 deliveries, so they're starting to move that run rate along a bit quicker.
They've got to up the ante on that. The shot that comes from Lees misses. Martin Anderson gets home for the single. Daisy on the roaming camera now. The camera's roaming, but it's not pointing towards the action at the moment, which would explain why it's not being used. Martin Anderson on to 90, 177 for 2 Derbyshire with 15 overs to go. The current rate, they would only get up to the sort of 250s, but they'll want more than that.
Well, their only win last year, it was the death hitting from Zach Chappell and Ross Whiteley that took them up to that score of 341 against Nottinghamshire. Whiteley hit 80 off about 40. As Anderson is beaten on the inside edge, there's an appeal from Robinson behind the stumps, but umpire Wasim is completely unmoved. It's a beautiful delivery from Minto around the wicket.
Certainly was.
Didn't hear anything, but you wouldn't for a nick that fine. So we'll have a look on the replay.
Go on, Phoebes. No. Phoebes has dropped off.
We'll trust umpire Mohammed Wasim.
I think so. I think we're happy with that decision.
As for Martin Anderson, he's on 90. Wide on the crease, turns this free mid-wicket. There's probably two here if they want it. Wayne Madsen does, and they do come back for two. The crowd, they're applauding the little things as well. They're, as you say, it's a knowledgeable crowd, and
Knowledgeable.
they're up for this. They're starting
Crowd,
to get into the game a little bit more.
We keep saying it in case we bump into any of them at any point during the day. Get a lot of information on the screens as well these days. Much more information than we got when we were kids. You had to do mental maths to work out partnerships. That was no good to anybody.
So they're knowledgeable because they are given the
Got a
knowledge.
bit of help.
Yeah.
Well, that's the only way you can be knowledgeable. if you haven't been given the knowledge, well, you've got no chance, have you? It doesn't just seep into you. You have to get it from somewhere.
Pulled in front of square and aerially. Nicely fielded on the boundary, just a single in the end.
Good fielding. Graham Clark out there, I think it is. Some really good fielding because it is tricky. What are we looking up there?
Trying to find whether Martin Anderson's only 50 over century was for Middlesex.
No, top one.
Madsen cut straight to the field, and that was in the county championship.
Oh, was it?
This 100.
Beg your pardon. Don't jinx it. Not that we can, but we can.
Middlesex against Nottinghamshire in the one-day cut 2023, 100 off 81.
He's not going to beat it in terms of pace, but
That was against Notts at Radlett. Steps across his stumps, gets something of an edge there. And the over comes to an end.
off his glove. He's whipped his right glove off straight away. Now he's having a look at it, but he's actually tying his shoelaces up as well, so that might be the reason for it.
Matthew Montgomery scored 40 in that game, which Middlesex won by 134 runs. Ryan Higgins scored 88 of 58. There are runs for Stoneman, Cracknell, Holman as well, lower down the order. And some went wicketless though. 3 overs, 0 for 26. Bamber and Higgins took 3 for.
Fine cricketers both. Ryan Higgins and Ethan Bamber.
There are more cans being cracked around the press box, so there's obviously some more soft drinks around. It's very rare we get brought
Had a
anything.
consignment, do you think? Madsen's on 23, Anderson 93, the partnership 55. Robinson is in and almost knocks Madsen off his feet. He didn't get into a particularly good position to play that shot into the leg side. Paul Pollard just gestures that there was a bit of movement. Unusual for an umpire.
Just let
gesture.
Madsen know.
Yeah, he's doing a bit. He's doing what the batters do when they tell each other what the ball's doing. He decided to give them a bit of help. Purple shirts for the umpires. That's quite nice then. Oh, he bowled him middle stump, flying out of the ground. Madsen with a big wahoo. Derbyshire lose their 3rd wicket at 181. 25 deliveries for his 23. And they'll be a bit disappointed in that, I fancy, Wayne Madsen. It's a good reward for Robinson, who gets his 2nd wicket. But it wasn't a shot that Wayne Madsen will look back on with any fondness.
It's a photographer's dream as well. Madsen's ended up nowhere near his crease, and middle stump a good few yards back. That was a nice piece of bowling, but
Ross Whiteley.
I don't mind that. Don't mind that. Change to the order. How many overs to go? 13.4 yet. I think that's a smart decision.
That's why it looks like him, because it is. I thought it was. It was too big for Yusuf. That was what I was working on initially when he came down the steps, but left hand and right hand now as well. The good thing is, I always say when he comes in with 10 overs to go in T20 cricket, he's in too early. Because the mindset of the T20 batter is to get on with it as quickly as possible. Almost got Derbyshire over the line actually in the T20 up at Chester Street in their penultimate game of the season. Hit a 6, which gave everybody with Derbyshire persuasion some hope, and then tried to repeat the dose and got it off the toe end of the bat straight up in the air and was caught behind, but caught behind in front of the wicket. So caught by the wicket keeper, but not behind. But he can at least have a little look here if he fancies it. What's Jake doing out there? He's sitting on the grass in his white top. He's doing nothing. He needs to sort himself out, that boy. And that's exactly what Ross Whiteley should be doing at this stage, just having a look, because Robinson's bowled nicely.
Yeah, 2 wickets. And he's spearheaded this attack, really. Set the tone nicely in the power play. Derbyshire only scored 41 for 1 in the power play. And they're almost trying to make up for that a little bit now towards the end. They need some runs.
Yes. That's a wide, isn't it? No, that's not a wide.
Not a lot Whiteley can do with that, though.
No,
a little bit surprised.
I don't think so. I mean, I'm as somebody who likes the bowlers to have something, I think that's probably fair enough, but I wouldn't have been surprised to see the arms outstretched. They weren't.
Stokes has 2 overs left. Aldridge 5. Minto is 3. Robinson will have 2 after this.
Almost paying the compliment of seeing him off here. Luke Robinson, 2 for 34, as well as the only maiden bowled in the contest today. Derbyshire have got 2 specialist spinners in the side. We've seen 9 overs of spin here. They've gone for 42 runs. Drizzell did pick up the wicket of Brooke Guest, caught and bowled, but Derbyshire will be leaning on their spinners. Whiteley gets off the mark and pinches the strike, 182 for 3, with 13 overs remaining in the Derbyshire innings. Kane for 9, Guest for 48, and Madsen for 23, the men out. 93 off 99, Martin Anderson. Ross Whiteley, having faced just 4 deliveries, has that single to his name, the 2 batters in the middle of the pitch. Again, without wanting to tempt fate, and again, don't believe in that nonsense. Martin Anderson was on the pitch for 2 entire T20s in the Blast this season. Could he be on the pitch for an entire 50-over contest? Well, he could.
I do think you have tempted fate.
You think? You think that's it?
You've done it.
It's a load of old nonsense, though.
Oh, absolutely,
Right.
yeah.
If I could affect things like that, I wouldn't be sitting here. We're doing the lottery.
Yeah, Whiteley being
Which I
watchful.
don't do.
No. You're on enough money, Fletch.
Well, I don't know what I'd do with the rest if I got any more, certainly.
I think there'd be certain pubs that would be quite happy. Particularly around cricket grounds. That would benefit. Minto's come back to over the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Whiteley. He's run the first hard.
Gamble and drink responsibly, everybody.
Yes.
The two chaps in front of the burgers and fries stall are waiting for it to open.
Don't blame them.
I don't think it's going to.
I might go and join them. Just start knocking on the window.
You have to peel the potatoes yourselves, but
Well, in a 45-minute lunch break, if that is the case, you've got time. 3-course meal. Anderson clips this one away for a single. Yeah, he's just going to keep ticking along now, you feel, until he gets to that century. And maybe you're right, maybe Whiteley it is just a touch too early because you're still trying to see off a couple of these bowlers.
yes, there's no point in Ross Whiteley going out with 13 overs to go and then getting out 4, 5, 6 balls in. I know he's bowled phase 6 now, but...
And then the risk is that these next few overs are too slow, and again, you only creep over 200 maybe with 10 overs to go. Then you're asking a lot for the final 10. Well, he just pushes forward again. Derbyshire didn't play a 50-over warm-up game, did they? Because Durham played Northumberland, and they had a few Durham players in the side. Sam Connors was one of them. I think Ben Stokes made 8 and nicked off. But Derbyshire didn't play a warm-up game.
No, they didn't. They played 2 T20s against national counties, against Bedfordshire and one against Cheshire.
There goes Ross Whiteley, but he's clipped it straight to the fielder, who takes a very, very good catch. Had to watch the ball all the way, Ghaffari, and time is jumped forward, down low, taken fairly. Whiteley's gone for 2. That experiment did not pay off, and Derbyshire have a whole lot of work to do. 184 for 4.
That is the problem, isn't it? If Ross comes in too early, there is always that danger, I suppose, but 8 deliveries for his 2, but as you said, really good catch by Shafiqullah Ghaffari.
Dahl is racing down the steps, so he's in next. Also with black gloves on. Anderson's still there, importantly.
Almost certainly needs to be there at the end now, though, doesn't he? We're talking about him playing 2 entire T20s. One at Leicestershire, I think, was one of them. I can't remember the other. Off the top of my head, I should be able to find it fairly straightforwardly on this sheet of paper here. Yeah, the one against Yorkshire and Nottinghamshire. There we go. So Leicestershire not included, but yeah, against Yorkshire at Headingley and against Nottinghamshire here. He was on the pitch for the entirety of the 40 overs of that competition. This will be much more a feat of endurance if he's going to be out there for 100 overs. But you rather get the feeling that Derbyshire need him to be there now. As they slip to 184 for 4. Ghaffari gets the congratulations of the 2 substitute fielders who brought the drinks on, who are going off on his side of the ground now.
Interesting, though, when you look at the other scores, they're all very similar. There's not really any side. Warwickshire are the only side at this stage. They all started at 11 who have crossed 200. 211 for 3 against Northants, with Wiley and Hayne going well.
It's been a while, hasn't it, since we've seen Anush Dal. It's that really unpleasant-looking injury that he suffered, ankle, and the bowling in his delivery stride just crashed to the floor. It was horrible, horrible. That was against Gloucestershire. That was the last time. No, it wasn't. He played at Chesterfield, of course, but that's the only other time he's played since, isn't it? I forgot he played at Chesterfield.
He bowled really nicely, didn't he?
Yeah, 3 for 49, 1 for 40, scored 41 runs. So that's his only cricket since the injury, which occurred on the 24th of April. And Ed Seaborn, who is here today, was here that day as well.
Dahl will be cursing him.
We'll have to tell him. Anderson on 94 then. Just clips a full delivery into the leg side. There's always going to be 2 with Anuj Dal out there if Martin Anderson wants it, because Dal is rapid. And he moves to 96, 186 for for 4.
I wonder if that was another one where Robinson just bowled it out the back of his hand. It's starting to,
It looped a bit.
yeah, it's starting to go through some of the change-ups.
You kids and your change-ups.
I couldn't pick it. I couldn't tell you what he's doing, where the fingers
Oh,
are.
God, I've got absolutely no idea.
No idea how it works.
Bit of
But
confetti going across the ground there down below. It's a bit of blue confetti. More in a moment. Anderson picks up another single to move to 97. He's clipping that away back with a square on the leg side. It was a gender reveal, apparently. I think we can safely say it was a boy. There's little bits of evidence of it when we had a walk out to the middle before, myself and Freddie.
don't quite understand the appeal of those, to be perfectly honest.
No, I certainly wouldn't want one now.
Nor me.
I've got less chance. Here's Robinson who clips this one up to mid-on. So it's Anisdale. Let's move on. No, we didn't have them in that. In my day, Fred, there were no gender reveals. You just waited until they popped out.
I think that's more fun.
And even then, I wasn't sure.
Took a few years.
Not quite years, just in case they're listening. But
Well, I've been invited, not uninvited there to anyone's gender reveals, which I'm perfectly fine with.
mistimed pull shot there by hook shot almost by Anuj Darwin straight to Alex Lees. I'm not frightened of having a shot at the stumps, Durham.
Well, they did that fielding drill earlier where all of them were in a circle with some tiny stumps in the middle, and everyone made sure they were throwing the ball towards the stumps, but with someone there backing up, so they were all appropriately positioned in the circle. And it was mayhem. It was just everyone lobbing the balls at these stumps and then ball cannoning into different people, but they're clearly very eager.
Well, what a tame way for Anisdale to go. Clipping the ball straight to Alex Lees at mid-wicket. Anisdale goes for a 4-ball duck.
Wonder if he just misjudged the pace.
Derbyshire in the spot bother here at 187 for 5.
That is the shot of someone who's not in much form in terms of match practice. And Derbyshire are in a real spot of bother now.
Luke Robinson, 3 for 38. Coming towards the end of his 9th over. I think we will now see Yusuf bin Naeem making his way down the steps in the long sleeves. Wait for James' confirmation. Walks past Anisdale and over the boundary rope onto the field of play. Young man making his way in the game. And somebody needs to keep Martin Anderson some company at the moment, because Dwayne Madsen went for 23. We've seen Ross Whiteley go for 2. Now Anisdale without scoring. Alex Lees will never have a simpler catch. Martin Anderson and Yusuf bin Naeem, of course they're punch clubs. Out in the middle, Martin Anderson says, for goodness sake, hang around.
Interesting to see who puts the foot down if and when Anderson does go to that 100. It's only 11 overs and 1 ball left.
Well, they're going to need to score at 10s to get to 300, aren't they? And you can't see that happening, really.
Yeah.
There's a couple of big overs in the middle of the innings, but nothing really either side.
Well, Aldridge has been the most expensive. They're going to have to turn to him. Just thinking there's 2 left between. So Minto and Stokes can bowl 4. They'll get 1 more out of Robinson, so that's 5. And then they still need to find. They'll have to use a fair bit of Aldridge and go to a spinner. So that hopefully will open up some opportunities from a Derbyshire perspective.
But now he gets off the mark. First delivery that he faces pinches the strike as well. 11 overs to go then. 188 for 5 now. Derbyshire having at one stage been 181 for 2. A mini collapse.
Yeah, it's talking about bowling through a 50-over innings. It takes teams a while to get their batting rhythm right as well, because you see it whenever the England team play, and it's bemoaned the lack of 50-over cricket they play, and rightly so. And you can see sort of T20 style innings and batters just struggling to find that appropriate pace. And Martin Anderson really has. That's a very, very good 50-over knock so far. But those who have come and gone have really struggled to do anything similar.
It's the first of those overs of spin that Freddie was talking about. Shafiqullah Ghaffari from the City end this time.
Yeah, long on and long off for Ghaffari. Starts with one that's fired in on leg stump, and it brings Martin Anderson on strike. 97, former Middlesex man.
So that Bin Naim will be desperate for a couple of decent knocks so he can keep his place in the side when they go back to Repton. He didn't play there last year, did he?
No, and of course Harry Moore will miss out again. The other Reptonian. Ross Whiteley will hope to be there too. His old school. Anderson goes to 98. Another nice piece of fielding. They've been good in the ring. It's been harder on the boundary, and that's understandable.
Nicely fielded that. Inside the circle, because it's not easy, and when it's going across the old used pitches.
Fires one in again. There's an appeal. The umpire is unmoved. Seems to be rolling quick here, Ghaffari. Strikes that one down, and Bin Naim can't cut him away.
Give himself, there's still 10 overs to go. Give yourself a bit of time, get your timing.
Wide, goes after it.
Go.
Just one. There's a slight fumble. Martin Anderson does not want to risk anything. He's back on strike with one ball left of this over. 98 for 103. Anderson just defends into the onside. 191 for 5, 10 overs to go.
Yeah, 10 and over doesn't get them to 300. So, what will they end up on? This, you get beyond 250.
That's got to be the minimum now.
Yeah, even that might be a stretch. 4.8 and over, the run rate. The cut-off time's gone in almost just past 25 to 3 now. I'm not sure I can last.
It's a long break for those watching at home as well. So you turn over, nip out for a walk, maybe 45 minutes.
Don't turn over.
I don't think you're going to sit in front of the TV for that long.
Watch the outfield. Luke
Yes.
Robinson, final over then, 3 for 39. His figures, really good figures. Bin Naim just defends this one backward square on the outside. I thought Derbyshire were in decent position at 181 for 2. I think Durham will feel that they have the upper hand now at 191 for 5. There it goes again, Paul Pollard. Just suggesting there's a bit of swing. What's he doing?
I think he's missing out his playing days, isn't he? Get me out there.
Stands stock still. And a full toss.
What's he going to say this one did?
Didn't bounce, we know that. He missed out on it. Bin Naim looks at the toe end of his bat. Martin Anderson goes and does a bit of gardening. I think Bin Naim thought he was coming with some advice, so he moved towards him, and then Anderson retreated. He's not the most vocal, Martin Anderson.
Paul Pollard played for Notts, made his first-class debut against Derbyshire, played for Worcestershire as well, opening batter and medium pace bowler.
full delivery. This time bunted up towards Ben Stokes. Ben just struggling to get into his rhythm here. That's a good play. Now you can hear the Durham fielders getting very excited about the fact that they're on top. Very upright stance initially for Ben Naim, but held high. Top edge. And he goes for 4. Not where he intended it to go, but he'll take it. Yusuf Ben Naim moves on to 7, 195 for 5.
Yeah, fine leg, just too wide there. It's a long leg. Not been too many balls into the pitch. Not really gone to any short ball ploy. Mid-on goes back now. Deep cover point. And third man comes in the ring. Still, those fielders in. Oh no, he's gone back.
He's gone back.
Extra running.
We're in the third and final power play now. So mid-on comes up. Subfielder Mustard. I'm glad he's come over here because I didn't know who he was. And I knew he was 52, and there isn't one of those on my sheet. Young Mustard on as a subfielder. Son of the Colonel. Now the man at mid-wicket goes out. Alex Lees in front of the groundsman's hut, away to our right. Mustard might have a shot at the stumps. He does. It actually hits the stumps, and there's going to be an opportunity for a second. Is the no, because they both run very hard. Just removed one bail. Single to Ben Naim to end the over and end Luke Robinson's spell. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 44. Good effort from him. Not enough enormous Manhattans that they've just shown on the stream. Just 3 really good overs. They need 9 pretty good overs from here on in Derbyshire, you would have thought. Or an exceptional bowling display, which is entirely possible.
Do you look at it though, the 2 spinners, I don't think there's lots of encouragement for them with what they've seen so far. 1 wicket falling to Drissell, but 2 spinners for Derbyshire. Shoaib Bashir a chance to show what he can do, and Jack Morley, who enjoyed a good blast. Ben Naim's gone after this one, short of that wide long off fielder. And now Anderson back on strike. He was rather starved of it in that last over. 98.
The spinners will be key though, aren't they? I mean, they're 2 frontline spinners who you'd expect to bowl the majority of their 10 over spells.
Looked high. And only a quarter of an appeal I'm going to give that.
Anderson needs these 2 runs and he can free himself up. And you just get the feeling he's inching towards these 3 figures.
There's some pockets on the onside. Wide and cut. They're going to run hard. It is just 1. Just trying to hide the ball. Quite a wide line. Ghaffari.
Robinson just directing the field behind Ben Naim.
Punch for a single. As Fletch said, a nice opportunity for Yusuf Ben Naim here. Amrit Basra's out injured. There's no Lewis Rees, no Caleb Jewell. Should say Pat Brown and Harry Moore obviously still out with those long-term injuries. Zach Chappell still out with a foot issue. It's kept him up for a while now. There is Martin Anderson's 2nd List A century, and his side have really needed him today. A beautifully constructed innings. He's played really nicely down the ground in particular. He's run well, has been intent throughout, and he's deserved this, raising his bat and a big handshake with Yusuf bin Naeem. He's laid the platform, and now it's down to Derbyshire to kick on. 200 for 5.
10 falls and a 6. 107 deliveries. Really important innings from Martin Anderson. Derbyshire's 200 comes up at the same time. Yusuf just starting to get into his rhythm as well now, which is nice to see. He takes a single off the final ball of the over. So 201 for 5 with 8 overs to go.
Martin Anderson, 100.
Another round of applause for Martin Anderson coming up.
10 falls and 166.
And there we go. Warm applause for Martin Anderson. All his S's. Now, this is an important moment in the game. Casey Aldridge, 5 overs for 31. The Durham One-Day Cup captain this season.
Just looking at those 3 wickets Derbyshire lost, they lost them for 6 runs. Madsen, Whiteley and Dahl.
Yeah, the old mini collapse. The Derbyshire mini collapse. There is Aldridge then.
Oh.
How on earth has that not hit the stumps? He had a very large wind-up to that one. Bin Naeem, bottom edge on it, dribbles past the stumps. Can't have missed by much. But I think the message is time to get on with it here with 7 overs and 5 balls remaining in the Derbyshire innings. Another swing, this time a complete miss from Bin Naeem. And Martin Anderson goes down and says, come on, son. Calm down. Eyes on the ball. Nothing. Nothing silly here. There we go. Taps it into the leg side this time, and he's thinking about 2, but there aren't 2 there. That was a nice piece of fielding by Ghaffari. But you can see all the clips as well on the Derbyshire website and what's it, the old X, all those kind of things, Insta. The book. Anderson now moves on to his best score in this day cricket, 101. Single out into the offside, 203 for 5. That run rate has never really gone very far away from 4.8 and over. Needs to get closer to 6. Doubt that it will. It was nicely done by Bin Naeem. Waited for the slower ball and just tapped it out into the outside for his 13th run. Sure, all the snappers who were here to get pictures of Ben Stokes will be scurrying back to their laptops.
2 overs.
To fire them off. I haven't seen him take a wicket so far. He's gone at 4 and over, 8 overs for 32. Over comes to an end from Casey Aldridge. You'll be pleased with that one. 6 overs for 35. And with 7 overs to go now, Derbyshire are 205 for 5. Crowd's gone a bit quiet.
You worry if you're Derbyshire as well, because Stokes, in any run chase,
Yes.
all the time he's at the crease, you know the impossible can happen. Ghaffari to bowl his 8th, wicketless so far, but after a difficult start, he's bowled quite nicely. Took a good catch as well to remove Ross Whiteley.
Doug the Sunderland, Mackham, has been in touch, asking if I'm missing Marty. I know he's having a well-earned rest, is Martin. On holiday in Canada.
Nice. Just wrong time for the Vancouver anchors.
Nicely said.
Oh, he's done it again.
No,
he's got the ball in his hands.
Stayed in
Okay,
his
that's
hand.
good.
He couldn't actually release it this time.
That would have been something. Just waited to see where the ball went. But stayed in his hand.
Martin will be down here in August when Durham return in the Championship. First game back in the Championship, the Durham game.
Yeah, 2 Championship home games in August, back-to-back
Middlesex,
weeks.
the second one, is it?
Yeah.
And then 3 of the last 4 away. But Derbyshire, the outfield work will get going early-ish September.
How on earth do you relay an outfield?
I think they get people in.
Yeah. Get the people in.
Yeah, to get a man in for that. Or a woman.
Anderson goes back and they eventually find the single. Yeah, that time lapse, please.
You're very
Camera at the top.
keen on that, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. You could do it out of this window.
Yeah.
We won't need it.
I'll come in and do daily updates. This is what's happened today. On the pads. Yeah, Ghaffari's done well. He's recovered. Wasn't too convincing at the start of his spell, but he's bowled a few good overs. Bin Naeem comes down. Outside the line, Annie taking a few strides down the pitch, but 6 overs to go. Derbyshire are, well, they're in a spot of trouble because this doesn't look like they're going to get even to 250.
No.
And if Durham's top 6 or 7, that doesn't seem to be enough, but we will see.
And these two will be acutely aware that the only players to come are the bowlers, really. Nick Potts, Ben Aitchison, Jack Morley, Shoaib Bashir. So these two have to do the bulk of whatever scoring Derbyshire are going to do between now and the end of the 50th over. 6 to go then. Casey Aldridge to continue from the racecourse end. Would have been 10 in that shot, but and the misfield. I was going to say just a single. There was a misfield out there by Graham Clark. And get back for an overthrow, not an overthrow, a second run.
So 4 out on the leg side boundary, 1 out on the offside.
And yet he banged that in short outside the off stump. That's a better line. He's nicely stopped. They're going to come back for the second and had to be quick. Yusuf Bin Naeem was quick. That was a nice piece of fielding by Luke Robinson.
I feel like they fielded as well as they can on this outfield. There's going to be mistakes, but
I think that's fair.
there's been some really bright moments in the field, and all the shies at the stumps have been close as well. Even Mustard, he removed the bail a few overs ago with a throw from close range.
They're looking for 2 again. Bin Naeem's quick. They'll get 2 as well.
Aldridge is just in the way.
Mustard sends in a hopeless throw. No, it was just a little bit high. It wasn't hopeless at all.
Surprised we've not had a Partridge reference of Mustard on the field. The bravery, not what the Norfolk Bravery Awards. The Mustard S.
I used to sing his Phil Mustard behind the stumps for so many years. Single off that one. It's been a better over for Derbyshire.
Yeah, they have just, this is something they've done throughout the innings. If the boundaries aren't there, they're just going to run as hard as possible. Show that intent. As I say, the boundaries are well, it's all the way back on the leg side. It's quite a few yards in front of the Elite Performance Centre, but still a long boundary out to the offside now for these two right-handers.
Get a slow ball waited for by Bin Naeem.
I think we might finish before the cut-off time, which is good news. 5 overs to go.
Silly hope so.
Stokes still with 2 overs.
Minto's got 2. You'd think they'd probably bowl 80% of the remaining overs, he said, doing some calculations in his head. The 45th over comes to an end. So one more from Aldridge, you'd have thought. Possibly. 217 for 5 with 5 overs to go. 250 looks a long way away from here. We can see Ghaffari continue. Interestingly, from the city end, as the two batters just have a drink and a wipe down out in the middle. Surely we're going to see Ben Stokes again, and perhaps we're not.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Ghaffari's bowling another one, but not for 32 of 8, are good figures, and that will present some encouragement for Bashir and Morley. James having a long conversation, being machine gunned.
He needs to get off the walkie-talkie.
A lot of similar scores around the ground. Warwickshire and Somerset maybe slightly in front in terms of runs, as are Hampshire, but almost identical. Anderson comes down, doesn't get any of that, and he's sent back by Bin Naeem. That would have flown down the ground, but ended up where a short leg would be. Ed Seaborn is standing up. He's expecting some big shots.
Getting excited.
Anderson gets the big shot out. It's the big sweep, but it's straight to the man who holds his nerve in front of that boundary rope. Looked like at one point he might have just backpedaled a bit too much and misjudged it. It was Clark out there at the deep backward square boundary, and Anderson's knock comes to an end. He's not going to back through the innings, but a beautiful century from a man enjoying an excellent season with bat and ball.
Yeah, really good knock from Martin Anderson, an important knock. High score in List A cricket for him, 112 off 118, 10 fours and 1 6. Trying to push the foot down, really, and he just acknowledges the applause from the crowd here in the OurCoop County Ground as he crosses the boundary rope to be replaced by Nick Potts. But from, as I said earlier, applause continues. There's 1 or 2 standing up as well, which is nice in the grandstand. As Martin Anderson goes up the steps. We all know that Nick Potts can bat. He can hit the ball a long way as well, but the square boundaries are a long way out, as they should be. And probably caught a yard and a half inside the boundary rope there by Graham Clark. Comfortable catch in the end, but they still have to be taken. And Ghaffari picks up his first wicket. He has taken a catch as well. Be disappointed Anderson to have got out then, but it was a really good knock from him. Where can Derbyshire get to from here with 4 overs and 4 balls to go, though?
Off an edge from Potts. Going to bring them at least 2. Racing after it. It's hauled in inside the rope by Alex Lees. And going back for a 3rd in the end. Bin Naeem back on strike.
The last thing Alex Lees wanted was a race to the boundary, and then when he bent down and kept the ball in play, he actually went over the rope himself.
Yeah, 33 years of age now, Alex Lees.
He's getting on a bit.
Former England opener.
Discarded too soon.
Absolutely. Yeah, I always felt he was hard done by.
Another. There's a long list of them.
That's a shot. Has it got enough? It has. Comfortably in the end. A man with a pink shirt on watched it all the way. And bin Naeem's first 6 of the innings. He's going to take the senior role here.
He is the batter. Nicely played shot.
Struck in the pad and given. 6 and out and a second in the over for Shafiqullah Ghaffari. Wickets at the right time today for Durham. Anderson and now Bin Naeem gone in the same over, and Derbyshire in more trouble.
Went back. Well, it's back to us, so difficult to tell, but got the replay. Oh, no, just
Too late,
missed the replay.
I know,
again.
we looked to write down and then looked down to our notepads, right, and then it's gone.
He's killing us here. 21 off 20. Come on, Phoebes, give us a chance.
Too quick, Phoebe.
1416.
Let's have a look.
From behind, it looked good. So, Aitchison. Comes out.
Yeah, I think hitting leg stump.
Yeah.
Just.
Bennett, Big Ben. First class century this season. Say that.
Yeah, that's out.
You have to say that. Mainly because he got one, but
Outlords.
Outlaws.
You can just throw that in as well.
As a night watchman, his maiden first class century.
He's had a bit of a haircut.
Has he?
It looks like it on that picture, unless that's from last year. But we'll have to see when he bowls.
That was from earlier this year, wasn't it? I think
maybe
that's it.
productive.
He told me he was growing it out.
Yeah, it looked short there, but
There's plenty of hair out the back of his
yeah,
helmet.
that's an old picture.
Yeah.
Sorry, we've just given away the media team's secrets. So Aitchison to face final ball of the 46th. Nearly a third. Oh no, that's never ever a run in a million years. Well, Derbyshire have tempted a few run-outs today. That's the worst of the lot. It's the first, somehow, of the lot. And it's the third wicket in the over. And it doesn't get much worse than that.
Yes, that was an ordinary piece of batting. Ben Aitchison was never going for a run. Potts was on his way. And, well, he was out by about 15 yards, I would suggest, there as Mustard came in and whipped the bails off. Didn't have to throw it because...
Henry has given us information.
Has he?
Aitchison had a haircut yesterday.
Oh, okay.
That is the big news. So, 3 wickets in the over, 4 to go. I mean, if they knock it around and...
He's lost his powers after that haircut. That's what's happened there.
I mean, 250 still should be within reach.
Calm
Even
down.
if you knock it around, though.
Really?
4 to go. Well, I can't do maths.
Well, they need to get 7 and over from here. No, they don't. They need 6 and over from here, don't they, to get to 250. Jack Morley is the new batter.
Henry said the photo was taken yesterday. He doesn't know when the haircut was, so it is recent. Should never have doubted them.
Why was the photograph only taken yesterday? Was he not involved in the original One Day Cup photo shoot that they had? Anyway,
Here comes Morley, Fletch. More important.
The Rochdale Richards is out there now. The wall. Walsden Wall. That would have been better. Why didn't I think of that in the first place? That's not far from Rochdale, Walsden, up in the Lancashire League. Not quite where he's from, but...
Is that who he plays for, or?
No.
I'm sure he plays for a club up that way.
It's just
near Rochdale.
There is a cricket club there. Casey Aldridge. Well, he hung his bat out there.
Yeah, that's not a shot of the man who's nicknamed the Wall.
No, but he was at Old Trafford last season, you see. That's when he earned his Rochdale Richards title. Now he's left-handed.
The job here is to get Ben Aitchison on strike.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure which of the... Yeah, you're right. No, you're right.
Just backing away.
There's a throw, which was that Ben Stokes?
Yes.
He's thrown that into the ground about 4 foot away from his own feet, and it's bounced about 10 yards over the stumps.
It's been a strange old innings, this.
He's got it. Yeah, he's got it. Just gone through it again. He got that horribly wrong.
Been some weird moments.
There's a word with Hayden Mustard as they discuss the attempt to throw that. Stokes will have played with his dad. And at the moment, Jack Morley can't get it off the square. Freddie's 250's looking fanciful.
Yeah.
I mean, you're looking at 6 and over, and so far we've seen 3.
I was thinking if you run, push the 2s as they have, but
just, they're not even getting 1s at the minute. There we go.
crack off the bat.
Yeah. Beautiful shot. Aitchison has only faced 1 ball, but has already lost a partner, run out in Nick Potts. Must have had time to pick the ball up, run 20 yards, managed to run Potts out by 15.
I think his dad would have also affected the runner.
Now,
Yes.
there we go. We're going to see some of that long handle from Ben Aitchison. He fancies 2 here. It'll get both of them. As Graham Clark slides around the boundary. It is the most... oh,
Wow.
that's a new one. Somebody having a haircut. Don't know what that noise is at all. I don't like it, though.
Let's go to investigate. This is in the air. Aitchison, I think he's just got it over the head of mid-on, and it's gone for 4. Some much-needed runs for Derbyshire. End of Aldridge's 8th over. 3 to go. 233 for 8.
It's my phone.
Your phone?
Yeah, my phone's been... Sorry about that, everybody. My phone's been doing some very strange things recently. The screen seems to be packing up. That was...
Isn't that your ringtone?
no, no. See, no, it's all right again.
Ghaffari's going to bowl out here. 9 overs, 2 for 41. So after that, it would be Minto or Stokes, because Aldridge can also bowl out. Left-handed Morley on strike after that Aitchison 4 to end the last over. Again, he's bowling at a quick pace for a leggy.
Too quick for a jack.
Yes, he doesn't tend to get across onto off stump, Jack Morley.
No.
First to hang back. Oh, he's nicked that. And the chase is on, and, well, that's flown to the fence. Morley has 4.
High score in this format of the game of 10 not out. Jack Morley. I mean, he would tend not to come in too often, averaging 8.75, and Ben Aitchison with a high score of 19 in this format, averaging just a tick under 9.
Only 13 more needed, Fletch, for that 250. Don't rule it out. Morley nearly nicks behind.
I'm ruling it out. I'm going to say, I'm just here and now, I'm ruling it out.
I'm back at it. I think if Aitchison only needs a couple of boundaries, bit of luck, it's 250.
Needs to get on strike.
Yeah. Morley's trying his best. Goes back. That's a nice shot. That'll do the job.
Stylish. Here we go. No, I don't think Ben's going to hold back here. Nor should he.
Yeah, and that straight boundary, there's a big old gap between long on and long off.
Could put his back out there.
And go over mid-wicket region as well. The point fielders just run round to more of a cover sweeper position. Aitchison does go straight down the ground and
Beautiful.
finds the rope. 242 for 8.
Freddie's on. I think they'll get 250, Fred. I don't know about you.
You were always confident.
Yeah. Yeah.
Be 2 quick wickets now.
Don't say that.
Final ball of the 48th. And Aitchison's going to retain the strike, importantly. 243 for 8. 2 overs to go.
12 balls, 8 runs required to get to 250. Like 260's on. Look at the worm. Excuse me. The worm. 3. That mini collapse at in the middle of the innings, and then another collapse in the over. So Martin Anderson, Yusuf Bin Naim, and Parrish. And Stokes is warming up. He's only going to get 1 over though. And James Minto's going to bowl the penultimate over. 8 overs, 1 for 38. Then I think we'll see Ben Stokes again. He's counting fielders at the moment. He's standing outside the 30-yard circle. He decides he can go all the way out because the third man is coming up. Minto stretching furiously.
I think he wanted to bowl a couple to Aldridge and then decided against it.
None of it. Inside out shot from Ben Aitchison, not quite the style of Matthew Montgomery. And that is very much a trademark Montgomery hit, the inside out drive.
Where did that term inside out shot come from?
Dunno.
I was wondering that the other day. 'Cause it's not, if I saw that sort of shot, those are not the words I would use. I understand it, but one of those,
It's not using them for
yeah. Once I know about cricket and start getting these words.
honestly.
I'm just wondering where, because fielding positions have their,
I think you're doing really well.
it'll be better if they get to 250.
Maybe Griffin has tweeted something and they usually...
He does know a little more.
well, I'm not sure if he'd know. Martin Anderson's first list 800 for Derbyshire today, the first one-day 100 for Derbyshire against Durham since Ben Slater here in 2016. He's the 43rd Derbyshire player to make a list 8 century, and it's his 6th all-format 3-figure score for the county. Thank you, Griff. Well bowled by saw. I think everybody in the ground saw Jack Morley take a step into the leg side and he pushed it outside the off stump and Morley couldn't reach it. It goes through to Ollie Robinson.
There's nothing on Google for the inside out shot. There's a whole Wikipedia page dedicated to an inside edge, which is remarkable.
I don't know what that is. I know what inside out shot is.
It's only a few paragraphs on an inside edge.
Now, and chart the stumps. Oh, Morley would have been toast.
Stokes is enjoying himself.
But Stokes it with that one. But he survives. He moves on to 7. 245 for 8. The 250, they're flirting with it now. They're flirting with it, Fred. They're flirting with it. I think you're right. If these two are still there at the end, they ought to get to 250. Stokes has gone back out onto the boundary. Minto's dropped the ball. He can't stop throwing himself catches, can he, Minto? I've just noticed. He's got that one away. That's gone all the way to the boundary. Aitchison moves to 16. Derbyshire, if they don't make 250 now, then he'd shoot in 249 for 8 with 7 balls to go. Even with just Shoaib Bashir to come, I can't imagine that they won't get to 250. Although you wouldn't rule out Ben Stokes bowling a maiden over, final over.
Oh, I'm sure the One Day Cup social media admin and probably a lot of written press are waiting
They want
the
Bashir out
moment.
there. They want Bashir out there.
Bashir v Stokes, yeah, final over.
Makes room for himself again. Just going to go through for a single this time. So the 250 comes up for Derbyshire. 250 go. I think it's
Fine to certain conversations, and the 250 is up.
just
Always back these two.
you can have your little moment of glory.
It's very rare, very rare.
It's not rare that I'm wrong. Stokes will bowl just 1 over from the city end. They've been bowled exclusively from the racecourse end up to this point. 8 overs for 32. Sorting his field out. He's asked if he can bowl a couple of warm-up deliveries, and he gets them.
It is such a lovely action, isn't it?
Yeah.
And he uses the crease really well. He just darted in there at the end. It just runs in so easily.
And then released it at about half the speed that Ben Aitchison was expecting.
And that's a good ploy to those slower balls.
I think we're going to see a couple of swings and misses here. I hope that...
Yeah. I think now you just bowl fast outside off stump and
Yeah.
take it away from Morley. If he can cream one through the covers, he'll make himself a hero. But
You're not kidding.
I think he'll be backing away. Indeed. He'll take a single. Aitchison back on strike.
He did back away, and he followed him, didn't he? Yeah. He followed him there, did Ben Stokes. Nicely done.
I mean, headline, Stokes wicketless on return. Is that your phone again?
Well, if it is, I'm in all sorts of trouble here because it's not plugged in or anything.
Fletcher's phone has turned into an electric razor.
I have to switch it off.
That has got serious problems.
Yeah, it has.
4 balls to go this Derbyshire innings. Full and missed by Aitchison. Derbyshire did win the toss and they elected to bat.
It's not my phone. I've no idea, but I've turned my phone off now and it wasn't my phone.
Someone is having a haircut somewhere. Just sounds like a barber shop.
Not ideal, is it? Did I miss anything?
No,
Okay.
luckily not.
It's a remarkable noise. I'm going to unplug that as well, just in case.
Oh, Stokes pull. He must.
Now, there's a butterfly.
No, don't harm the butterfly. I like that.
He was put off, or, as you say, didn't want to harm a butterfly. Remarkable. The butterfly's made its way out to the monarch stand.
Yes, into the burger.
You get monarch butterflies as well, don't you?
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
That was a graduation, Monarch Security. No, in fact, it was a pub after, and they were needed. Tell people not to stand on the tables.
Oh, dear.
And they succeeded. Aitchison goes inside out, Fletch. And it just falls in front of the man on the cover boundary. And Aitchison is run out. Second run out of the innings. Aitchison got a single and didn't make the second in time, so he departs with it'll be 2 balls now to go at the final over.
Run out for 19, Ben Aitchison, because he'll get the first run. He won't get the second. The scorers are currently discussing that. Decent little partnership of 27 or 22 balls, though. And here is everybody's favourite England off-spinner, Shoaib Bashir. Ben Aitchison gets good applause as he leaves, having made 19 off 11.
Second run out for Mustard on as a sub.
Yeah.
So McLean from a couple of spectators behind him. And here comes Shoaib Bashir. So Morley will face Stokes, won't he? But Bashir, I want to see the Stokes-Bashir matchup. There's only
Bashir
2.
will-
Bashir?
Bashir will face him,
Yes.
because they ran 1 and
Yes.
9/10.
You're right. So Stokes against Bashir. 2 balls left.
England against England. Ex-England against ex-England, possibly.
Harsh.
I think it's too early to write Shoaib Bashir off. But we think with Stokes having retired, it's harder for him to get into the side. Anyway, Durham against Derbyshire. That'll do for me.
Stokes to Bashir. Oh, hit him there. There's not going to be a run. No love lost.
Any idea what he was trying to do there?
Couldn't tell you. Bashir's motion to whack that over mid-wicket. But Stokes just bowled one into the pitch.
It wasn't very pleasant, was it?
Stokes is bringing up third man into the ring.
Thought he was his favourite spinner.
Mid-wicket goes back. 1 ball left. Derbyshire are up to 250, 253 for 9. They won the toss, selected to bat. Final ball of their 50 overs. Stokes to Bashir. And it's down the leg side, so they'll get another go. Barely been any extras
It's a
in
good
this
shout from
innings.
you. That's only the 9th.
Just the 3rd wide.
.260 still on.
Now that would make headlines.
And it just... He's trying his best to hit the ball as hard as he can here. Show him, but he's not getting very close to it.
Steps across his stumps, it's in the air and it's going to fall short of the man at short third. Bashir comes through for... Oh, it's a no ball. It's a no ball. So Jack Morley is going to face a free hit from Ben Stokes.
Above shoulder?
Yeah.
Yeah, above shoulder height. Or above waist height, I beg your pardon.
So free hit. What's Morley got in the locker here? It
Well,
is up
it's
to
about-
256.
That's the last thing he wanted, I would suggest. We'll wait and see. I've already written him in as well as 8 off 12. That's slightly disappointing.
It's going to have to be Fuller from Stokes.
I can change the field because the no ball was bowled to Bashir rather than Morley, who waits now, closes his eyes.
Stokes around the wicket. Morley hits it straight back to him, and that will conclude the innings. So Derbyshire miss out on the free hit, but it's a decent bit of rearguard action. 256 for 9 after their 50 overs, an innings built around Martin Anderson's highest list A score, 112 off 118. There was some support from Brooke Guest, 48 of 76, 20s for Bin Naeem and Madsen, Aitchison and Morley adding a few runs at the end. But it's going to take some defending, particularly with that Durham top 6, particularly with Ben Stokes, Fletch.
It is. Luke Robinson, 3 for 44 from his 10 overs, bowled really nicely. Wickets as well, 2 of them for Shafiqullah Ghaffari, 2 for 51, so a little expensive. George Drizzell was expensive as well at 5 1/4, 1 for 21. Casey Aldridge, 8 overs for 51. And Ben Stokes went wicketless, 9 overs for 38. Bowled 1 wide and 1 no ball. Derbyshire are going to do well to defend this, but they've given themselves a fighting chance. 256 for 9, and we will return to see if they can do it in either half an hour or 3/4 of an hour, depending on what the rules are.
This is the view.
This is it.
It is the
Brand
best.
it up.
This is the best match.
You've got everything on one floor. That's full of you. Everything on one floor. You're not running around, radio one side, press the other.
Yeah.
Score is somewhere else normally as well.
It's just nice. Like honestly, it's such a nice place to be in.
It
And
is.
obviously view. I don't know if it's like view such a nice place to be. Oh no, it's still. A day like today, obviously, school is like a natural.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Like I said, this is you just have on operation. Probably at the end of the game.
Do you play much yourself?
I used to. And it's like, obviously my old job, so this is it. I'm still sort of quite hanging in. Yeah, I know.
It's
still
weird,
batting
isn't
out
it?
for a draw.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so probably offside there for what is it, next Friday?
Yeah, it's the 31st. So essentially, it's not a big pass to the ground, as you would imagine.
No, I was going to say, so what was the actual pass?
Here is damage to full, which is not bad at all. I mean,
You know about half?
sports fields.
Okay.
So everyone is, you've got the actual sports centre, haven't you?
Yeah,
And then all the fields above, everyone's up there, and they walk through.
Oh, yeah, it was. Through the arch.
That's it.
Very passionate about that.
Right, so you walk all through that, over the Pelican Crossing.
Nice. So all that's
So
obviously.
parking's pretty good, but no issue.
So all that stuff, all that comes like, I mean, obviously by all means,
Just trying to push tickets really. So we've got about 400 tickets to sell. Just over 2/3 capacity. I think we'll get very close if we sell out. But any help you can give in the network.
yeah, absolutely. All right, well, I can speak to my
Yeah.
I see if he's used all your.
Yeah, so I don't know whether you have an email database that you can send it to.
Like I say, I'm still getting.
Yeah, of course.
So like I say, whatever I.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a very interesting situation.
So how many of you are
There's
there?
4 now. Yeah, it's interesting to see that as so yeah, that's anything like I can do to my bosses. Yeah, like I say, so I try and sort out our channel to our side as well, to be fair, like I said. Okay. Yeah. Please do, yeah. Yeah. Like I say, I'm actually, keep it. That's fine with us. And then, yeah.
The other thing that I know Matt was quite keen on when everyone's got so busy from starting a new job, hiring people and us getting into the cricket season. But one thing we talked about a while ago was like the narrative around some of the players.
That's what I was, yes. So, I, well, you mentioned well, yes, and that's it. Well,
Yeah, tons. And then out of the players that are likely to player, at least one squad, you've got Ross and Yusuf, haven't you?
Yeah, Yusuf's still in that team. I don't know what like who's done or not.
They had some ingredients new dress.
Yeah, anyone that's using the cookies.
There's someone called Egypt.
So they have to
Yeah, they are.
yeah, so I don't know what's been done by sexual into this whole new branding situation, but I don't know what is anything.
We've not done anything on
So
that
that's
point.
like I say, so obviously for our side of things, what you sort of briefly mentioned, you just talk about restoring.
Yeah, I think it's a really good story. And to be honest, it's not something we've ever spoke to Yusuf about. He's always on the periphery. And then this year he's starting to play a lot more.
So that would be good.
Do you know what? He's alright, isn't
Yeah,
he? He's not bad at all.
Yeah, well that's the thing I've come with.
Yeah,
Some form of decent school.
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's that, and then like I said, if there's any other connection, like I said, obviously we'll use it. Numerous, but and obviously having access. Like I say, people your side as well, obviously whenever like I see. I say.
Welcome back to the OurCoop County Ground. Derbyshire against Durham in the opening one-day cup match of the season for both sides. Derbyshire won the toss, batted first to make 256 for 9. Is it going to be enough? 257 then the target. Required rate 5.1. You wouldn't have thought so. Derbyshire are going to have to bowl really well here. Durham would be favourites at the halfway stage, I would suggest. Just the half an hour. I didn't think it was 3/4 of an hour. I was sort of wishful thinking Andy Fletcher and Freddie Cardy's alongside. It's going to be tough, this, Fred.
It is. That was a quick lunch break, actually. I wouldn't have minded 45 minutes, but the players are quickly out there warming up again.
Derbyshire have got 2 slips in place. So they're going to have to attack. Wayne Madson's one of them. And the other one is Martin Anderson, perhaps unsurprisingly. Left hand, right hand at the top. Clark off the mark. Alex Lees, red ball skipper. And is he the red ball skipper? I think he's the red ball skipper. He's certainly the T20 skipper.
Club captain.
Yeah. The man from Halifax. So I've mentioned that again. Bit of writing about him in my formative years at Halifax. I think he was a Yorkshire player back then as well. And as I said earlier, and I stand by it, discarded by England far too quickly. A bit like Adam Lythe.
See a century against Leicestershire the other week in the blast. He's got 130 odd in the end.
Such a powerful player when he gets going. Ben Aitchison and Nick Potts likely to open the bowling, I think, unless they hand the ball to Anuj Dal, which is a possibility, I suppose. And then the dual spin of Shoaib Bashir and Jack Morley, 2 specialist spinners in the side. You'd expect them to bowl plenty.
Derbyshire scored the lowest of all of the
Excellent.
opening one-day cup games this afternoon, but not by much. Warwickshire made 312, Hampshire 320.
By just enough. With early wickets, bang on target from Ben Aitchison. Harry Kane, the skipper, with the fielding. Starting to get emails about the Commonwealth Games, which start soon. Looking forward to them, actually. I like the Commonwealth Games.
Scotland, isn't it?
Very much Glasgow, yes, indeed. Yeah.
And I presume no cricket this time, because the last ones,
No.
we had the women's T20s.
It's a very slimmed down Commonwealth Games because Glasgow stepped in when
Australia?
it was
Somewhere in
one of
Australia.
the Australian states. I think it was Victoria, but I wouldn't swear to it, so I don't want to.
I think you're right.
They pulled out. But apparently they had a number of, because it's slimmed down, a lot of people have suddenly decided that they want to host a slimmed down Commonwealth Games. First over passes without too much alarm for Durham. 3 without loss. The required rate goes up by 0.1. Cut off 20 past 6. We're still playing at 20 past 6. This will have been an absolute thriller.
Well, my train, when's my train? Everyone's worried about 7:30, so I've given myself a good amount of time there.
Loads of time. You can always nick off early, Fred. Don't worry.
Wouldn't dream of it. Last time I left way too much time. I wasn't even let onto the platform because my ticket was one of the advanced ones. And they said, well, I can't actually get on the train with this ticket. And they said, yes, but we still can't let you through. And I said, well, this is the only train where I want to go. So what other train can I get on? And they said, we still can't let you through. So I had to sit outside, which was completely pointless for an hour.
You got one eventually.
Got on eventually and got home fine.
Good.
But yeah, it's very rare you can get a direct train back down to Luton, where I've come up from. It's normally 2 changes, so that's why I waited on the late one, and it was very cheap.
Well, I should worry about it, so give me 3 rings when you get home.
Here's Nick Potts. Oh my word, that's gone a long way over the head of Yusuf bin Naeem. Well, there's pace onto the bat from Nick Potts. And Clark has launched the first ball of Potts for 6.
That ball halfway down the track. Bad start to Nick Potts' spell. Durham race in front of Douglas Lewis Stern.
It's a bit of intent. Two slips for Potts. That's much better. Off and defended. Brother of Jordan, isn't he? Graham Clark.
Is he?
Who is, I'd imagine, is at 100. Yes. From Cumbria.
Look like he's captain. Liam Livingston's from Cumbria as well, isn't he? Cricketers come from up there.
Stokes. Yeah. Driven back and fielded well by Potts.
Who is his captain?
Remind me.
Oh no, he isn't his captain, is
Yeah.
he? He's not the captain. He's the England captain. He was somebody's captain. Stokes has captained somebody, hasn't he?
Quite
recently?
famously a captain and now
That's
not
right.
a captain.
That's
yeah.
right. Yeah, I knew there was.
Of 18.
Yeah, no, not his captain. His teammate, which doesn't narrow it down. Yeah, Stokes was up there with his dad Jed, who was a rugby league coach.
Just tucks him up there. And Clark is limping away.
I'm not surprised. He's sharp, his Potts. He is sharp.
So 2 spinners in the Derbyshire side. Jack Morley and Shoaib Bashir. Durham, after these 2, Rhodes, Stokes, Ackerman, Robinson, Aldridge, Trissell, Minto, Robinson, Luke Robinson, I should say, and Ghaffari. Bowled really nicely. Tucks him up again.
Trying to repeat his first ball of the over kind of shot there. You didn't miss it, that. There is a man down there, as you mentioned him. It was Yusuf bin Naeem. Watch the first ball of the over sail over his head.
Yeah, you could have imagined there was a little bit of excitement. It went a long way up in the air.
Yeah, went a long way over the boundary, unfortunately.
Potts gets out of the over then. 5 dot balls after that first ball. 6, 9 for no loss.
Yes, he did well in the end there, Nick Potts. It's never easy when you go for a big boundary first ball of the innings, but bounced back nicely. Graham Onions. Bunny. In his playing days. That was his nickname rather than his batting. Aitchison to continue. 3 runs off his first over. Now, umpires are Paul Pollard, who's standing at the racecourse, and Mohammed Wazim, who is at square leg down at the city end. For this, the season opener, as far as the one-day cup's concerned, the ice cream fans here, look, everyone's well with the world. It's got its usual spec where the coffee stall is.
Well, the outfield was very popular. Of course, with the school holidays, it's became a real hive of activity. A lot of youngsters out there playing cricket.
The ones with the yellow T-shirts have now gone. They've seen 1 innings of cricket, that was enough for them. But they're obviously from a school, so... Are they all finished? They're all finished in
I think
Derby.
this might be the final week for some, in which case this is the sort of activity you do, as well as watching films and sports days, etc.
Playing board games.
Yes.
Bring your games in. Yeah.
Yeah, sports day time of year.
Yeah, wasn't a huge sports day fan.
There you go. Jake has told us Derby schools finish this coming Friday. Don't know why he knows that, but
Slightly weird.
he's got a youngster, but his youngster is not old enough to start. That's a few years away. His other half's younger sisters. Well explained.
Well done, mate. Always have that excuse right on the tip of your tongue.
Hertfordshire was last week.
I'm not sure whether they finished up in Bolton yet. And yet in Ashby de la Zouch, which is Leicestershire, they finished over a week ago.
Oh. Griff would have been happy.
Yeah. I think he'd been on the the ballpark.
There's a gully in for Aitchison.
He's been good over this so far. Ben Aitchison, 5 dot balls. In fact, there hasn't been a run scored since the 6th. Slightly behind on the DLS par. Derbyshire, that is. Now that struck in front. It was probably pitching outside leg to the left-handed Lees, though. But it is a maiden. We saw one maiden in the Durham innings, and we've already seen one in the Derbyshire bowling innings. 2 overs for 3. Ben Aitchison, 9 without loss after 3. Durham. The wickets are the currency, really, for Derbyshire, having made 256 for 9. We always knew they'd get past 250. Well, some of us did.
We hoped.
Some of us were slightly less certain.
Aitchison wondered about going to gully, but comes in at second slip. Potts bowls are wide down the leg side. Martin Anderson is out at the turns to our right, third man. And there is that fielder at long leg as well. Yusuf bin Naeem.
One useful runs for Yusuf. Once he got going.
Potts steaming in.
Potts would have been disappointed to, well, he'd have been hugely disappointed to have been run out, making 3 off 1 delivery. I think it was between him and Rory Hayden. He'll get the nod, Potts, ahead of Hayden because of his batting. I mean, he's a far better batter than Rory.
I wonder if Hayden might play at Repton though, because the ball nipped around a bit last year.
Yeah, I think. Well, if they don't play 2 spinners, then Hayden comes straight in, doesn't he? Because he's only replacing a 10 or 11. It'd be fascinating to see which of the 2 spinners would be used moving forward.
Also, the spinner there, you've got that one really short boundary, so you're going to have to think about that.
With the rocker in the short
Yeah,
end.
it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can do our pre-match video again, do a little tour of Repton.
Past all the ruins.
Another one down the leg side, but it's glanced off the pad. We'll have a couple of co-commentators as well, I'm pleased to say, so you'll hear less of us, which is probably a good thing.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
Francesca Clark and Frances Lonsdale from the Derbyshire women's side will be with us all day on commentary.
I've never met either of them, so I'm going to struggle to remember their names.
Fran and Frankie. It's not, yeah.
It's a real concern for me. Actually,
Maybe you could get away with Fran for both.
Yeah.
Wonder if either of them are watching.
I think that's the future for me. Full on both Fran.
Fran, Frankie, Fletch, and Freddie. There you go. But yeah, Fran did some good form. A couple of 50s. In recent times, she scored a century on her Derbyshire debut away to Kent, and after leaving Yorkshire, kissed the Derbyshire badge straight away, which I think earned her some acclaim.
Yeah.
Very chatty, both of them, which is always good.
I'd go essential.
Anthony goes a little bit wider at first slip, punched Down the ground, Potts gets half a hand to it.
Oh, did well there, Potts, to get his hand on that one. Now, Wayne Madsen remains in the slips. Where they're going to put him once the slip is no longer required. I fancy that he might replace Jack Morley at cover. Shoaib Bashir at square leg, deep in conversation with Paul Pollard.
Always the case.
He's already shaken his hand.
Got to make friends with the umpire. Clipped nicely over Bashir and the square leg umpire. And Clark is finding the middle of his bat with some ease. 14 for no loss.
A disappointing end to what had been a reasonably good over there, the wide at the start, but you don't want to be going for a boundary and over. 50 over cricket, because that gets you most of the way there when you're chasing 257. You don't have to do too much else, really. Harry Kame has a conversation with Ben Aitchison that goes back to mid-off, the left-handed Alex Lees. Still a slip in. Cameramen following each other around the boundary. These are national photographers who are here today. Gareth Copley's here. We so rarely see Gareth. So it's good to see him. He's still with Getty.
Had a book out, didn't he?
Yes.
About his time covering England. Some of his favourite pictures.
He's been. He was redirected from Sedbergh as well on the news that the former England skipper was in the Durham side. I think there's been a few people like that.
From what I've seen of the videos, looks like a glorious day up there in the sunshine in the Lake District.
Yeah, never been to Sedbergh. Possibly two here. Ball chased down by Bin Naeem. There is two. Farrington opening, there's less and less likelihood of going back there, you would have thought.
They've got a few outgrounds, haven't they, Lancashire?
Southport and Blackpool. They haven't played at Aigburth this season, but they won the championship there. 2012? Whenever it was. Old Trafford was out of bounds. Might have been earlier than that. Shy of the stumps there from Ross Whiteley misses. Lees was probably home. Crowd looks like it's thinned out a touch.
One of those, they'll all come running when Stokes
Yeah.
comes in. They'll all
Yeah,
emerge
that'll
from
be,
certain places.
Be hiding away, sheltering from the sun.
Feels warm now.
I'm hoping my car's in the shade behind the media centre, so it's not blisteringly hot when I get back in it later. Back down tomorrow to watch Burton against Birmingham.
Tough test that.
Purely for pleasure.
Burton let you in though, I'd imagine. They let you in?
Oh yeah.
Media?
I wouldn't pay. Blimey. You used to get. I'm going to pay. The only place I pay to get in is at Prenton Park. But people were when you do this job for as long as I've done it, people have said, "How much is it to get in it?" I've got no idea.
Yeah.
I've paid to get in anywhere for years. It's a really privileged position that we're in. Oh, swing and a miss from Clark. Another good over from Ben Aitchison, just a couple off it. 3 overs for 6 now. 17 without loss after 5 overs. Derbyshire lost a wicket early, but then had that 112-run partnership between Brooke Guest and Martin Anderson. Then they lost 3 wickets in next to no time. Anderson eventually out for 112. He and Yusuf Bin Naeem put on 30 runs for the 6th wicket. And then rapid-ish 19 from Ben Aitchison at the end. Just helped them get up to 256, which is a sort of workable total, it feels like. General consensus is they'll have to bowl very well.
Lees and Clark put on 77 together at the top of the order in the last match here. Lees 54 of 28. Clark a slower 21 of 19 in the match where it went down to the final over. And
Derbyshire should have won.
yeah, they should have won.
Yeah, they should have won.
Matthew Montgomery 74 of 45. Ross Whiteley made runs as well.
Monty was 74 not out at the end, wasn't he? Couldn't quite. There was a free hit, as I remember, in that match, and he couldn't get it away.
Lees has been watchful so far. Clark more of the aggressor.
Rory Hayden carrying a couple of drinks around, wearing the fluorescent tabard down below us. Very fetching in his sunglasses. Won't be long, I wouldn't have thought, before he gets to go.
Bright sunshine now at the OurCoop County Ground in Derby. He's banged that in short. Lee's fought about a couple of shots and in the end just swayed out the way. I thought he was looking over square leg, then he thought about the uppercut over Guest and then decided against anything.
That would have worked, wouldn't it, the uppercut?
Madsen still at quite a wide first slip.
Donald Fear walking around the boundary's edge as well, to our left. Former Derbyshire player, the South African quick.
Yeah, no overseas player on either side today.
I'd like to have seen Durham play. Top man. Had a really good spell here at Derbyshire, then went off to the bright lights of Leeds. Didn't quite work out for him there. We said of a number of people, of course. Shan Masood, who was possibly the best player I've seen in the last 11 years. Batting, certainly.
Saw James Taylor is going there at the end of the season from Surrey. Lees has a swish and misses.
Yes. Former Derbyshire junior. He's going to Headingley, is he?
Yes.
Yeah.
Played here last year, I think, in the
Yes.
in the One Day Cup for Surrey when that, well, essentially their C team absolutely walloped
under
Derbyshire.
12s.
Yeah. Adam Thomas and Ollie Sykes, I think, both scored centuries.
There were players there who I've never heard of before and probably have never heard of since.
Good fielding there by Bashir. And a maiden over from Nick Pott. Second maiden of the Derbyshire bowling innings. And they're keeping things quiet now.
Yeah, good recovery from Nick Potts. After that first ball that he bowled, went sailing over Yusuf bin Naeem's head down at long leg for 6. He just conceded 5 runs in the following over. None in that one.
Yeah, it's a smart haircut for Ben Aitchison. I wonder if he is still growing it. Just had it pegged back a little bit.
Out. Caught on the boundary, banged it in short. Clark goes for 12. The ball is thrown back in from the boundary and everybody takes evasive action. But Ben Aitchison strikes. A really comfortable catch in the far distance by Shoaib Bashir in front of the Monarch stand. He goes to get the acclaim of his teammates, and it's an important breakthrough for Derbyshire. Durham is 17 for 1.
Tell you what, he hung on well though, Bashir. I wasn't quite certain. It's hard to judge from where we were, but if he started backpedaling, you never know. But he watched it all the way, took a good catch. I think he was going for a similar shot, Graham Clark, to the one he played off the first ball of Potts' spell. Went over long leg for 6, and this time just wasn't enough to get the elevation. Bashir clings on. There was a good celebration there. I wondered at one point if it had been called a no ball when everyone started cowering with their hands in their head, but it was just a throw in.
He ridiculously threw the ball back in, and the next thing, I didn't see him throw it, but you could tell the ball was in the air because everybody had their hands on their heads and they all started ducking. Very much in the style of Ed Seaborn next door, who's just explaining to his listeners. Will Rhodes is the new batter. I almost forgot it was me commentating as well for a moment. Did you notice that? That's minimalist commentary.
Yeah,
there.
no, it's good. Yeah. I think if you didn't explain that, people would have thought that's proper. Yeah,
you
were calm. You
that
know,
was like TV commentary.
out,
on it.
easy as that. Yeah,
Out.
like when Michael Holding used to just go runs, and you knew.
Yeah. Well, Richie Bennett bowled him.
Yeah,
That'll do for
nice
me.
and simple.
Don't overcomplicate things.
We're learning, and then we don't do it for another year, and then we have to give it a go again.
Well, that chance will be a fine thing.
The only, well, I say TV, it wasn't TV, but when I did that Buxton playoff game, that was adjusting for a live stream.
Must have caught some pad there off Ben Aitchison's hand because it was down the leg side, but Will Rhodes can't quite believe that it wasn't given as a wide. I don't think he looked back at it. He still can't quite believe it. I thought it was a wide, I must admit.
Didn't hear anything.
No. Nicely taken by Brooke Guest behind the stumps. Anyway, just an in to the left-hander who gets an inside edge. Sorry, I've started radio commentary again. Down towards long leg. The single is taken 18 for one. Rhodes off the mark. I've gone minimalist for the catch. I've started talking too much.
No, I think that was well executed.
Amazing what a wicket does to DLS as well. They're now a considerable way behind Durham.
No rain around though.
No, no, not much. It's going to rain at the weekend. Mainly in Chelmsford on Sunday, I think. But, no, it's certainly
Just secured my tickets.
It's secured. Well, you're number 6 million in the queue. It's definitely going to rain in the northwest. Well, the forecasters say it's definitely going to rain in the northwest on Sunday, Saturday evening onwards, and it rarely rains in the northwest, so it'll be a nice change.
Well, I'm going with a local, so if it is raining, I'm sure he'll be able to show me around.
I could show you around Chelmsford.
It's a long trip down for you.
I'm not going. The only time I've been to Chelmsford for a 4-day game was in the COVID season, 2020. I think it was 2020. Billy Stanley played. And we had to get served at pubs. Me and Griff, I think. Justin's bowling nicely here. Just the one run from the over and a wicket. 4 overs, 1 for 7. Excellent start from Ben Aitchison, who was the quickest to 50 all-format wickets since Dominic Cork. So the quickest this century. He started picking up wickets in the blast, but he's bowling really well in the county championship, helping Derbyshire to move within half a win, as I like to call it, of second place. It's going to be a fascinating final 6 weeks to the season. Certainly, Derbyshire start that 6 weeks against this opposition here.
Seen a lot of each other, these two teams this year. That will be a very big game. It was a notable win for Derbyshire to beat Lancashire in terms of probably their main promotion rival. Everyone sort of thought Durham and Lancashire would be the top two, really. So that will be important here.
Should have won at Old Trafford. But of course, we don't talk about that because they then lost the next 2 as well.
Yeah, it had an after effect, that game.
Oh, no question. No question. It was an awkward couple of matches, that.
Well, the next wicket that falls will bring in Ben Stokes. And then I think Derbyshire will want him out there early as possible. That is the big wicket.
And for not too long.
Yes. Short from Potts and well executed. I think Rhodes almost thought that was going to be a little bit straighter or leg side-ish, but ended up moving away from him.
He's coming around somewhere near us because you can hear the click, click, click of his camera, but I can't see him. Don't think it's Griff.
His is quite loud though.
It is. Unusual, that, isn't it?
Two cameramen out on the offside boundary now. Just guided nicely. Oh, there's a third actually. And of course that means they can spin around to the pavilion when Ben Stokes does eventually make that walk out.
They have to, with the size of the lenses they've got on though, it'll have to be some distance away unless they've got themselves another little another camera with a smaller lens. But yeah, you don't often see three national cameramen on one side of the ground here at Derby. I can't remember seeing that for a long time. You were probably here when Australia came.
He's mixed his length up quite nicely, as Nick Potts. And it's been a quiet power play so far. Derbyshire made 41 for 1 from theirs. So Durham comfortably behind that with 2 overs and 2 balls left of the first 10. And Lees has been restrained, 4 off 22.
I imagine we'd see a bit of spin then, just to see what's happening.
2 left-handers, another to come. Sure, Bashir will be very interested. That's tucked away past Bashir, and that is going to be 4. Martin Anderson never really got going in the chase, and Lees has his first boundary.
He took that away nicely, didn't he? Alex Lees. Been out there for a good while now, 23rd ball that he's faced. He knows, we know, if he's there. Towards the end of the run chase, Durham will get over the line.
Oh, inside edge onto his pads. Could have gone anywhere. Another probing over from Nick Potts. It's been a really good start from Derbyshire, who've removed Graham Clark. 23 for 1.
A little bit fortunate there. Alex Lees to survive the inside edge onto his pads. Could have gone anywhere, really. Derbyshire's options are good. There's Dahl, Jack Morley, Shoaib Bashir, Martin Anderson. Potential of Ross Whiteley. Didn't bowl, well, he bowled 1 over in the blast in the first game of the season. It was quite an expensive over as well. We never saw him again, but there is that option. Rhodes on strike. Guides that down. It's nicely fielded by Anuj Dahl, but they go through for the single. I thought you'd had enough then from him.
No, I'd left my water over there. I'm going to need it. Anderson quite vocal in the field at the minute.
It's weird, isn't it? 'Cause he's the quietest man I've ever met. Certainly one of the quietest people I've ever interviewed. There he is, fielding the ball at mid-wicket. What's going on now?
Just wondering about sunglasses, which are a pain when you've got to look down at
Sunglasses?
laptops and stuff.
You have to look cool.
That's not the aim.
Oh no,
Ed's got his on.
it isn't with those sunglasses.
No, these aren't great. They've taken a bit of a battering.
Got some sunglasses at Old Trafford.
Yeah, that's more comfortable
Is it?
actually. Yeah.
Oof, smacks into the midriff of Alex Lees. He shows no pain at all. It's possibly a slower ball from Aitchison, but it's a bit sharp. Ouch.
He's some bruises.
I'd have been on the ground crying. Pitiful, really.
I think your body does just adjust to it over time. Same with catching.
Is it?
You know, I think their hands just become, you know, when you first catch a cricket ball.
When I get those blisters.
Yeah.
And burst blood vessels on my hand, that's not blisters.
We played a bit of indoor cricket over the winter. I took one catch off my own bowling. and I thought my hands were going to fall off. It was just stung, and I looked down expecting, and it was, they looked completely normal. But I think you do just get used to it, the repetition.
Yeah. I broke my finger fielding when I was a kid. It's never looked right ever since. It was an appalling attempt at the catch. I also had a ring on in one game, and it flattened the ring. Yeah, I had to try and get it back into a circular shape to get it out. Shouldn't wear rings when you're fielding.
No.
Up in the air. Now then, who wants this? Brooke Guest's underneath it, takes the catch. Alex Lees goes for 8. He knew as soon as he'd hit it, he was walking towards the pavilion, which is slightly risky. But the second wicket goes down. Good catch that by Brooke Guest, and a second wicket for Ben Aitchison. And Durham are 24 for 2 now in the 9th over.
You're completely right. Lee's set off, and it looked for all the world it was going to be a clean catch. And Guest just had to make a late movement. It'd be interesting to see it back on the replay, but he just readjusted quite late on when the ball was dropping out the sky. It went a long way in the air. Lees was not really finding the middle of his bat. He was struggling to time the ball. But this has been a really disciplined bowling display. Apart from that first ball of Nick Potts' spell, Derbyshire have put the ball in the right places, and the pressure has paid. We'll have a look at it now. Guest looks very still, and then he just took that one step, and you thought, hang on a minute, but he's settled underneath it. He's a good wicket keeper. He practices that sort of catch all the time as well, and that's why he does it.
Out of the clouds in the sky almost, but certainly the clouds in the background. Makes it very difficult. Look who's coming.
Incoming batter, Ben Stokes.
There we go. That's who it is. He's going to be applauded to the middle by this very knowledgeable Derbyshire crowd. That's a good ovation, that, for an away team batter coming out to the middle.
I think there's a lot of people on his side, after the last few weeks.
Oh, no question. No question. The key would appear to be in the next two wickets. Colin Ackerman due in next, then Ollie Robinson and Casey Aldridge.
Yeah, this is good work from Derbyshire. Stokes in with 7 balls of the power play remaining.
Yeah, they wouldn't want him in this early, would they? They really wouldn't want him in this early. Mind you.
If he's there, within a chance of, getting Durham over the line, you're nervous. But if you can get him any time before then, you're going to put yourself in a good position.
Also a prize wicket for one of these Derbyshire bowlers. As the Aitchison over, which cost just 1 and included the wicket of Alex Lees, comes to an end. Aitchison 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 8. Durham 24 for 2 with 1 over of the power play remaining. As Freddie said, this has been a really good effort from the Derbyshire bowlers, Nick Potts and Ben Aitchison. The applause there for Ben Aitchison as he comes to field down below us at long leg.
Derbyshire's top wicket taker in this competition last year, Ben Aitchison. Still a slip in for Potts, nicely driven. Pace onto the middle of the bat from the bowler and punished through the covers by Rhodes.
Just a proper cricket shot.
Don't feel like we've seen that many cover drives today.
No.
It's not been that sort of pitch, but Potts is quick enough. You can just lean through the shot.
Talking to somebody in the media lounge, so they didn't think it was a particularly easy pitch on which to score quickly. More of an accumulation type.
Goes again. And that's another really smart shot, and Bin Naeem can't prevent back-to-back 4s.
However, Durham have started scoring quickly. Derbyshire are going to be careful here. Yusuf Bin Naeem will be slightly disappointed he didn't stop that. He got there in time, put the slide in, but whether it's just taken a bobble or He's just slightly misjudged it.
Stokes looking very chilled out, leaning on his back, legs crossed at the non-striker's end. It's going to be another boundary. 3 in a row.
And the last 2 balls have been pretty much identical from Nick Potts. Slightly short of a length, outside off stump, and any top order batter, given the fielding restrictions, will send that away to 4. We now lose our slip.
And he's going to come around the wicket.
Well, it was interesting because the ball before he bowled that last delivery that went for 4, Brooke Guest suggested with his gloves that perhaps he should bowl around the wicket, which is what he's doing now.
He's got a good Yorker, Nick Potts. Oh, and that's a lovely delivery.
That's why.
Angled in and then just nipped away.
Well, the Yorker that dismissed Matty Hurst at Old Trafford was as good a delivery as you're ever going to see, especially under the pressure he must have been feeling at the time.
That's the frustrating thing with Potts, isn't it? Sometimes you know he's got that in his locker.
Defending 9, or defending 8, essentially. Went boundary, Yorker, middle stump.
Better length. Yeah, he's probably got the best Yorker in the Derbyshire team.
Akif Javed.
Oh, yeah.
That was good. I know he's not in the team.
Took him a
anymore,
while to get going, didn't it?
He didn't really just think about the Yorker until 3 games from the end, which was slightly irritating.
Strange sort of campaign in the end.
He was the leading wicket taker, wasn't he? In the blast for Derbyshire. Overtook Nick Potts in that final game. Potts not picking up a wicket.
Yeah, Morley was the one who started incredibly with the ball, and then arrived Sufyan McKean and took his spot. End of the power play then. Derbyshire were 41 for 1. Derbyshire have Durham 36 for 2. The wickets to fall, Alex Lees and Graham Clark, so both openers.
Good save. Yeah. Ben Stokes has faced just 1 delivery so far. Ben Aitchison's going to continue. This will be his 6th over. When you bowled the first 5 and taken 2 for 8, you've earned the right to bowl a 6th. Fielding restrictions have been relaxed because we're outside the power play. It hits Ben Stokes on the pad. It's gone off down at 3rd man for a leg by. Pitched outside leg, I imagine. Possibly height. And apart from that, what of Phoebes? It might have hit the stumps. There are other things to take into consideration for Paul Pollard, like where it pitched. And
Would like Paul Pollard to indicate to Ben Stokes what the ball's doing. He wants Derbyshire batters in their innings.
Rhodes just clips that into the leg side this time. Wayne Matson and Ross Whiteley just changing positions there. Ross Whiteley's gone in closer to sort of catching mid-wicket. Wayne Matson's gone to a wideish mid-on. You're not missing anything because Ben Aitchison's left bootlace has come undone. Right, he's already apologises to Rhodes for the delay. One taken off the stumps by Rhodes. He's on to 16 off 14. Ben Stokes yet to register a run off the bat, but he's only faced 2 balls. 2 more people just returning to their seats with Ben Stokes out there in the middle. On the move Stokes there to defend that one. To encouragement for Ben Aitchison. Harry Kame and Wayne Madsen have a chat. 50 over competition captain and county championship captain. Oh, he's almost the de facto vice captain in the championship as well, Kame. Stokes finally off the mark with a single that, well, he hasn't completed it, yes, he has now. The slowest single of the day so far. The trial left, wearing what looks like a Trent Rockets top. Again, outside leg stump.
Yeah, you're right.
It is Trent Rockets, isn't it? By the,
They have still got that name. They've not changed.
I believe so. 39 for 2 after 40 for 2 after 11. Duckworth Lewis suggests they should be on 64. Long way to go in this one. Long way to go in this one. Yeah, they're one of the teams that kept the name.
Here is Shoaib Bashir.
Here we go.
This is good.
Here we go.
Shoaib Bashir then, for the first time, will bowl, well, eventually.
Disappointingly to Will Rhodes.
Might be the first time he's bowled to Will Rhodes, quite possibly not. But Ben Stokes at the non-striker's end. So first sign of spin in the Durham innings. And with two left-handers, it's going to be Shoaib Bashir, the right arm off spinner coming around the wicket. He's got a short mid-wicket. Long off is on the boundary. Extra cover. Square leg as well. Extra cover just being moved a little wider. And here is Shoaib Bashir from the city end. Cut away in front of that cover fielder to where he was moved from. And now we will see
It's the main event.
Bashir versus Stokes.
This is what everybody has come to see.
Of course, it was that video of Shoaib Bashir bowling to Alistair Cook 3 years ago that Ben Stokes spotted and forwarded it on to Rob Key.
Always been a good judge of a player.
Stokes goes back, and the diving effort from Anuj Dal is in vain. Stokes wants a new bat, or he's celebrating a milestone. He he definitely wants a new bat.
Just clubbing bat.
Whether he'll be allowed to get it before the end of the over, I'm not sure. Photographers are moving around in position. Nicely bowled, but Stokes will come back on strike. Still a long way left in this game. 213 Durham trail by. Derbyshire making 256 for 9. Martin Anderson's new List A high score, his second 50 over century, 112 of 118. Stokes happy to just punch through the covers for another single. They want H's energy. Well, I think Bashir's energy is normally the benchmark.
I'd say so.
Jack Morley had this sort of field a lot last year, and he'd just have long on and long off and just bowl nice and straight and actually not be too annoyed of just conceding singles if that was all he was going for. And it worked out quite effectively a lot of the time. He's got those two on the fence for anything straight from Stokes. Went out for the drive and the sweep. And Stokes just defends back to his former England colleague. 5 runs of his first over, 45 for 2.
Steady start from Bashir. Into the game now. Yes, he did have a bat, but this is what he's here for. Meanwhile, change at the racecourse end as well. It's going to be Anuj Dal. First time here at Derby since that injury. It's Gloucestershire. He's bowling at when he was bowling at the City end on that occasion, so I'm sure there's nothing in that, but he's going to be bowling from the racecourse end as he warms up with his usual ball that goes straight up in the air as he bowls it to Ben Aitchison. And he'll initially be bowling to Will Rhodes, who's better than a run-up all 19. And already by some distance the leading scorer in this Durham innings. Jack Morley finds himself out on the cover boundary for the fielding of that delivery. Stokes back on to strike. Martin Anderson passes the ball to Anuj Dal and whispers, "Rather you than me, son," as he bowls to Ben Stokes.
Can afford to be watchful, can't he, Stokes? Get himself into this innings.
Yeah, no need to do anything silly. Probably it'd be great if he did.
Middlesex made 294 for 8 against Essex. Yorkshire flying along against Hampshire in their reply. Yorkshire 77 without loss. Will Luxton is 47 of 32. He's a real talent. Surprised he's not in the 100, actually. Yorkshire chasing down 320. Essex 62 for 1 in their reply to that Middlesex score. And Group A, the other group to this one, Lancashire made 280 for 5. Surrey of 42 without loss in reply. Notts 82 for 1. In reply to 258 for 9 put on by Somerset. And Warwickshire at Wantage Row, they made 312 for 9. Northants 41 for 1 in reply. The T20 Blast champions. 2 wickets for Yuzvendra Chahal in that Warwickshire innings.
Tight over this from Anuj Dal so far. It's the 1 run off the first 5 deliveries. Big Clive on Blue Sky. Where are you? Have you been sacked? I'm sure you'll have found us by now, Clive.
I like how that's his first thought.
Yeah.
Not are you unwell or...
Yeah.
You're never unwell though, you never miss a day.
Don't miss many. Good over there from Anuj Dal. 1 run from it. 46 for 2 after 13. Really tight stuff from Anuj Dal on his return to the county ground. There's a conversation with Martin Anderson before going off to his fielding position. Such a key fielder, Anuj Dal.
Yeah, it almost looks like Guest and Madsen are setting the fields and Kame is having the chat with the bowler. Madsen doing a lot of work. Guest has got a good tactical mind and was the captain last year, and he was certainly helping out Harry Kame, as is Wayne Madsen. There's some good experience on the field.
Any suggestions that Guest had there have been completely ignored by Bashir.
A little bit too straight. I've no idea why Bashir got excited there. It's not his best delivery.
He often does, doesn't he? He's a bundle of energy.
Stokes taking guard on middle and leg. Mid-on is in the ring. Stokes just defends. It's a nice delivery from Bashir. Didn't look like there was loads of turn in the first innings, but it isn't the quickest pitch. It's a used pitch. And the Durham spinners, both sort of, their first spells were a little expensive, and the second ones, particularly from Ghaffari, sort of seemed to adjust to the conditions quite well.
Gives it plenty of air, doesn't he? They'll just dart one through Bashir.
Stokes 3 of 14. When does he go?
Not yet. Not yet. Plenty of time.
I mean, 3 years since he last played 50-over cricket. Take a bit of adjustment again, but of course his role in that 2019 World Cup. As far back as 2018 as well, Durham's one-day cup victory. Scored a big century in their semi-final. Goes back and hits that with some venom just for a single. Again, it's a very slow single, conserving his energy.
He'll be there in a minute. There he is. Ball already back in the gloves of Brooke Guest by the time Ben Stokes walks across the crease.
Yeah, Will Luxton's hit a 36-ball half-century for Yorkshire in their run chase. Here's the quicker delivery from Bashir. But another good over, 49 for 2 after 14.
Yeah, 2 overs for 8. Sure, Bashir just 3 from that one. Potts 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 28. Ben Aitchison 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 10. Remarkable figures.
Certainly seeing a few people trying to go into the best seats now.
Yes,
Benjamin Stokes is out in the middle.
they're all back.
Just checking this new bat as well. Stokes, after he changed the first one.
Good piece of wicket keeping there by Brooke Guest, standing up to Anuj Dal. Again, Will Rhodes is wondering why it wasn't a wide. Must have just caught his thigh pad.
I'm sure I heard a noise. But I know they are a little bit more lenient this year with the leg side
Yeah,
wides.
as they should be. Blimey. There was nothing, was there, for the bowlers? Dal concedes his second and third runs in his second over. Rhodes going along nicely. Still more than a run a ball.
429 runs and 14 wickets for Will Rhodes in last year's one-day cup for Durham.
Just showing off, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
The Durham 50 comes up. 51 for 2.
He didn't even bowl in the first innings. Top wicket taker and top run scorer last year in this competition.
Took Durham a full 3 overs longer to get to 50 than Derbyshire managed. Derbyshire's 50 coming up in the 12th over. Durham's in the 15th. It's like watching proper cricket after all this time. New supporters standing up underneath the new scoreboard. It says Durham 51 for 2. And this has been a good start to his spell for Anuj Dal. 1 ball to go in his second over. He's only gone for 3 runs so far. 2 scoring shots. Plenty of dot balls. Can he close out the over? Yes. 51 for 2 after 15, then 35 overs remain. Required rate is just edged up towards 6 and over. Durham need a further 205 from 35 overs in their pursuit of 2. 57. That's what I was doing. I was trying to do the maths and thinking that can't be right, but it's absolutely right. And it says it on the scoreboard, but I still didn't believe it.
I'd rather Durham need X to win rather than trail by
So
X,
would I.
though, because that's not as important in white ball cricket.
They do that in red ball cricket as well, though. I wish when they're batting first, or whoever's batting first in red ball cricket, they always lead.
Yes. Just past Bashir. Roach just making sure he's okay, and they have a pat on each other's backs. Bashir growing his hair out as well. Just tuck Stokes up for room.
You like that one, Bash? It's the kind of contest he will absolutely relish.
Yeah. Yeah, this is exactly what this competition needs, this sort of contest, these sort of players. Swish of the bat from Stokes, just a single. Bashir's excited.
If he's excited, I'm excited.
All of these shots have hit the fielders. A lot of the loose balls have, you know, the bowler's got away with them. Durham just haven't quite picked the gaps. Stokes 5 of 19.
Perfect placement, Fred. Perfect placement of the field.
This one will get past Bashir. Durham's run rate 3.4. I mean, Derbyshire's for most of their innings was 4.5. It's quite steady going.
We've got to get them in a position where they need to take some risks.
Rate required climbing to 6. Stokes still very watchful. 5 of 20. 2 runs off the over. And a warm round of applause for Shoaib Bashir. It's been a really good start. 3 overs, 0 for 10.
Look at those bowling figures. Anasdal 2 overs for 3. Aitchison 6 overs for 10. Poxy a little expensive, 5 overs for 28. And as Freddie said, Bashir 3 overs for 10. It's been a really good effort by the Derbyshire bowlers, who are defending a relatively low total. 257 the target, but they still need a further 204 runs from 34 overs. More than 6 and over. Strikes the pad. Not out, says Paul Pollard. And he's down on one knee, imploring the umpire to give it. Not interested at all. Nor's Phoebe.
She's timing it for us.
Giving us a replay. We've just written everything down, Phoebes. And
We're ready.
No, we're not going to see one. Too controversial. Round the wicket, Dal. It's like the aerial, that defensive shot into the offside. Just for a moment, Rhodes' heart might have been in his mouth.
His hand came off the bat, which always is not a good thing.
Threw the shot a bit early, wasn't he? Hit relatively high up on the blade of the bat.
This is a really good contest at the moment between these two.
Absorbing cricket.
Yeah.
This is exactly what you were. Not bish bash bosh.
I do not worry for Jack Morley, but with the 2 left-handers there, with Stokes taking a liking to left-arm spin, I wonder if he's going to be the one they look to up the ante against when he comes on. There's no rush to bring him on, though. These 2 at the minute, and the other 2 have gone along fine. Of course, Derbyshire do have Martin Anderson as well.
Just took the words right out of my mouth.
I mean, he can do a very similar job to an Anuj Dal.
Yeah.
And that could just keep the pressure on.
You might have heard Martin Anderson's voice in the background. You're right, he's a lot louder today than I ever remember him being. Got a century behind him, of course, which always helps.
Yeah. Take that into the field with you.
They do manage to get Dal away this time, or at least Rhodes does. He was going at better than a run a ball barely 5 minutes ago. He's now 26 off 34. Partnership up to 30 off 48. A big century stand between Brooke Guest and Martin Anderson. Derbyshire lay a foundation that they didn't take full advantage of. A good end to the over from Dal, whose 3 overs have cost just 4 runs. Remarkable stuff. And it's Dal miserly. Durham 54 for 2 after 17. That was Copley with his big lens, seems to be getting bored sitting in one place, so he's moving around a bit. With his bucket hat on. I believe they're called bucket hats.
I think when you've done it as long as he has, he seems to know exactly what to wear, what to have with him, how to stay out the sun.
He's a top man, Gareth.
Sheer staying around the wicket, just gets past Anuj Dal. Seven overs since the last over with a boundary, in which there were 3 of them in a row from Will Rhodes. It's been 7 very quiet overs. So Midon goes back. Anuj Dal is there at catching extra cover. Madsen and Aitchison are close. There's a point, and then Madsen's almost a backward point for any width offered up by Bashir. Dal now goes to mid-wicket, and Kame is at extra
Swap with
cover.
Harry Kane, that's interesting, isn't it? What's he think?
Struck on the pad, Bashir likes it, and he just knew at the back of his mind it wasn't quite enough because he pulled out of the appeal. Oh, the crowd would have got excited there.
He was up though, wasn't he? He was up. The boy was really excited by that one. Batting a long way outside leg stump.
Yeah, and it's missing leg stump.
It is.
Bashir knew. Fires one in. Stokes can just turn that away. I don't know if that was the best option there, Bashir. He just maybe let Stokes off. You could see what he was thinking, try and sneak one through. He does get caught on the back foot, LBW, quite a lot to spinners, Stokes, in the last few years. I wonder if he could have just held his nerve, tossed it up again. Really probing from Bashir. Continuing to enjoy himself in Derbyshire colours. That's a little too straight. Anderson giving chase. There should be 2, and there are. Continuing to prove, Fletch, that he very much can get a game for Derbyshire.
Yes.
Some would tell you otherwise.
Yeah, I don't believe everything that you hear on the radio. Certainly not the national radio.
Or indeed TV.
Can't get in the side, apparently.
Another appeal. Bashir likes this one a lot more.
He was running down the pitch.
There wasn't a
Just
lot of
off the pitch.
patience. As soon as he thought, if the finger's not going up straight away, I'm not happy.
Look at
Some
this
umpires
one.
take a while.
It's difficult to tell because the umpire is obscuring our view. That's a good
It's a
delivery.
better shout,
Yeah,
but
it is.
I don't think there's enough there.
He's getting into it.
Final ball of his 4th over, and that's a watchful finish. Bashir yet to go for a boundary. 4 overs for 15, 59 for 2. The crowd really appreciating his work and his enthusiasm here.
Really good stuff, this from the Derbyshire bowlers. And it's down just 3 overs for 4. Continuing from the racecourse end, bowling to Will Rhodes. 30 from 38. Stokes yet to get going, really. But you always know in the back of your mind that at some point he will. That's a nice shot from Rhodes. Down the ground, 4 runs. And Aitchison just turns and trots after the ball. I think it's gone behind the hover cover as well, because he's just changed direction.
First boundary since the 10th over. We're in the 19th, and well, they said about if your hand comes off the bat, it can be trouble, but that was a lovely shot. Straight down the ground. Just relieves a bit of pressure as the run rate climbs above 6. Run rate required even climbs above 6. 4 o'clock. These days do whiz by.
Is it 4 o'clock?
4 o'clock
It is,
already.
It's remarkable. cut off 20 past 6. They should be okay for that, even at this long range. Dall's response to that boundary from Rhodes, decent.
He just hits the same spot, doesn't he, Dahl? He never really varies in line or length. And when the conditions suit him and the ball's nibbling around a bit, he can become almost unplayable.
It's a great thing about 50-over cricket, though, isn't it? Because you can be a proper bowler. You don't have to have a million variations, and you can still prosper. Almost how the game was intended to be played. That one is pushed up to Anderson. Loud clap from Ben Aitchison down below us at long on. Boots on the boundary rope. I'm not sure about that. The haircut, I'm concerned that he's gone too early. Like I'm an expert, but it's in Alice Band territory not too long ago. If that's been played deliberately by Rhodes, that's beautiful. Because he's edged it down to a very fine third man for 4 runs. I'm not sure that's in time where he meant it to go. You can't set a field for that, really. Not that Derbyshire didn't have 1 or 2 boundaries of their own that were slightly fortuitous, possibly. 2 boundaries in the over, rather spoiled Dall's figures so far. He's got 1 ball to go. Spoiled to the extent where he's bowled 4 overs, conceded 12 runs, 8 of them in this over from 2 blows. Well, 1 blow and an edge.
Interesting thing will be who comes on next. Because Aitchison, you're going to have to save.
Yeah,
Potts.
I think they go Anderson.
Yeah.
Excellent fielding from Ross Whiteley.
Could even be one where Bashir, you bowl, 8 overs in a row or something and just keep him on. Just keep him on from one end.
Well, at the moment, he's got into that kind of rhythm and mindset that he's going to take a wicket with the next delivery that he bowls, and that's always a dangerous thing for the batters when Shoaib Bashir is in that kind of mood. He's been a terrific addition to this Derbyshire squad this season. A lot of people sat up and took notice of the club when he signed. Martin Anderson warming up on the edge of the circle. Out short, fine leg. And we wondered exactly how it would work for him and what kind of England commitments he'd have. He's been brilliant. At the moment, Stokes just can't get him away. Although he's only 1 big hit, you would have thought, from getting him away. He'll want bragging rights. He uses his feet and is beaten in the flight. And immediately the ball is fielded by Anuj Dal. Shoaib Bashir is pointing towards Brooke Guest saying, get it into him, get it into him. Interesting.
Wonder if there's been any words between him and Stokes. Well, just mere acknowledgement. Bashir enjoying himself. That's full, gets half a hand to it. Stokes will come through for another very slow single. Anderson is warming up.
He's such a likeable character, though, Bashir. It would be hard to dislike him, I would have thought. Even if you're Ben Stokes and think, I'm going to go out there, he's my enemy, he's the adversary. It's very difficult to dislike Shoaib Bashir.
Turn straight to short mid-wicket. Oh, and now Bashir's nearly taken out by Anuj Dal, who threw the ball back in. Bashir wasn't looking at all. It slightly worried Mohammed Wasim as well, in his long-sleeved purple shirt.
Been a few of those today.
Perhaps revenge for Bashir's throw after that wicket. He took a good catch on the boundary to remove Clark. We'll get 1 ball at Stokes here. Stokes has had a game so far, it's been so mundane, it's going to be frustrating some of the written press. But that's just how Derbyshire would like it. I mean, he bowled well, didn't he? But there's been nothing of particular note.
No. Not yet.
That will worry Derbyshire, perhaps. That's nicely played. He's still boundaryless after 27 balls. 46, though, the partnership. And Durham 70 for 2 after 20.
Sheer 5 overs for 18, which is a terrific effort outside the power play, when you can almost certainly go at a run of ball comfortably. It will be Martin Anderson to replace Anuj Dal, whose 4 overs cost 12 runs. They're thinking of bringing Anuj Dal back in a couple of overs' time at the City end to bowl in tandem with Martin Anderson. Two very similar bowlers, as Freddie said, but the fifth bowler used, and they're reluctant to have the left armour. Jack Morley bowling to 2 left-handers, which is entirely understandable.
Interesting with Anderson, though, he had a couple of spells in the blast where things didn't quite work out and batters did go after him, and he sort of tried the change-ups and bowled a few no balls. Whether this is the moment, Stokes picks on someone, 8 of 27.
His first bowl in the blast was his 6th for it at Grace Road. He smashes it, doesn't he, Ben Stokes? Straight to Harry Kane on the bounce.
I just think
it looks like he is going to try and
this
take
might
Martin
be his
Anderson
cue.
down, take the fifth bowler down,
Yeah,
force Derbyshire to bring the left armour on.
and go after him. But
Well, yes.
Derbyshire only need one mistake out of Ben Stokes and they'll feel they're right on top of this game.
He does get hold of it. He's going to get 4, using his feet to the first 2 deliveries that Martin Anderson has bowled rather, as Ben Stokes. It's given Martin Anderson a bit of food for thought. He's experienced enough, of course, Martin Anderson, to know what he wants to do. Of course, doing it when Ben Stokes is the batter is slightly different.
Guest has come up to the stumps. That's a clever move.
Yeah, I think so. That's a nice shot from Stokes. His 4 more clipped into the leg side. Once it got past Ross Whiteley, Ben Naeem stood no chance. And after Freddie mentioned that he hadn't scored a boundary, he now scored 2 in quick succession.
You could hear Anderson shout no as soon as he bowled it.
So he's got a bit of thinking to do here, Martin Anderson. Can't be the fifth bowler and go around the park. It's down with a nice stop. Not happy with the outfield. Who is? Who is? It's a decent enough stop there.
He's got the change-ups, Anderson, but he only really bowls, and he bowls of a slightly shorter and slower run-up in T20 cricket as well, where he doesn't complete his action, whereas this is more of his red ball delivery, stride and run-up, etc.
Essex are in trouble against Middlesex in this group. 97 for 4, chasing 295 to win. That game, that second innings, after 14 overs, so they're going along nicely, but 4 wickets down.
That is a young Essex side.
You'll get to see them on Sunday.
There's not...
No,
yeah.
is it this Sunday?
This Sunday.
This Sunday.
There's not many I'm too familiar with. Luke Benkenstein played well here. They've got Matt Critchley captaining. Zaman Akhtar was the signing from Gloucestershire.
Yeah.
I think Mackenzie Jones is a Scotland international. Jamie Porter is very experienced.
I'm surprised Critchley hasn't been picked up in the 100. He generally gets a gig somewhere. He's been down in Welsh 5 for a few seasons.
Charlie Bennett is the seamer with the massive run-up, and he had quite a good
He
blast.
played in the T20 against Derbyshire at Chelmsford.
Yeah, he's got the massive. He would start it on the edge of the advertising matting. It's an amazing run-up. Bashir to bowl his 6th over. Stokes has just started to get going. He continues to just be watchful with the off-spinner on.
Definitely thinking of driving down to Worcester on Friday. It's not too far away, is it?
Yeah,
Even for me.
still desperate to tick that one off. It's a possibility when Derbyshire are there. It's either there or Plymouth. We'll fight it out, Fletch.
No fighting.
No, I can imagine already where I'll be off to. Anderson just missed fields. Could be worse, down by the seaside.
I wouldn't be surprised if they don't tell me to go to Plymouth from Worcester.
Because you're already nearer.
Sort of 2.5 hours away. But it's day 2 of the final game of the season.
So if Derbyshire are in contention,
Well, that's it.
that's part of the fun. It's finding out a few days before what sport you're doing, what game you're at. Keeps us on our toes.
If only we were equally proficient at either game.
Doesn't get any of that. Rhodes. This is really finely poised. Waiting for something to give, and it was just starting in that Anderson over. He's had a bit of time to think about his plan. But something feels like it needs to give at some point. Still only 22 overs, though, into this Durham reply. Good fielding by Anderson.
Yes, you're just waiting for the lid to blow off, aren't you? One way or the other. Will it be a couple of wickets? Will it be a couple of big blows that gets Durham right back into contention? They're closing in on that DLS score.
No run there. Another good over, 81 for 2.
6 overs for 20 is exceptional from Shoaib Bashir. 3 and a third. 3.3 an over, something along those lines.
Can't imagine he's played loads of List A cricket as well.
8. This is his 9th match of List A cricket. He's got 3 wickets. His average is over 100. So this is a complete role reversal for him. Mountain Anderson to continue. As Nick Potts goes off for a moment. Who's come on?
Should be on a Joe Hawkins and Mitchell Wagstaff.
I think Mitch Wagstaff would probably be the man to come on, but I can't find him at the moment. I'll have a look for him. There he is. Down at long leg. It looks like Mitch. It is. The lesser spotted Mitch Wagstaff this season. He's done pretty well for the twos.
Jack Morley's just starting to limber up.
Well, they've got to bring him on at some point, haven't they? They can't not bowl him until one or both of these is out.
It's one of those, if he ends up bowling a lot sort of after 30 overs, that is when Stokes could take a liking to him.
Yes.
Just wonder now if you can set him quite a defensive field, tempt Stokes into that big shot. I wonder if he'll replace Shoaib Bashir, leave him with 4 overs.
Guides that one down towards there. But I was a slip in the outfield there by Shoaib Bashir, and they'll come back for the second. I've seen a few fielders slip, haven't we? Saw some slip in the Durham bowling innings. Drive. He's unlucky there, is Ben Stokes.
Tell you what, if that flicked a Martin Anderson finger, that would have been something.
He did well to get down as quickly as he did, but nothing on it. It's a beautiful shot. We saw 2 of those from Martin Anderson that missed the stumps narrowly. He was rewarded with boundaries. That one was just hit too straight by Ben Stokes. Crashed into the stumps.
He's trying to hit the ball hard.
He's almost trying to hit it too hard. He
Yeah.
really does want to knock Martin Anderson out of the attack, doesn't he, here? He's conscious of the fact that Nobody's really gone for too many runs. Martin Anderson has gone for 6 and over in his first 2. Well, this is the final ball of it, but everybody else has been pretty miserly. Oh, Harry Kane. Stop it. Diving away to his right, the Derbyshire skipper prevents runs off the final ball of the over. 2 overs for 12, then Martin Anderson, 23 gone. Durham 84 for 2. They're around about 8 overs, 8 runs behind DLS. It's absolutely nothing as the 2 batters will have a towel down and a drink.
That was 4 off the bat, wasn't it? I mean, that looked like a glorious shot, and that'll also just keep pushing Ben Stokes back.
Left arm spin alert. Wonder how this will go. Sorry, 82 without loss against Lancashire, chasing 281. 199 required off 32 and a half overs.
There you go. My mum is watching now.
Lovely.
Because Ben Stokes is on.
Well, that's it. Not because you're on.
No.
No.
Big fan of yourself, Fletch, I'm sure.
I could imagine.
Morley, 29 List A wickets, 37.
I can see the family resemblance on the photographs. You do look like your mum. I don't know if that's good for
Yeah, more than my dad.
If that's bad for
My
her
bro-
or bad
yeah.
for you, I'm not
Well,
sure.
My brother is 3 years younger, and he's taller than me.
Is he?
So, which is great because now he gets all the comments and attention if we go anywhere together. It used to be reserved for me. And I can sort of slip under the radar, which is just how I like it. But yeah,
Only if the radar's set at a certain level, though, you can slip under it.
it's rare, yeah.
Yeah. Not if it's
Nicely done.
Set too low.
Here is Morley. All of the spin has been from the city end today. Some mild engines racing past. That crane away in the distance, which I know people can't see on the
One that
stream, but
never moves.
it's been a bit of a feature. And I walked past that from the station. I think they're putting in some of the flood defences on the River Derwent, across from some of the bridges if you're driving from Derby towards the station.
Be a good time to do it, wouldn't it, now, when there is no chance of it flooding?
Yeah, that seems to be where the work is and why
What's
those
happening here?
cranes
He
are
needs a
up.
new helmet. Does Ben Stokes? As if there hadn't been enough delay with the drinks and the towel down, he now needs the helmet when Madsen goes across to have a chat with him. Would they have been together at the Northern Superchargers, possibly? I know. And in fact, everybody's going to have a drink now, and the whole game's ground to a halt, which is excellent.
Don't think we're. Where was he? Was at London? Was he London Spirit last year?
Who, Wayne?
Wayne.
Actually, he was at Manchester Originals, wasn't he? He's never been. I don't think he's ever been at the Superchargers.
No.
Probably just reminiscing about the last time they played against each other in 2013.
Pat on the back.
Wayne spotted the drinks and trotted off to have a bit of liquid refreshment.
The Durham physio's got a big knee brace on. You can't have the physio being injured.
I know. It's been told by our very helpful scorer, Jane, who was on the radio last week, remarkably, that this is the official drinks break. So
Okay.
some sensible decisions have
Yes.
broken out in a game of cricket, which is relatively unusual.
Well, more so in football when they'd have a 3-minute VAR decision and then
yeah.
a minute later then take the drinks break and then they'll do a substitution.
Drinks break in an air-conditioned stadium.
Yes. Utterly
Nonsense.
absurd.
Absolute nonsense. But anyway,
It's got me pining for a cold night watching a football league game 0-0.
Yeah, well-
Not many things get me pining for that. Watching the final, I just thought, give me that. Give me a half time of a few bored substitutes keeping the ball in the air,
kicking the ball at each other,
looking a
saying they
bit
could hurt
lazy,
each other.
snoods up, not really, knowing they're not going to come on. Mr. Brightside's playing over the tannoy, which barely works. That's what I want. We're nearly there. But,
Well, some of the challenges were very reminiscent of League
Yeah.
Two football. In my experience,
Argentina, it's quite something.
they are they're an aggressive side.
Yes.
And the national newspaper, I learnt on the radio on the way in today, it's on one of the front pages of the papers, praising them for the way they conducted themselves throughout the final with dignity. And you think, well, they were punching players by the end, but
Yes.
there we go.
It was as well, thinking, why on earth did England sit off and give
Well,
this lot so
yeah,
much respect?
That was the other one. That was the other one. I think the right side probably won the competition, but
Yes.
especially the way they dealt with France. That was truly remarkable.
Stokes is... What else is he getting now?
His helmet's been fixed, I think, by the helmet fixer. He's been brought. Get off the phone. He's having a look at it. He's not 100% thrilled with what's going on inside the helmet. There's little cushiony bits velcroed in, don't they? So it fits snugly. I think he's just removed one that's been popped in the pocket of the substitute fielder. Substitute. It's 85 for 2, everybody, but you probably know that because it's on your screen. Durham, 172 off 26 overs and 5 balls. Nah, well, nobody needs that. Me and Fred.
Is that why you've sat me here? So I'm a little
Well,
closer.
I always, in fairness,
That's your seat.
I always sit on this side. I don't know why. I just like sitting on the right.
You get a bit more of a view.
Yes, yeah, which is only right. I think they're mainly worried that they can see the advertising board behind us.
Yes.
That's largely the reason that they keep showing the commentator cam.
Well, they say a drinks break brings a wicket. Sorry, a wicket does bring a drinks break. The other way around, but I think that's why Stokes just chose to see that one out. And he just clips away. I think you're seeing with Ben Stokes, he knows if he's there at the end, then he's got the capability. But the end is a long way away, and the runs and the run rate required are climbing a little bit too much, where I think if you're Rhodes, you're just maybe wanting a little bit more from Ben Stokes here.
He's putting pressure on him, isn't he? Although he didn't look like he was under much pressure with that shot. Another helmet has been brought. It looks like it's going to come out for Ben Stokes. So you can never have too many helmets, I always think. So you've got the one head.
Morley over the wicket. Stokes goes back. Happy to punch it down the ground for a single. Deep backward square, deep mid wicket. Long on. Deep cover. Dahl is still close in at mid wicket. There's a catching cover in Harry Kane. Goes aerial this time. Has he picked the gap? No, it's well fielded. Shoaib Bashir out there in front of the scoreboard gets a well-deserved ripple of applause. Morley's first over goes for just 5, 89 for 2.
In addition to saying he couldn't get a game for Derbyshire, I did hear one commentator say, well, he's obviously worked on his fielding. Well, of course he has. He's a professional cricketer and he fields very well, Shoaib Bashir. 5 runs off that. Jack Morley over was decent enough. Against 2 left-handers, it's tricky. I'd certainly prefer to bowl to a couple of right-handers. I have no doubt. Ben Aitchison just looked like he was stretching out a little bit. Another helmet has been brought on for Ben Stokes from his helmet collection. Entirely sure why. What was the problem?
Yeah, that changes helmets and bats and all sorts.
Cut-off time has slipped to 6:30. Time do you train?
7:30.
No
Been
chance.
okay. 20-minute walk to the station, roughly. We can get moving.
Bit of a jog.
Been done before.
Oh dear. What time would you get home with a 7:30 train?
10 o'clock. So it's a long day for us both. And then a couple of quiet days this week. A couple of trips into London and Chelmsford on Sunday.
Yes, it's pretty quiet at my end. I'll watch Burton tomorrow, and then if I don't go to Worcester, I don't think I'd have anything until Repton.
Yeah, next week's quiet until the weekend.
That goes mad, doesn't it? Repton and Derby Friday and Sunday, and Derby County at Burton Albion on the Saturday. Slightly offline, that one from Anderson. Morley's a decent enough fielder in the deep though.
Do you think Derbyshire will back themselves to go certainly further than last year in this comp? I mean, last year was a real disappointment, but with the side they've got, 2 players at the 100, I know they've got some injuries and people like Jewell not playing, but you'd like to think they'll back themselves to have a really good crack at this competition.
Well, I'd like to think so. I'd like to think so. That's 4. Stokes definitely wants to get after Martin Anderson. He's sort of managing it at the moment.
I wonder how long before they go back to a Potts or Aitchison.
Or Dell. I know he's been out for a while, but they did play in that game at Chesterfield at the Championship. Swing and a miss from Stokes.
It was a good line from Anderson. Stokes rehearsing the cut, but it was more of a straight bat, the shot he tried to play. Sort of line and length where you can't quite get the cut shot away because it's too straight.
Again, if he meant that, that's brilliant. He was trying to cut it. Whether he was trying to cut it that fine, I'm not entirely sure, but it's a boundary to finish the Martin Anderson over. 3 overs for 21, so going at 7.
At this stage, Derbyshire were 112 for 1, so they are in front of the game.
They have a horrible collapse or two, though, didn't they?
Yeah, and it's not that far in front. The partnership between these two, 74 of 97.
Just got to look at DLS to know that this game is in the balance here. 159 more runs at 6.4 and over. Wickets required to make it comfortable or more comfortable.
Ackerman, Ollie Robinson and Aldridge in next. Oh, that can't have been far away. Morley in his second over.
Ackerman's decent, isn't he? Ollie Robinson clearly can bat.
I think Aldridge gives it a whack. Couldn't tell you too much about the rest of that batting order.
No.
Struck on the pad. Morley likes it. The umpire likes it too. Rhodes' stay is over. He's gone for 45 and a timely breakthrough. Derbyshire built the pressure from that end. Jack Morley's come on and finished the task. Rhodes is gone, 98 for 3.
He didn't like the decision, did he? Have I missed the replay? It's the big quote. I think I've missed it, you know.
No, I think Phoebe's going to wait. And then it can be on the big screen as well.
Ah, right. Clever.
This is the
Clever.
guidance.
Yeah. Look outside. Still not sure. Haven't seen it again. Oh, Freddie's given it. I thought it might have hit him outside the line.
I'm now worried they're going to convey my thoughts onto 5 Live Sports Extra.
They won't even mention us.
Hopefully not. But at least they'll have no idea because they're only listening, so they'll have to take their word for it. But that is a big breakthrough.
That's huge. Huge. Rhodes in decent nick, 45 off 60. And we said that Derbyshire needed some wickets. 5 fours. Really brings Colin Ackerman in, which is another worry for Derbyshire. But they're keeping themselves in this. It is clearly a pitch on which it is not easy to score. Used pitch, last used a week last Sunday in the T20. Hence Derbyshire's decision to play 2 specialist spinners, and it's not the one we thought it was going to be necessarily. It takes the wicket of the left-handed Will Rhodes. Partnership 74 off exactly 100 balls.
Right, I can pull up the replay on here. Let's have another look.
I'm I'm saying outside the line. What are you saying?
I think that's in line. I think
Okay.
height is a bit of a, mind you, it's hit him on the knee roll.
Morley like it doesn't matter now, does it? We can't change it.
I think that's pretty good. I think
Okay.
that's pretty good.
We'll give it you.
So Ackerman just goes back, punches to Potts, who misfields, gets away with it. So a right-hander out in the middle now. Might just buy Derbyshire some time, bowling at a new batter who gets off the mark and in turn keeps the strike. 99 for 3 after 26.
And Ackerman averaging 36 in List A cricket over 128 matches with a high score of 152 not out. No mug with the bat. Allow Martin Anderson to continue. Even may well have continued anyway, but he'll be bowling at Ackerman first up.
It's the first time I've ever seen Derbyshire use opposition players in their updates in terms of pictures. Stokes back into the attack for Durham. They know what they're doing.
Absolutely. Tick. Can't get that ball away. Straight to Mike Madsen, who's filling at point now, which is usually the domain of Anuj Dal, who's actually fielding at mid-on. Very unusual not to see Dal at point, certainly in red ball cricket. Slower delivery from Anderson. Ackerman can't get that one away either.
Required run rate nearly 7 now. Just
See, if I had 2 binoculars, would that help me?
you could tape them together. If anyone has a monocular and we can, let's just get to hold 2 up at once.
Look in different directions, couldn't you?
Have you used it for anything apart from cricket? Bird watching or?
No.
No.
It's been in the bag. It's got a nice little bag that it came in. And I still don't know, because I was never told, who it came from.
It just appeared.
It was from a supporter who'd heard me talking about having not brought my binoculars and basically said, take that, you can keep it. It was brought in by one of the stewards.
I wonder
for it.
why they didn't want it back.
We can't really see much through it. I think that's probably the reason.
It had failed at some car boot sales and so wanted it off his hands.
Yes. First run of the over off Martin Anderson there for Ackerman, who moves on to 2, and the 100 comes up for Durham to rapturous acclaim.
Almost feel if Anderson could get through this over, maybe one more, it's almost his job done. They've almost snuck a few overs out. He survived some of that early pressure from Stokes. Guessed up to the stumps. He's doing a job here.
He's got 2 balls to go in the over. He's got 1 ball to go in the over, as that one is defended by Ben Stokes, who's done what he can to get after Martin Anderson. He's holding his nerve nicely here, the all-rounder.
He is just going to try and bat all the way through here. And I don't think Derbyshire is just going to keep them worried. Whatever happens at the other end, if Stokes is still there, you just never know.
It's terrifying, really. Good end to the over. He's a bit frustrated, though, Ben Stokes out there, that he can't get this Derbyshire bowling tack away. Anderson, 4 overs for 22. 23 overs to go. The required rate of 6.8 and over. Durham 100 for 3 after 27.
2 games he did play against New Zealand. Runs are hard to come by. 12 and a duck on that tough pitch at Lords, and then 15 and 30 at Trent Bridge. Bowling-wise, they took 6 in the match in his farewell game. Ackerman gives himself some room.
It was only half a farewell match, really, wasn't it? Because to start with, it wasn't
Yeah.
his farewell match.
You did feel for New Zealand, didn't you? They come and played a really good series, and
They were good.
but it's quite befitting that they were the opposition who, of all the oppositions where the talk isn't about them, it's typical New Zealand. They just got on with it, played well. Darryl Mitchell in particular, just a brilliant, stubborn innings. That century was just fantastic, the way he unleashed at the end after soaking up so much pressure.
Just a word for Blair Tickner, bless him. He got clonked on the head by Archer.
Yeah, that was also the strange thing about that game was New Zealand's bowling attack. They were all dropping like flies, and still England just got themselves out. Crazy passage of play. When, we were up at Chesterfield for the tied T20 the day Stokes announced his retirement.
Yes, we
It
were.
was during that match, which was had itself enough entertainment.
I was put on the spot by Dominic Dietrich.
It's not like Dom.
What do you think? He said. Without really knowing the ins and outs, I don't think we still really know the ins and outs, if I'm honest.
I think he's already hinted at a book. I think that would do very well.
Yes.
That might suggest some of the ins and outs.
He needs a ghostwriter.
God, they'll be clamouring the cricket press pack.
Yeah.
That will be quite the battle. Morley around the wicket to Ackerman. Strikes him on the pad. That's missing leg stump, I think. And the umpire agrees, but just 4 off the over. Derbyshire still just ticking along nicely. More and more overs going by. Just 22 remaining. 153 needed to win. So look at a T20 match where it would be perhaps 135 needed, 7 wickets in hand. Durham, they would back themselves. They've got Stoke there. It's still an even game.
But he will get frustrated. And then Harry Kane is just in conversation there with umpire Pollard, who's basically saying, calm down, everybody, by the look of it.
I wonder if they're a bit annoyed at Stokes again. There's a change of gloves. He was.
It may well be. I mean, yes.
There's been a few delays.
They have. Martin Anderson to continue. 4 overs for 22. He's clawed it back nicely, but Stokes is after him.
Even these dot balls, they ping off the bat. Ben Stokes. You can see the intent.
Well, he should do. He swapped his bat twice
Yeah.
and his helmet 4 times so far. So.
He should be seeing well and hitting well.
Hey, the boy can do what he wants, can't he? Some of his feats over the last few years for England. Just hurried a bit there.
Oh, Aitchison misfield. Stokes thought about setting off. Aitchison's clever ploy. And it's really worked as well, Guest coming up to the stumps, because we know Stokes loves to charge bowlers and, hit them the top of the bounce, hit them back over their head, hit them over, well, anywhere really. And Guest being up to the stumps has just proved to be really effective.
Off target with that delivery was Martin Anderson. He sort of gets away with it though. Just a single down to the backward square leg where Jack Morley is patrolling.
I also think on the analysis side, in the One Day Cup, when you say that Surrey team last year, you're scrambling for clips and information, aren't you? When Ben Stokes turns up, you don't really need to. You've all watched
Never
it.
seen him before in my life.
It's a lot easier. These bowlers know what they're up against.
Yes, much that Ben Stokes does that hasn't been done before. Trying to stop him is another matter, of course.
Yes.
You know where not to bowl to him and where to bowl to him, but when he's bowling, it's as tricky wicketless today. They're looking for 2 here, but 2 was never there. Nick Potts has got a good arm. Does the fielding. $106 for 3, rate required moves to 7.1.
A few outgrounds to go to, Durham. They've got Sussex on Friday at Chester Street. They then go to Gosforth to play Glamorgan. Clifton Park against Yorkshire in York.
And Darlington at some point as well.
9th of August.
South Northumberland. No.
No, another one at Chester Street.
So they're not going to South North this year. 5 overs for 25 now, Martin Anderson. He's got it back down the economy rate to 5 and over. 21 overs left. 150 runs to win. Durham 107 for 3, but whatever, as Fred says, Stokes is out there. You can't relax.
It just reminds me of that commentary line from Michael Atherton, where I think Sky use it. Down comes Stokes. Oh, it's just past the fielder at mid-wicket. Harry came. It would have been special. Now then, how close was he here? Stokes knows that was a little bit of a let-off, and he's just having a word of himself.
He's got cramp because he's just stretching out his left leg. About time he had another delay, really.
You get all the angles of the replay. You get a delay. Just wonder how close that was. Ackerman now swipes between Kame and Ross Whiteley and finds the boundary. Durham just starting to go, and they need to. They'll also know, Derbyshire in some of the pressure situations, that's been the issue this year.
It certainly is.
When you've now got Ben Stokes on your side, knowing what he can do in run chases, that puts the pressure on Derbyshire. If they can stick around, start finding the fence a little easier, things will just start to turn.
The boundary means they don't need to do anything silly in this over.
How long before Aitchison or Potts, you wonder? Or Dahl. 6 overs.
Yeah, Dahl 4 overs for 12.
I almost wonder if there's just the fear in the back of Harry Kame's mind, well, what if they go after him? Gone after Morley here. Lands short and wide of the long-on fielder. Wayne Madsen still loud as ever. A little short, but Stokes just respects it and punches for a single. He's only halfway down the pitch now. And Morley, 4 overs, 1 for 19.
I think he's feeling something here. Ben Stokes, he doesn't look 100% comfortable. Here comes, unsurprisingly, the physio, along with a drink and towels and gloves and all the rest of it. But I think I'll be surprised to see him lying on the floor shortly and having his legs rubbed. Anish Dahl is indeed back. Anderson bowled 5 overs for 25. Is that perhaps having some electrolytes? They're the things that they have for cramp and all that kind of stuff. Martin Anderson in conversation with Harry Kane. Crowd enjoying themselves. One or two shielding themselves from the sun with, I was going to call them parasols, but they're essentially umbrellas.
Yeah. From the same shop, it looks like.
Yes.
Dahl is back on from the racecourse end. This stage, Derbyshire 138 for 2, but the collapse was
Wasn't far away.
not for a bit longer, actually.
180, wasn't it?
Yeah.
181.
And then I think 3 wickets for 6 runs is what they lost.
Yeah, some big players as well. Madsen, Whiteley and Dahl. It's going to go around the wicket initially to Ben Stokes. Starts as he's been bowling pretty much from the start. The dot ball.
This is where 50 over cricket's so good, because we've just seen the different challenges, you know, the bowlers and the batters, and now essentially it turns into that T20 where you see the different skills come out, the power hitting, the deft bowling, the anticipation sort of builds slowly over the day.
Just gets past Harry Kane. Around the boundary goes Nick Potts. They will come back for the second. He's got a good arm. And they get back and he hobbles away. There he goes, look. He's definitely hobbling. The former England Test skipper doesn't look comfortable out there. He sits on a bus for 4 hours on the way home. He hasn't stiffened up by the time he gets to Scotch corner. I'd be surprised. Decent start to the over for Dal. Again, the key now to get out of it. It's only his 5th over as well, so still got plenty of overs left in the bag for Anuj Dal. Can't quite pierce the field at the moment.
Needs to stop hitting it to Harry Kane.
Yeah. We've just called up the man at 3rd man and sent long on back to the boundary down below us.
Stokes is still struggling. He's asked for a drink of some sort.
Well, yeah, just have one long stop instead of 40 short ones. He's hobbling around out there. Nice shot, but he's not pleased because it's only a single, so he has to get down the non-striker's end.
Cricket's a funny game because if there's no fielder down there, we're all going, that's a glorious shot for 4, but as soon as there is, we go, well, fair enough. Takes a single, yeah, he wants some, what is it, pickle juice or whatever, when they seem to drink it and then...
spit it out.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Ask for some of that.
Banana.
Banana, yeah.
I've got one in my bag if you want one.
Or a pie.
2 pies.
I wouldn't mind a pie.
119 for 3. Not in control of that shot, Colin Ackerman, by any manner of means. Another good over from Anuj Dal. 6 overs for 16 runs, 120 for 3. Durham need 137 from the last 19 overs. With a former England captain who's becoming more and more lame as the game goes on, and he's now having something else brought out to him.
Even that, though, if you're Derbyshire, you go, and we've seen this before.
Well,
You know,
yes, yeah, no, you're right.
it just, it could almost make things, I mean, they're still a long way off, but it could make the spectacular potentially even more ridiculous. It's Ben Stokes.
He's just finished an entire sports bottle of something. That wasn't pickle juice because he swallowed the lot. I hope it wasn't pickle juice.
If it was, then fair play. Nice shot. Inside out and into the boundary in front of the Monarch Security Services stand. There we go. I've added that to the vocab now.
What does inside out mean?
We'll never know.
Yeah, nice shot from Colin Ackerman.
It does make sense, but I want to know the origin, essentially. Someone will know. Boundary in a single, real puff of dust as that one flew across the practice wicket. Rate required 7. Of course, Derbyshire lost a lot of wickets. They ended up 9 down when they finished their innings. Just past mid-wicket. Durham looking to keep wickets in hand, but so did Derbyshire at this stage, and then the collapse came. A couple of mini collapses. Dare I ask you, Fletch, which dressing room you'd rather be in now? Who is edging this game? Swept?
I think
There's a real groan from Morley, and that's going to be 4.
I think Durham still. Wickets in hand. Ackerman and Stokes out in the middle. 7 and over. I'd rather be Durham. I wouldn't rather be Durham, obviously, but you know what I mean.
Whipped nicely, that's 4 more. Third boundary in the over. Colin Ackerman's got his eye in now and raced along to 25 off 21.
This is the problem, isn't it? Thought I hadn't had the answer to Inside Out then.
Came as well again. It's very fast across the turf. 134 for free. Now elsewhere, Surrey going along nicely, 129 for 1, chasing 281, Sibley 60. Ryan Patel's just been removed for 58. That's in Group A, as is Northants against Warwickshire. Northants 141 for free, chasing 312. Runs for Ricardo Vasconcelos. Notts 160 for free, chasing 259. Ben Slater 25, Freddie McCann 70, Hazib Hamid batting now of Carl Verena. Yorkshire at Scarborough 180 for free, they need 141 more. Runs for Live and Will Luxton. Sam Whiteman, George Hill in the middle at the moment. And Essex, 141 for 4, chasing 295 against Middlesex.
Dal begins a new over from the racecourse end. His 6th. He's conceded just 16 runs so far. 5 overs and 1 ball.
Just a notification saying 50 for Ben Stokes.
Wow. This one's up in the air, down the ground, and all the way for 6.
Perhaps my phone is predicting it. It's a certain app, but perhaps they're ahead of time.
He's moved on to 47. With that 6, Anuj Dal all of a sudden concedes a 6, which is very out of character. With the way he's been bowling, Stokes doesn't look well. He's got his left hand on his left knee, he's bending double. He's just trying to get into the bowler's heads here. Oh, I've only batted on 1 leg, lads.
Well, this website have made a meal of the scorecard. They have Ackerman down as 12 and Stokes on 54.
Well, he certainly isn't.
So that's going to be sending out some wrong notifications to people.
Excellent.
NV players spot on, of course.
Yes, of course.
Reliable.
Perhaps the other one's got an agenda. 3 away from a half century here, Ben Stokes. The boys in the written media will be thrilled if he gets to 50. Not from that delivery, though. And the volume rises amongst the Derbyshire fielders.
Just the 30 list day centuries, 9 centuries. In ODI cricket, 5 centuries, 24 50s.
From that ball, which is fielded by Ross Whiteley. Required rate dropped down to 6.8 again, 140 for 3. They're a smidge behind Duckworth Lewis. Derbyshire back in the realms of needing a wicket, probably. But he's not going to get a run from that ball either. This is a good comeback from Anuj Dal after being smacked back over his head for 6. Beautiful evening here in Derby as we approach 5 o'clock. Glorious sunshine. And a single for Stokes, who moves to 48. At the end of the over, Anuj Dal has bowled 6 overs for 23. Durham at 141 for 3. They need 116 runs to win from 17 overs.
We've got now another drink. Stokes again.
He'll have to go off for a comfort break at some point, won't he, if he carries on drinking like this. Physio out there, substitute out there. I think the physio's asking him if he's pulled something. Nick Potts is back, incidentally.
I wonder how long before the umpires actually have to check and say, you know,
Yeah.
are you okay to continue, or is this going to have to keep happening?
Off you go, son. He's staying out there for the time being, and the physio with the dodgy knee.
Yeah, Potts going through his action around the wicket.
Partnership up to 43 now between these two.
Ackerman looks in really good nick.
Yes, he does. It's a worry, isn't it?
Stokes taking guard now on off stump. He was on Midland leg, really, for the spinners. Just wonder now, how much are we eyeing up that leg side boundary?
Well, I think he's almost got to the position where he has to start swinging.
Yeah.
He's not going to run any quick singles. I think we can rule those out of the equation. Probably.
Fine leg. Backwards square. Extra cover on the boundary. Mid on and mid off are in the circle. It's unlikely Potts. He doesn't really give you that length to hit down the ground back over his head. Stokes will be looking over mid-wicket. Over the catching extra cover, Harry Kane.
Inside out.
Charges, edges, and there's 50
He's
for
on
Ben
the floor. He's
Stokes.
completely cramped up, Ben Stokes, look. Gets an edge, down to third man for 4, hits the deck, his legs go in the air. He's in all sorts of trouble. He's having another drink. Excellent. It's a 50, isn't it, for Ben Stokes? 52 off 71 balls, 145 for 3, but he's in all sorts out there.
This is increasingly becoming a real Ben Stokes innings. He's swung so hard at that one that he's then gone down. He's been struggling with cramp for a few overs. He's had a number of drinks and concoctions brought on. He's now raised his bat. I think that was him raising his bat for the 50 from lying down in the middle of the pitch, unless it was saying, I'm done. But it's
right.
Ben Stokes.
They can't really allow this to continue to go on, can they? Well,
So many interruptions.
every other ball.
And I wonder if Derbyshire start chatting to the umpires and saying, you know, is it just, I don't know whether Derbyshire physio's out there.
Just having a wander around, really. Another drink for Ben Stokes comes out. Excellent. That could be for Colin Ackerman, actually. They've almost forgotten. Poor old Colin's been forgotten.
Well, that's one way to go to 50. Charging Nick Potts and no third man. 47 now, the partnership, and 112 more needed to win. Well, if he can't continue, he can come back on later, and that is still going to keep things in the back of Derbyshire's mind. But you feel, I mean, if it is this stage, surely he just has to keep swinging, and if you get out, you get out.
Do you put a slip in?
I don't know where you bowl.
I don't think you do, but
We've just seen Stokes in this situation before, and he still finds ways.
he's currently sitting on just a fullish length on the pitch. He's getting back to his feet in the way that I do if I've fallen down on my back. Not that I often fall down on my back.
He doesn't look in a good way at all.
No, he doesn't.
And it probably takes a brave umpire to start suggesting a course of action here, but the crowd are going to get irritated by this. There's been so many stoppages.
I think it'll only be the crowd.
Surprised Wayne Madson's not been a bit more chatty. I remember at Chesterfield when Michael Jones kept not being ready at the top at the crease. Madsen was really annoyed.
He had a Dwan Oliviers on the field now, offering some cramp advice. Looks like he's laughing. I'm not sure I'd laugh at Ben Stokes if I had cramp. He's gone out. I think they're basically saying, come off. I mean, that could be a message, couldn't it? It could be a message from Dwan.
What's Stokes saying here? He's just said something to the umpires. No, he's
Going to stay on for now.
I mean, he's just going to have to keep swinging here.
Can't have a run of a cramp. I'm sure.
But the thing is, he's going to swing himself off his feet again. He's going to go down again, and then surely the umpires are going to have to say, enough. You know, you either can play or you can't, because he's going to have to keep swinging.
So that's clearly a message from Dwan Olivier, because there's no other reason why a 7-foot-tall South African quick bowler would come on when somebody's got cramp.
He had no drink or anything useful.
No. Just the red tabard.
This could be fun then. 112 more needed to win. Stokes has gone to 50.
Yorker would be useful here, wouldn't it?
Yes. 5-4s, 1-6 in that knock. Actually forcing Stokes onto the back foot, and he's jogging. Yeah, he's jogging. He's limping the single rather gingerly. And Colin Ackerman's thinking, I've got a fair bit of contemplating to do here. Can we run certain, how fit are you to run and get down the other end if there's quick singles, which Derbyshire ran really well. You'll also be thinking, don't run Ben Stokes out. But Ackerman is in some form here. Short from Potts. 1 for the over. So we've seen nothing of at all, Fletch, is any of the scoops and paddles that we see occasionally from Stokes. But I think they're probably physically... No, but we've not seen any of it, actually, in the whole game.
One reverse sweep from Wayne Madsen, I remember. But, yeah, you're right. There hasn't been much of that today, has it? It's been a proper game of cricket.
Get the feeling you've enjoyed this. I certainly have. Clips away. Might be 2, but Stokes is in no condition to do so. And again, it's just going to pile a little bit more pressure on Durham. Still got lots of batting to come.
It's interesting that the shout there was bowler, bowler, because that was the end if they took 2, to which Stokes would be running. And at least they've identified that. I mean, you would expect them to, wouldn't you? But
final ball of first over of Potts' return. Short, called a no ball. This is going to be interesting. You see the thinking to go short, because again now Stokes, just from ducking out the way there, is in pain. But it's cost him a no ball and a free hit.
Yes. 109 to win, 16 overs left, and 1 ball. It's a free hit. Where's it going?
There you go. Tuck him up for room almost, mid-riff. Don't know. I don't think you can risk the Yorker, because he could just get after it.
Long conversation there between 4 players.
I think he almost bowled into his pads here. Up in the air, Stokes' head is just looking straight down. And they'll trot through for a single. End of the over eventually. Free hit costing just 1. 149 for free.
Is Ben Stokes going to beat Derbyshire on one leg? And he's having another drink. I thought he was about due for one. Been a while. Now Derbyshire have got the decision to make over which ball they're going to bowl the remaining 16 overs with. This bizarre regulation has been brought in this season.
Ben Stokes' 50 came from 74 balls and contained 5 balls and 1 6.
It certainly did. Gets another round of applause.
I think, everyone seemed to forget he went to 50. Right, fair enough.
It's going to have to be carried from the field, it would appear. But he has another drink.
Just wouldn't surprise you, would it?
The problem he's going to have is that he's taken on board so much fluid. Again, Harry Kane has a conversation with the umpire Pollard. When you might have a better constitution than me, but if I'd have drunk as much as he's drunk, I couldn't be able to stay out there.
Yeah.
I'd be up all night.
He hits the winning runs and sprints for the hedges.
And it's Dahl. That's a nice shot. That is a inside out. Out towards extra cover for 4 by Ben Stokes. I think this is the way he's going to play from now on, and that makes him almost twice as dangerous as he was before.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. That wasn't the shot of a man in pain. That was really nicely executed. Surprised it not gone back to Aitchison. Just don't want to use all of their trump cards at once, but Dahl just has that pace that Stokes can get after without being troubled too much, whereas Potts is going to cause some issues.
Sending Ross Whiteley out to long off. They've got a long on. Martin Anderson is going to take the place of Ross Whiteley at mid-wicket.
When does Bashir come back as well? That's another thing.
Yeah. A bit of Walker single here. He's going to actually have to get a bit of a move up.
Yeah, I think this is where Derbyshire should be a little bit more lively in the field. Don't allow that. Sprinting in off the boundary. Put the pressure on.
Make him break into at least a trot.
Make him hurt himself. You know, you can't have any sympathy in these situations. It's the game of cricket.
Professional sport.
Going to win a game of which Derbyshire won just one in last year's tournament.
The required rate down to 6.6 now. Ackerman back on strike. 56 the partnership. Dahl just turns, having set off. Full shot from Ackerman off a leading edge into the offside.
And this is where Derbyshire will benefit, because Ackerman, there'll be a few shots where he'll think single here and he won't be able to. Derbyshire are aggressive, just as Durham were. The offside field, all 5-10 yards in off the 30-yard circle.
Big cap at backward square legs. Who's got a ball out on off stump or outside? Nice half stop there by the old man Wayne Madsen, diving to his right. Got his right hand to it. Keeps them down to 1.
Glorious day for some 50-over cricket. Height of summer now. It's just the best time of the year.
Going to rain at the weekend.
Hopefully not in Chelmsford. I'm sure a lot of people's gardens will appreciate that. A lot of farmers.
My car could do with a bit of rain. It's just covered, and it'll be even worse when I go back to it tonight. It's covered in dust. The Derbyshire coaching staff are currently in conversation with Ben Aitchison.
They sort of need a plan here, and I'm sure they've had some time to think of one in these breaks. Again now, Aitchison should be sprinting onto this. You know, it might not make much difference, but at least make Stokes hurry.
Yep.
Force the error. It's a little bit too slow.
I agree that they should be trying to force. Oh, there's another drink coming out for Ben Stokes.
You could make some jokes there, but we're not going to.
No, we're not.
But this is, I don't know how the umpires are, you know, we talk about the pace of play, and I know you get your overs in, it's not a Red Bull game, but
Another 5 minutes
it's
has already been
it's
added
got
on.
farcical now.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
The umpires need a little bit of control. Bashir is back on.
What's he got? 4 overs left, 6 overs for 20, 4 overs left up his sleeve. He's going to be bowling to the lame former England captain.
This is really interesting now.
But he can't really, can he use his feet?
Well, no. One, you can see it's the spinner and you've got Guest up to the stumps. Sweeping is going to finish him off because of bending down. Over extra cover over mid-wicket. Just defending. Still walking gingerly.
But they're just mixing him a drink.
Aitchison is limbering up. Well, he does use his feet, and he has hit his second 6 of the innings quite comfortably over the head of long on. This is some effort now from Ben Stokes. Moves on to 66. Less than 100 now. 95 needed to win. Who else? Flatter from Bashir and quicker. Good option. They're going to trot through for the single again. Sam Anderson just a little bit too slow. Now makes Stokes scurry back in and has hit the back of his legs. But again, Derbyshire need to be alive here. I know it's a long day in the field.
Just hurl that ball
Yeah.
towards the end to which Stokes is running.
Get after it. He's now stood a long way away from where he would normally stand.
Conversation with Anna's Dell by the look of it, saying it's not nice, is it, Cramp?
Guess what I did here a couple of months ago, if you think you're hurt. That's been a shot. It's been a little too easy. That flick in front of mid-wicket. It's always a run. So Stokes back on strike. He's hit Bashir for 6. That'll get clipped up and posted around the world, I'm sure. Aitchison is still warming up.
They'll make sure everybody knows it's on one leg.
Flat from Bashir, straight to Kane. They need to make things as uncomfortable as possible. Former England man. 93 needed to win. They have changed it, actually, to need to win rather than trail by.
Oh,
so well done, the scorers.
Busy in there.
So it pushes to point, no run there.
Can him reach for one?
Clever from Bashir. 164 for free.
7 overs for 28. Another drink for Ben Stokes. And a message, I fancy. Yes, drink has come out for Anna's Dell. Yep, he's had another drink, so he'll be well hydrated.
It's a drink and over.
It's ridiculous.
Poor 12th man. Be on it today. Running on, running off, filling up.
They've obviously got somebody filling
Yes.
a water bottle up and somebody else bringing it on. You couldn't possibly do both, I don't think. Ben Aitchison is back. Freddie spotted him warming up. Or stretching, at least. Not a lot of warmth needed in the daylight today. Just a gentle breeze, judging by the flag, which is flying at half-mast in memory of Edwin Smith. To the left of the members' pavilion. No Durham flag, disappointingly. 164 for 3, 93 to win. Ackerman on strike. Bowled him. He's dragged it on. Ackerman drags one on. Aitchison. When is he coming back? When is he coming back? Well, he's back. 3 for 10 now in his 6 overs and 1 ball. Durham, 164 for 4. That's a big wicket.
Easy as that. 3 for 10 now, Aitchison's figures. What a summer he is having. Back into the attack. And Ackerman, who was playing nicely for a big heave across the line, and he is bowled for a well-made, runnable 28. Brings wicket-keeper Ollie Robinson, who's a more than capable batter, into the middle.
Needed that, haven't they? They needed that. The good news is that Ben Stokes, it gives him a chance to have a drink. So that's good. Physio out there with him. Left leg is clearly the issue. Balls for Colin Ackerman. As he walks up the pavilion steps.
I'm like you. I have no idea how Stokes is not needed to use the facilities. I think that's the most impressive thing
He
here.
must have drunk about 6 gallons of fluid. Now he's having some sticky stuff applied to his hands. It's that sort of antiperspiration type. As he gets back to his feet, he really does struggle to get back to his feet. He's telling Ollie Robinson, no quick singles, son.
Yeah. Have you been watching?
Yeah, I'm just struggling a bit here. Robinson has his bat measured. It goes through the gauge perfectly fine. I've seen that a few times in this game so far. And Aitchison with his tail up, 6.1 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 10. But it's the 6.1 overs that's the issue for Derbyshire. He's only got this one and 3 more left. How many wickets can he take? Probably need a couple more, which would give him best figures anyway. I think his best is 4 for List A cricket. Ben Aitchison. I have looked it up once, but I've got a very short memory.
Ollie Robinson's high score, 206
Oh dear.
of 131 in the 2022 One-Day Cup for Kent against Worcestershire.
Swing and a miss. Yeah, 4 for 34 are Ben Aitchison's best figures.
And he's just had almost the perfect summer, hasn't he? The bowling has improved. He scored a century at Lord's.
The bowling is back to the bowling we saw from him in 2020 when he first arrived at Derbyshire, played in the Bob Willis Trophy. And we thought then, we've got a bowler on our hands here. And he suffered a couple of injuries, a couple of back injuries, an ankle injury, which was up at Chester Street. They changed his bowling action, that didn't work. He said to me earlier this season, because I asked him about the change in bowling action, because it looks like he's back to his best. He says he doesn't feel anymore like he's fighting to get to the crease. Just a nice, smooth action. Robinson gets off the mark.
When Madsen at his energy nearly ran straight into Ben Stokes there and apologised immediately.
Knocks him over and his cramp returns.
Madsen knocks Stokes out of the game. That would be the headline. Veteran floors Stokes.
Veteran. Floors veteran.
Where does he go here?
Bangs one in short. Not sure that's the way forward.
Someone below us has shouted 2.
Final ball of the over. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 12. Ben Aitchison. So 91 to win at 7 and over. Bashir with 3 overs left. Ben Aitchison with 3 overs left. Anas Dal with 3 overs left. 4 for Potts. 5 each for Anderson and Morley. Morley, a little expensive. Going in excess of 6 and over, but he has picked up the wicket of Will Rhodes. Beautifully poised this game.
Durham in line with the
Beautifully poised.
DLS as well. Bang in line.
Yeah. Nothing between these two sides.
You can even say as well that if Stokes gets out, it's still well poised. You know,
Yeah.
it's not simply resting on him. Fires that one in, does Bashir. That might have to be the ploy here. I think if you give Stokes some flight, he'll go after it. You either go flat and quick, or you go wide and almost set a field for that, make him reach for it.
Well, 3 on the offside, 2 backward of square, and into the circle.
Stokes does come down. Has he got enough here? Yeah. He has. It's over the head of Nick Potts. Stokes onto 74. Wonder if the cramp is just easing a little bit. Maybe not.
I think so.
It's another 6. The second one he's hit over Bashir's head. And he's still able to use his feet, move around in the crease, despite the cramp and the problems he's had. This could be some innings in his first game after stepping down as England captain. Bashir fires this one in outside leg stump. Oh, Robinson wanted the single. That was never on. Stokes
I think
turns and lets him
Robinson
know.
might have made it, but I'm not sure Stokes would have. Stopped by Anderson.
85 needed to win. Just clipped, well fielded. In the ring by Dahl, they'll scamper a single. Throw was actually, even though Stokes was running to that end, it was probably best to go into Brooke Guest, but you can see why Dahl's throwing that way, and now Stokes. That's what I mean, forcing that discomfort.
It looked like he couldn't bend his legs at all there. Shoaib Bashir just had a quiet word with him. How's it going, Skip?
It's just typical of Ben Stokes, it really is. Nicely played. It's one of those people look later and go, how did Ben Stokes go well? He got injured at Derby and then still won the game. And they'll go, of course he did.
Yes.
Barely even got to celebrate his 50 because he was down receiving treatment. It was a tiny bat raise. Drives this nicely through the vacant cover region. Again, this is a very slow single. But he does keep the strike to face Derbyshire's in-form Ben Aitchison.
There's a drink coming on for Ben Stokes. Good grief.
I mean, what is the guidelines?
I don't think there are.
I don't, yeah.
There can't be any because
I think the umpires have just taken pity.
he's just having a drink at the end of every single over. Now, for me, it clearly can't happen, but for me, if Ben Aitchison's ready to bowl, then Stokes has to be ready to face. He can't still be guzzling down fluid, no matter what his problem is.
Yeah, I think the umpires have just been a little too passive here.
Sun disappears. 175 for 4, 82 to win of 12 overs. Goes for the scoop. Doesn't quite connect properly, but gets 4.
First scoop we've seen.
Yeah.
It's a shot that a fully fit Stokes, the scoops and the laps that he would go to. Not far away from Brooke Guest with a full-length dive to his right. Stokes rehearsing the shot.
Around this time, excuse me, Derbyshire lost 3 quick wickets. 181, 184, 187. They're coming back for the second. That's an interesting decision, but Stokes gets back in time.
Fair play.
Now then, here is the game. 6.5 for the required rate.
Yeah, that's just dropped.
Yeah. So fit Stokes would have absolutely battered that away for 4. Now, that's not to say, not to take anything away from the Derbyshire bowlers who bowled beautifully. 3 for 18, Ben Aitchison in his 8th over. Still like to see the back of him though. Again, he finds the fielder.
Derbyshire know as well, if they do get one of these two, Aldridge is a bowling all-rounder, and then it's into the bowlers. This is it now.
This is absolutely it, this partnership.
Then it's a case of starving Stokes of the strike, which should be a little easier when he can't run particularly well. He just needs to set a plan here.
Oof.
That's not a bad one.
Slower ball bouncer completely foxes Ben Stokes. Almost screws himself into the ground and then leans on his bat as his hamstring tightens once again. I don't know what that one was. The local taxi firm. He will get a single this time. Jack Morley's the fielder. A decent enough over though from Ben Aitchison, 8 overs, 3 for 19, 182 for 4. Robinson on 2, that's Ollie. Stokes on 83 off 95. 11 overs remain. Durham needs 75 runs to win, and Ben Stokes is having a drink. I have no idea how he's still out there unless he's wearing one of those.
Well, that's a call.
Isn't it?
That is a call from Harry Kane.
He's sort of got to. Bashir got 2 overs left. Dal's got 3.
Leave Potts for the end.
Well,
I'd have given Potts one more just to see if he could slip that Yorker through or further ruffle the feathers, if you like, of Ben Stokes. Something short.
Jack Morley's got to be canny here and not give Ben Stokes the ability to hit the ball without moving his feet.
I think they're going to tempt him to hit towards that leg side boundary. There are 2 fielders on it and a long on. And Morley's actually hitting it outside off. Stokes is trying to hit that hard.
Quick delivery, wasn't it?
But if he sweeps, he has to nail it. Any sort of top edge and he's in trouble. Morley goes outside off again. Always a single there because the man on the offside boundary is very square. Now Robinson, 2 off 5, yet to get going. Still Durham would be favourites here.
I think so.
No run there. Robinson just again having to reset his expectations. Does take some getting used to.
Yes.
Because you just, you can
you
go
think-
through the motions and just say, right, run that.
You think push and run, wouldn't you? But that's clearly not an option.
Goes big this time. That will help Durham's cause. It's gone all the way for 6.
It's the way forward, isn't it? Because they're not running singles. You said a big call to bring Jack on.
They brought him on thinking this is how we can get Stokes, but Robinson can equally go after him. 68 needed off 61 in terms of balls. You back the chasing side here.
No, absolutely.
6 wickets remaining. Goes back and cuts, gets it past the fielder at point. An expensive over. Morley coming back on to be hit for a 6 and a 4. 193 for 4. 64 needed off 60.
6 overs, 1 for 44. A little expensive, Jack Morley. 7 and a bit and over. He's too many when that's the required rate, which is now down below 6.5. A long way below 6.5. And here is Nick Potts, removing the protection he has on his elbows for his fielding out on the boundary. Just to keep listeners and watchers informed if they didn't see it. Ben Stokes had another drink now.
They just have to remove one of these two in the next couple of overs, or it's going to be Durham's, you feel.
Yeah, I think so. I think it probably is. I mean, they are massive favourites now.
I mean,
massive favourites.
The 2 mini collapses are where this game was, if it
Yeah.
is lost. They've just not got enough runs on the board, Derbyshire.
Absolutely. What can Potts do? Get it straight to Harry Kane.
Yeah, dot balls are good. They will help.
That certainly won't hurt. Trying to get some energy out there. Martin Anderson with his clapping and vocal encouragement. Nope. Well, he's probably fortunate that he managed to hit that, Ben Stokes, because I don't know if it slipped out of his hand or not, but it was close to being above waist high, and it was a long way outside the off stump. Not the delivery that Nick Potts was looking for. Now then, he's got a different proposition altogether now. A fully fit Ollie Robinson who's got 12 off 9. Lifts it horribly into the closet, into the onside. They're going to come back for the second. The throw should have come in quicker.
It's just not the awareness.
No, it was just a little bit sluggish, the throw coming in there.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that. I think we need to see a bit more of a ruthless streak from this Derbyshire side. A bit nasty.
We've got enough experience out there to just say, look, lads, we've got time to gather around each other because Stokes is having a drink every 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's where are the plans being formulated. They're not being rushed for time here at all.
Well, the cut-off time has gone all the way back to 25 to 7. I'm surprised it hasn't gone back further, really. Umpires in conjunction with scorers and match referee decide that kind of thing. 60 to win. That's a really good ball from Potts. It was a long way outside the off stump. He reaches for it, Stokes, and can barely get back upright again. I mean, it's a horrible thing, Cram, don't get me wrong, but it's quite amusing to watch. Might need an ice bath when he gets home, if it's not too late for one. Probably drink it. This is good from Potts. Excellent work. 7 overs for 40. 197 for 4. 60 to win. Oh, for 54 deliveries.
I think Morley is going to stay on.
I think he almost has to, though, doesn't he? Aitchison with 2. Dowell with 3. There's 5 of the remaining 9. Is Anderson going at 5 and over, going to get an over? It seems doubtful. And you played 2 specialist spinners, neither of whom bat particularly, although Morley got 8. Probably missed more deliveries that he faced than he actually hit.
It's why you miss someone like Matt Montgomery as well.
Yeah.
Bit of mystery spin.
Yeah.
But off to the 100. So Morley to Robinson. 9 overs remaining, 60 needed to win. Check drive, bouncing to and fro. And that's good from Whiteley. He was aggressive into the ball, threw it into Guest powerfully. So now Morley to Stokes. Derbyshire needs something soon. Stokes struggling with cramp for the best part of an hour now, if not longer.
2 days.
Long on, long off. Deep cover. Backward square and deep mid wicket.
Oh.
Stokes goes for a big swing, struck on the pads. Morley's frustrated that didn't creep through. Stokes is looking to motor that into the hotel.
Bottom edge of his bat. The fielder out the mid wicket boundary. Would have been in business there.
Now steps across. Oh, and he's fallen over. This could be it. This could be it now.
Surely, to goodness, he has to leave the field.
They're
now.
not going to run. He's called the physio, I think, straight away.
You cannot. I mean, this is ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. As great a player as Ben Stokes is, can we not just...
Oh, he's up now. And that's fine. You know, that's fine. If you lie down, if he feels he can carry on but be quick about it, then that's fine. But any more delays, and surely the umpires are just going to have to tell him. Morley fires that one in. Stokes has hit him hard down the ground for 4. Or is it? Yes, 4 runs.
I thought it was 6.
Hard to tell.
Yeah.
That boundary's there, and then some of the cover sheets as well. They're right next to it, which are the same colour. Stokes to 89. 55 needed to win.
Well, he's right in the headlines, isn't he?
Yeah.
Stokes century on one leg, or half a leg.
Leg side this time, falls short of Anuj Dal. Derbyshire will think, why did we have to come up against Stokes in our first game of this new tournament? Why can't we play him a bit later on? But perhaps all the cramp and what's going with it is maybe a sign of someone. Well, he's not had a big break since the Trent Bridge test, but I'm sure he'd have had some family time, a bit of time off, and well deserved. Yeah,
He's had a holiday.
rightly so. He started a TikTok account,
Has
which
he?
seems to be the thing of
Well,
it.
at least he hasn't been wasting his time.
Some content for it today. That will just be a single. End of the over. 204 for 4, 53 more needed to win.
7 overs, 1 for 51, Jack Morley. 8 overs to go. 2 will be bowled by Ben Aitchison and 3 by Nick Potts. You would have thought, in fact, Nick Potts is going to continue here, so we'll bowl his 8th. Then there'll be 4 left for those 2, but they've still got to find another 3 overs from somewhere, and Anish Dale has 3 overs left. That would almost certainly solve the problem, wouldn't it?
I really don't know.
2 from Aitchison, 3 from Potts, and 3 from Dal. That's 8 by my rough calculations, and that's possibly the way to go.
So nothing more of Morley.
No, I don't think so. Ollie Robinson on strike. The limper single.
It's almost, usually you'd be critical and say, it's an easy single, but no singles are easy for Stokes. Everything takes a little bit more out of him.
That's what Derbyshire should be trying to do. Wayne Madson's come across to speak to Harry Kane. Where are they going to station the fielders for Ben Stokes? There's a man out on the cover boundary. That's Jack Morley down on his haunches. There's a man down at third man, who's Shoaib Bashir. They're on the offside. It's a good job Bashir's there, because that one goes straight to him.
One thing I have noticed with watching Ben Stokes for however long is he seems to pick gaps when he nicks the ball. When he charges, it just seems to fly off to places where there aren't fielders. He just always seems to have that rub of the green, and I guess you generate that luck. But sometimes as an opposition, you just know it's his day, and it's so hard to find a way past that.
And with the famous old quote from Gary Player. That's a wide.
Was that the quote?
So that wasn't...
Don't bowl there.
Don't bowl there. No, he said, the more I practice, the luckier I get.
Yeah.
And never has a truer word been spoken. Former champion golfer, of course, from South Africa. Known for his black attire. Some golfer. It's Wayne Madsen. Screaming catch it as he bounces 4 yards in front of Jack Morley on the mid-wicket boundary.
That's also the sort of shot where Derbyshire were running the twos well. Barely been any twos, but Stokes has made up for it, to be fair to him, by some of those sixes down the ground.
Just clunks a 6 every now and again, doesn't he? Now Potts has
now
got cramp now. No, Potts with cramp bowling to Stokes with cramp. If they're not hurry up, I'm going to get cramp.
Yeah, I worry for us when we stand up at the end of this. They've got 2 hours on the train.
That's a good delivery from Potts. 1 for the over, says the umpire.
I think Stokes has almost realised that sort of ball, actually, if I try and whack that over square leg, it's almost going to do too much damage. He's almost just swayed and hoped for a wide.
Shouldn't they play again on Friday?
Be interesting to see. Yeah, Sorry, that's Derbyshire, Worcestershire.
Very much, yeah. I could have looked at it myself, of course. Oh, flashes past Harry Kane and away to the boundary for 4.
Durham versus Sussex, 1:30 on Friday at Chesterler Street.
Wednesday night. He's got a little bit of extra time. He moves within 5 of what would be a remarkable century, Ben Stokes. 212 for 4, 45 to win. 43 balls. Let's say on that screen, but I can't really see it. Yeah, 43 balls. That one is a nailed-on single, isn't it, for a batter who isn't hobbling around. Potts has got 2 overs left. He's gone for 48. Who's going to bowl this over? I'm going to see Dal back. No, we're not.
Bashir.
Wow. So
Good luck, sir.
7 overs to go. Bashir's got 2. Potts has got 2. Aitchison's got 2. They still need an over from somewhere, although Durham could well have won by the time they need to find that over if they don't take wickets, which is what they desperately need to do. This partnership is already worth 48 off 41. 212 for 4. Required rate just below 6.5.
Potts is struggling now as well.
It's not good.
He can't go off the field because by the time he comes back on, he'll have to wait, won't he?
I think he can go off for 1 over.
Okay.
But yeah, I know what you're saying. He can't go off for...
He needs to limp around. And he's one of Derbyshire's best fielders as well, so...
Jack Morley's staying on the boundary out at cover, and Potts is going in at extra cover inside the circle. He's not put his elbow protection back on, which rather suggests that he's going to bowl the next over.
So 45 needed, 7 overs. Durham in the driving seat. Derbyshire need to break this partnership, or it's going to take a lot. If they don't break this partnership, it's very hard to see them winning the game. There is the ramp from Robinson. Racing round is Bin Naeem, and it's a full-blooded dive, but he's not going to get there. Robinson has 4, and there's the 50 partnership.
Remarkably, Ollie Robinson's only got 23 of them. You'd think he'd be dominating a partnership like this, given the state of Ben Stokes at the other end, but no.
Bashir around the wicket. Nicely bowled, it's taken the edge, it has! Brooke Guest with a smart catch, and the decision to bring Bashir back on has worked. He breaks the partnership, Stokes is still there, but Derbyshire maybe have just opened the door back into this game. 216 for 5.
Well, it's entirely understandable why they've brought Bashir on, isn't it, really? Only his 4th wicket in List A cricket. He's bowled nicely today. Robinson, 23 off 17, was, judging by the ramp, was just getting going, wasn't he? But he's...
It's a good catch.
He knew straight away as well. Punches the bat. This game's not done and dusted just yet.
50 over cricket.
You know what we've got here, Fred? We saw all those games in the D20 where Derbyshire lost by 4 runs, and 6 runs, and 2 wickets. We've got another one of them.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say we have another tie.
And we had 2 ties as well, of course.
2 ties in the blast. There was a tie at Grace
Road
Grace
at the
Road
end of
last year,
season's
yeah.
competition. So you wouldn't rule that out. I mean, I've watched 100 overs to share the points, which is better than watching 100 overs to not get any points, of course, and I understand that. But the 2 ties they had, one up at Chesterfield, which they should have lost, and then somehow managed to tie, having been in a good position to win the game at one point. And the one at Lancashire where they were on top, then they should have lost, and managed to get the last wicket off the last ball of the match, thanks to Nick Potts. And of course the tie at Leicestershire, which they should have won, until Zach Chappell tripped over his bat. He was run out. I'm sorry if you're watching, Zach, but it was comical.
Here's Casey Aldridge. New List A captain. Bashir starts with a wide now. Aldridge, it's his 29th List A game. His high score's 24. I mean, that'll do here, but there's not loads of batting evidence from his stats. Never scored a white ball 50. But he's hit that down the ground comfortably enough. And he finds the rope for 4. He's up and running. His first legal delivery he's faced. Down now to 36 needed to win.
And a shot from Casey Aldridge. A bit more responsibility with being the captain, and he'll be desperate in his first game of the season to get Durham over the line, of course.
Oh, Bashir almost hurt himself. What's Bashir hurt there? He was just feeling the back of
Probably
his
a
leg.
bit of cramp. He needs a drink, probably.
What would be really good now is if Mitchell Wagstaff brings a drink out and the umpires go, hang on a minute,
Yeah, you can't do
get
that.
back. Well, Bowl just gets past the dive of Bashir.
Who's down.
So
Left leg, holding his
Oh,
head
dear.
because the ball's on his way to him. He's yet to get back to his feet. Show it, Bashir.
dropping like flies.
Unbelievable.
50 over cricket. We
We'll
say
find
they
out.
don't play enough of him. This is what happens.
Find out if it's cramp or not in a moment, because they're not doing the usual thing about cramp. Ben Stokes.
Looks like it's the bottom of his right foot, so it might be cramp on his foot. But now he's stretching all the way out.
Hang on, the Durham substitute is coming on with a drink. Presumably, it'd be funny if he took it to Bashir. He's actually worked out which end of the
We can't take it to Aldridge.
which end of the pitch Stokes is on. No, Bashir's ready, and Stokes is now having a drink, which is slowing the game down again. Come on, boys.
This is interesting now because Bashir, this might be the last ball he bowls. Stokes is on 95. He doesn't really need to slog it because they got into a good enough position. They need less than a run of ball now. He could just see out the over, but also what's Bashir capable of if he's in some pain? Might present that opportunity.
It looks like he's recovered as much as he's going to recover. Offside field strengthened. 2 backward points. Anders Dahl and Wayne Madsen.
Wide. Not ideal. 34 to win.
No, I'm not sure that was the delivery he was looking for. He was looking for a wide outside the off-stump delivery.
Really, it was almost like a seam-up delivery. Bent his back. That is Bashir. I'd be surprised if he comes back on. But who knows in this game. Stokes is within 4 of what would be a remarkable century.
Well, there's Martin Anderson. Never thought I'd see him again. This is bizarre. What did Griff say? 5 successive Derbyshire wins here at Derby in List A cricket over Durham. I'm sure it was 5.
Yorkshire game looking like a bit of a thriller as well, but they're losing wickets, so Hampshire looking control of that one. Surrey are going to get home. Good afternoon, Zach. Yes, we were sat beneath the players' balcony, so I had to keep straight faces that day at Grace Road.
It was remarkable. Now that I know he's listening, I'm just going to say that he got them into a position to win the game in the first place, of course.
Oh dear.
Wide ball down the leg side. Martin Anderson first up. 225 for 5, possibly. Yes.
You just can't afford those. You can see the thinking, trying to just tuck Stokes up for room. Aitchison warming up again. But if you go 2 straight, there's a lot of space. If you get it past the man at short fine leg, it's 4. That's good.
Better. Single walked. 5 wides, Derbyshire bowled now. 2 wides, Durham bowled. Durham finished with 8 extras, no, 10 extras. Derbyshire. Derbyshire finished with 10 extras, that's who it was.
One of the 2.
Yeah, one of these 2 teams here beginning with D. Durham have got 8 extras. Sorry, I started that really. Now then, Martin Anderson bowling to Ben Stokes. 97 not out. Yeah, it's not Stokes at all, it's a right-handed batter.
Getting ready for your moment, Fletch.
I know it's going to appear everywhere. There's a swing and a miss from Aldridge. Let's try and get this right. I'm not used to the pressure.
I know, all the media, eyes of the world, I'm sure.
Don't say that, I'll make me more nervous than I already am. Good delivery that from Martin Anderson. Another 4 of those would do.
And that's what he's good at. That's what we've not seen enough of, those change-ups, deceiving Aldridge.
Just nipped back a touch as well, went in between the bat and the stumps.
Like I say, he's a bowling all-rounder. If they can get, if they can get him, even if it's not Stokes, you're into the bowlers now. And then it's all about trying to starve Stokes of the strike.
You're teasing me now.
I know, I'm good at getting people's hopes up and then
31
disappointing them.
Inside edge, down to a fine leg, 4 runs. That is cruel.
Evil.
Cruel on Martin Anderson, who just turns around, walks back to his mark. Nothing the man down at fine leg, Shoaib Bashir, could do about it. More at long leg, really, in front of the Monarch stand. Now it's down to 27 to win, just around 5 and over. Push straight into the offside where it's fielded by Dal. 230 for 5, the target 257. We thought there might have been a couple of runs light, Derbyshire. They bowled beautifully for the most part. Ben Stokes on 1 leg's on 97. What a start to the competition. Another inside edge onto his pads. Well, that was a really good over from Martin Anderson. 6 overs for 31 now. Those 31 runs. There's a drink coming in for Ben Stokes. They need 30 balls to go. 27 runs required. The only thing that would be beneficial now is that if the drug testers are here, because Ben Stokes will have absolutely no problem at all.
I think samples for a year.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd probably be able to fill a wheelie bin.
Making me need to use the facility so you can drink this much water.
It looks,
Shoaib Bashir.
Bashir's having a drink.
Surely not.
Yeah, he's removed his cap, so he's going to bowl his 10th and final over. 1 for 49.
But I don't see the logic now, though, I don't think there's going to be a 50th over, is there? Or if there is, it's not going to be much.
No, that's a good point.
Surely you bring Aitchison or Potts on now.
But if he gets a good over here, it means that Aitchison and Potts can bowl out, or indeed Martin Anderson, or indeed anybody can bowl out, but no idea what's
Going to have to
happening.
bowl very well here. Stokes on 97 against Shoaib Bashir, who, I don't see the logic here. Bashir's still struggling. Surely you go.
Well, so Bashir, who's limping, is bowling to Ben Stokes, who can barely move.
But you can use Aitchison and Potts now and Anderson.
Potts has already pulled up, hasn't he?
Yeah, maybe that's the
I wonder
thinking.
if that's an issue.
Goodness me. It's going to be like a hospital when the two teams leave the field. Physio's going to earn their money. Stokes, that's hurt. That has really hurt.
This is madness.
This is like if they played cricket on the World War I battlefields. This is what it would look like.
They used to. There's a game in cricket's strangest matches. There was a match between the team with 1 leg bowling against the team with 1 arm. It's a bit like that. Some good games in that, by the way. And they were first class.
Is that a book?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's great.
Well, they'll be writing a new volume. Stokes reaches for that as well. This is clever from Bashir.
Yeah.
She's taking the pace off. Stokes having to reach after it. It's chewing up some dot balls.
I've never seen anything like it.
There's going to be bodies splayed everywhere. It's going to be like the end of the World Cup final where they will just lie on the ground at the end. Just one here. Tell you what, if he's got a good arm here, he'll run him out. No, he gets there in the end.
Bashir's down on his knees and limping. This is bizarre. Absolutely bizarre.
Well, you can't fault anyone's commitment out there, tell you that.
26 off 27. Bashir stretches out.
With singles not easy to come by,
No,
it
indeed.
just makes it a little more interesting.
Aldridge has got to really start hitting out, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Bashir's around the wicket, halfway through his final over. Aldridge has picked the gap. Again, it's just
Yeah,
a single.
nicely done.
Stokes is on 98.
This is absolute madness.
It's not what I expected when I woke up in the morning. If someone said Ben Stokes will hit a century, I'd have said, yeah, fair enough. Not in this fashion.
I don't think Zach Chappell would look out of place on this pitch with his bad foot.
Stokes comes down, hits it straight to extra cover. They've run quickly, and the throw-in misses the stumps. Stokes is halfway to Derby Railway Station, so they're not going to chance a second. He's on 99.
Take a while for him to get back.
Again, you just cannot fault the effort from everyone out there. Stokes flew through there. He's having a little laugh with Bashir. Final ball of his spell. Be 10 overs, 1 for 52. 1 ball left of that. 24 needed to win. Although Aldridge, we're talking about him needing to hit out. If he gets out, then that could leave them in some trouble. So he's got some thinking to do. Bashir stays around the wicket. Aldridge does hit straight down the ground powerfully, and he hits 4. 20 now needed to win. 4 overs to go. It should be Durham's now. It should be Durham's now.
That's a really, really good shot. Straight back down the ground. There aren't any fielders there. Drink comes on for Ben Stokes. Perhaps
You've
Casey
not
Aldridge.
missed. You've not missed.
Perhaps Casey Aldridge will have this drink now. No.
Here's Ben Aitchison.
Stokes is having it now. He got a wicket with his first ball of his previous spell. He's got 3 for 19 off 8 overs. He's bowled beautifully, Ben Aitchison.
Potts is trying his best to be available.
You do wonder, though, don't you? He's stretching out those hamstrings, the calves, everything.
Who on earth is going to play at Worcester?
I might not go anymore, just in case.
I think you'll be playing.
That's one.
I think we'll have Dan Wheeldon in the bowling attack. Henry and Stephen will be carrying drinks.
I think Henry might be disappointed that you haven't got him in the side
Yeah,
ahead of
that's true.
Dan Wheeldon.
Jake can drive them. Although he can bowl at good rate of knots. We'll field aside.
Stokes.
Stephen said both disappointed. Yeah, fair enough. Well, if there's another injury.
Stokes on 99. Aitchison in and bowls a short delivery, pulls it into the leg side, and that is one of the more astonishing centuries you're likely to see. He raised his bat for his 50 while he was lying on the floor receiving treatment for cramp. He's had a drink in between every single over since. But he gets to 100 off 116 deliveries with 9 4s and 3 6s.
Who else?
Anybody doubts Ben Stokes' commitment to Durham, well, you need to have a shake of your head, because this has been truly remarkable. Irritating at times with the amount of times the trainers or the substitutes have been on with a drink to slow the game down, but remarkable.
Yeah, and a well-deserved applause. He's taking them home here. They've still got a bit of work to do, but this has been some return. You know, after all of the events, all of the controversy of recent weeks, it's just Ben Stokes playing for the team he loves and putting everything into it, and you wouldn't doubt it. It's been some watch here at Derby.
Pulled violently into the leg side by Aldridge for 4 runs. And the end is nigh, you feel now. 15 to win.
Not a great delivery, that.
Just the body language isn't as it was, 10 overs ago.
Yeah, Aldridge has relieved some pressure. I mean, everyone's come in and added something, haven't they? Ackerman 28, Robinson a quick 23. Rhodes played really well with that big partnership with Stokes. Slipping away here for Derbyshire.
Poor old Martin Anderson's highest score in List A cricket, 112, is going to be eclipsed by the former England skipper, Ben Stokes, who on one leg He's taking his side to victory. You would think.
Yeah, that's all you could
would
do
think.
now if you can't get them out. Dot balls and a bit of pressure. But, I mean, even if they went to final over with 15 to win, Stokes on strike, you just wouldn't bet against it. You know, they should be fine now. And Derbyshire will look back and, I don't think, as you say, they've not done a lot more with the ball. I think there are areas in the field they might look at.
They didn't get enough runs, did they?
Yeah.
No, not enough runs. There was two. Well, the one mini collapse, which was really damaging when they went from 181 for 2 to 187 for 5. 2 wickets there for Luke Robinson, one for James Minter. Robinson was terrific with the ball.
Someone shouted, "You never know, H," which is one of the more, this is probably gone, but you never know. It's not the most convincing bit of encouragement.
Well, he's bowling to Stokes. Shoaib Bashir hobbles in off the boundary. Oh,
I mean, he's bowled out. Surely you get a sub on for him.
yeah, I would say so.
There's a few scrambled minds out there. Kane has got a lot to think about. Fair play to him.
Short, pulled away, 4 runs. Wow.
That's what I mean with Stokes. He just finds the gaps, especially in these run chases, and when it's going his way, that's just a remarkable shot. 10 to win.
247 for 5.
Hi, mate, okay.
Not easy to score on this pitch.
Yeah. No, I'm still
Durham have just found a way, and Ben Stokes has just found a way. Despite everything. He'll be due another drink in 1 ball's time. And there will be another over. As he hobbles through for the single. Here comes the drink. Yeah, get it on. Unbelievable. I don't think I've ever seen anybody drink as much as this on a cricket field.
Well, if Durham do get over the line, which they should, it will be their 4th win over Derbyshire already this season. They still have to face off again here in the county championship. Both sides vying for promotion. Derbyshire 4th at the moment. 5th, sorry, but very much in contention. So Nick Potts, well, you need, a wicket maiden or something now, don't you? Even
Double wicket maiden.
double wicket maiden. Yeah. Stranger things have happened in this game. What is incredible is there's not been a run out in this innings.
No.
And there were in Derbyshire's, probably could have been 2 or 3.
Yes. Another narrow defeat in a season of narrow white ball defeats. Although this one may well come with a couple of overs or thereabouts to spare.
Yeah, it's just those moments in the Derbyshire innings. 217 for 5 after 45. Then they were 226 for 8 a couple of overs later when Anderson, Bin Naeem and Potts all went. They've missed some opportunities, and there are fans making their way to the exits in good time. So Stokes, 105 not out. If he can carry his bat, that's one of the best innings we'll have seen on this ground in quite a while. And Potts is struggling here. Derbyshire have got a few days to really put their feet up and get the physios working, rest and recuperation. But
Might bring some more physios in. Yeah, Potts isn't at 100%. Stokes isn't at 100%. Bashir's not at 100%.
Notts one. Looks like Essex are going to lose. And there's a big win for Hampshire over Yorkshire in the end. Strong Yorkshire side. Quite a lot of new faces in the Hampshire side, but they won that one at Scarborough. Derbyshire travel next month. 8 to win now. Full. Just a single, but this is not Potts at his best. But again, it's the commitment all of these players are showing. It's what playing for their counties means. Doesn't matter what the competition, what the circumstance. Even the roaming camera, there we go, that's just died. Everything's collapsing. Your phone's packed it in today.
Well, no, it seems to have recovered.
That's recovered.
It's recovered quite nicely. I'm not entirely sure what the issue was. Seems to have recovered anyway.
It's the Durham 250. 7 more needed. Couple of hits away
I've
now.
already got to the point where I've stopped taking notes now.
I'll try and see it home if I can.
No point.
Shorter up in the air, but there's no one there. Shouldn't be 4. Captain Kame is giving chase along with Anderson. Come back for 2. Now they are 1 hit away. Aldridge 3 runs off his highest list A score.
Been a few of those over the course of this season. High scores. 2 players did it at Headingley for Yorkshire. And the remarkable T20 defeat up there.
Short and wide, but acceptable.
Players don't want it to carry on any longer than it needs to, really.
Well, they could have done things about that a while ago, I might suggest.
That's a fair point.
But, yeah, Stokes has done enough. I think, yeah, the drinks will have been frustrating, but I think there was only really 1 long stoppage when he was down and needed treatment. Apart from that, he has really soldiered on. Ended up on the deck a couple of times. Aldridge just chips that down the ground. Stokes goes, "Are you sure?" But they do come through. And now they are 4 away, and it would be fitting.
I think Aldridge forgot who he was batting with there.
Wagstaff is now on, surely for Shoaib
I
Bashir.
can't see Shoaib.
By Sunday, I might be playing. Hopefully they come through the Worcestershire match okay. But it is 50 over cricket, adjusting back to it. Stokes comes down, hits that straight to extra cover. Be fitting for him to hit the winning runs.
You might have to do it with this delivery. We'll see another over from Aitchison.
Jack Morley's having a chat with Griff, who's sat on the roller. Never seen him on there before. He's worked it out. It's a comfy position.
I'm surprised he isn't over in front of the stand to get Stokes walking off with his century, but
Stokes pulls around the corner. Morley comes across to do the fielding. 3 to win. Stokes keeps the strike. 2 overs left, and Durham, it's a matter of crossing the I's, crossing the T's.
oh, dotting those T's. Get those T's dotted. And another drink comes out for you know the rest.
I like your commitment that you have said it every time.
Yeah,
and
well,
I like
you've got to, because it's absolute madness. Should it be allowed?
Yeah, if you were on a night out like this, you would be in the back of an ambulance by now. Drinks just kept appearing.
I know he's not having shots, but perhaps he is. He's completely numb. So, 3 to win.
Just bring everyone in now, surely.
Well, I would say so. Yeah. In fact, Bin Naeem has been brought in. And there's Darley's out on the cover boundary. No, mid-wicket boundary.
Most are in the ring now.
Yeah. Sweepers either side and everybody else in. Apart from Martin Anderson, third man who was going out but now comes back. Can they stop Ben Stokes from hitting the winning runs? It seems unlikely.
Yes.
3 to win. Guided for a single into the offside. 2 to win. So he may not hit the winning runs after all.
I'm intrigued to see what the celebration looks like, if it is just a triumph and almost fall to the ground. And
Well, if he leaps in the air, it'll be a steward's inquiry.
yes. Aldridge has played a good hand. If he hits the winning runs here, he can surpass his highest list A score. I doubt that's in his mind. He doesn't know what it is.
I bet he does. I don't think there are many cricketers who don't know what their best scores are.
In each format.
Absolutely. I might tell you they don't. Nice delivery from Aitchison, keeping Durham waiting, trying to take it into the final over. You never know, Aitchison.
Never know in the final
know.
over. Potts Yorkers.
Yes, he might need 6 of them. Actually, he'd only need 5, wouldn't he? in. Can't pierce the infield. Time where Madsen stops it with some part of his body. Crowd has thinned now, understandably, beyond 6 o'clock. It is fairly mad, isn't it? We play to this kind of time in a 96 over day in which we have a 40-minute break for lunch and a 20-minute break for tea, but in 100 overs we have half an hour off. I'm talking about the players rather than me.
Good fielding.
Naeem down to his right. That's a round of applause. Clinging on. They're clinging on. 2 to win, 8 deliveries to go. We're in unlikely to happen territory. And we have been for a while.
Oh,
There's going to be a leg by here. There's going to be no shy at the stump, so the scores are level.
means Stokes could hit the winning
It
run.
does indeed. And Aldridge remains on 22. 256 for 5. 7 balls of the match remaining. Now, if this was the last ball of the last over, now you're talking.
Stokes scampering a single.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's all you've got to do now, Aitchison and Potts.
They can't give him a single to get him back on strike for the final over, so they've got to stop. Here we go. Scores level. He almost chopped on. He turns around, looks at Ben Aitchison and grins. And the over comes to an end. Ben Aitchison's bowled beautifully. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 31 he finishes with. And poor old Nick Potts will have the winning run scored from his bowling. Shoaib Bashir, 10 overs, 1 for 56. Anishdal, 7 overs for 30. Martin Anderson, 6 overs for 31. And Jack Morley, 7 overs, 1 for 51. We've had 3 maidens in the entire match. One of them was bowled by Nick Potts. He needs to bowl another now. If Derbyshire are to get anything out of this game.
What do you do now if you're Aldridge? You just swing for the hills, don't you?
I think you just turn it into the leg side. No, there is going to be a field of that. We're just having a chat with he's going to bowl outside the off stump. He's got a wide in him.
Yeah, that could be a very anticlimactic way to win it. Here is Potts, 1 to win. And there it is. Faster fielder at mid-wicket. Stokes will trot through for the single. Aldridge finishes on 23. But the story today was always going to be Ben Stokes. And he has made it the story. 108 not out of 123. Suffering from cramp for most of his innings. It took him a long while to get going. And the more he was hurting, the more the big shots came. And he has taken Durham over the line. In the final over, a riveting game of 50-over cricket, showing why it's still such a special format. You can see what it's taken out of these players, Fletch. That is a really, really memorable game today.
Another great game of cricket and another narrow defeat in white ball cricket for Derbyshire with 5 balls to spare. Nick Potts, the only bowling figures I didn't give you, 9.1 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 55 as Shoaib Bashir congratulates Ben Stokes, who's essentially won this game on 1 leg. He's looking up to the skies now. He's in pain. He probably needs the toilet because he's had that much to drink. So Derbyshire made 256 for 9 in their 50 overs. That collapse, as Freddie was saying, around 181, 184 and 187 wickets falling at, cost them dearly. And Durham pick up their first win of the season in the first game. And Derbyshire will have to go again on Friday when they go to Warren. Then it's away to Essex at Chelmsford on Sunday. Before a week on Friday, we return to Repton, beautiful Repton. And Derbyshire will take on Glamorgan. Thank you, Fred. Thoroughly enjoyed that up to a point.
We knew we had a story on our hands today, didn't we?
One way or another.
Yeah, it didn't disappoint.
One way or another.
And, look forward to Repton. It was a lovely day last year, and look forward to it again, and hopefully you enjoy Worcester. And
I've not decided to go yet.
Yes.
I may or may not go. There are the partnerships, the Durham partnership, 74 between Rhodes and Stokes, 52 between Stokes and Ollie Robinson, 66 between Stokes and Colin Ackerman, and 41 between Stokes and Casey Aldridge. They were always behind with Durham, looking at the worm, until around about the 36th, 37th over, when they suddenly went in front. They stayed in front, and they've won this one by 5 wickets.